I traveled through the throne of Seal World and became Long Haochen's twin brother. Unexpectedly bounding shadow space system, it didn't only maxed out my talents directly, and also learn unprecedented professional skills. Chapter 301. 81.8%. As Long Haoyu pondered these things, his mood began to become heavy. The more clearly we know the Demon God Emperor's plans, the less we can treat this matter with a normal heart. There is no way to use the same tactics used on Long Xingyu on the Demon God Emperor, the number one person in the Holy Demon Continent. No matter how powerful Long Xingyu is, there are still people in the human alliance who can restrain his superiors. As for the Demon God Emperor, his grandfather had absolutely unparalleled strength, but no one could truly restrain him. Perhaps these things can really only be taken one step at a time. At least until my strength has not reached the point where I am truly unparalleled, I can only find the most suitable way to survive among these changed things. Instead of focusing on this kind of thing now, it's better to focus more on my cheap dad. The way Grandpa looks at me now, I'm afraid it's already made him angry. Long Haoyu sighed inwardly and glanced inadvertently towards Long Xingyu, who was still suppressed in the pothole above the ground by the Demon God Emperor's spiritual power. Long Xingyu was lying in the pothole. The huge gap in spiritual power made him unable to resist at all, but he still noticed everything in the sky. The Demon God Emperor's gaze on Long Haoyu was just as Long Haoyu guessed, everything fell in his eyes. Noticing all this, his eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, and a muffled groan came from his nose. His angry posture and swollen eyes all showed his raging rage at this time. But, with the huge gap in strength, he could only be filled with anger at this time, but there was no way he could do anything in front of the Demon God Emperor. The Demon God Emperor also noticed Long Xingyu's reaction, but he looked down on Long Xingyu from the bottom of his heart. His indifferent eyes passed over Long Xingyu, and then fell on Long Haochen. When Long Haochen saw the Demon God Emperor looking at each other, his already solemn expression went up to several levels. At the same time, several seniors of Demon God's Fall were also focused on the Demon God Emperor. As the leader of Demon God's Fall, Chen Zidian's voice no longer sounded playful as before. Your Majesty the Demon God Emperor, it seems that you have made a decision. In view of today's events, I'm afraid, His Majesty the Demon God Emperor, you won't disappoint us all. After all, His Majesty the Demon God Emperor, I'm afraid he doesn't want to fight us directly here to gamble on our 20% chance of success. Chen Zidian maintained his composure. Even though there was a huge disparity in strength, he still managed the posture he should have. And after passing the exorcism test, he now has an additional identity, pretending to be the owner of the Seal Throne of Eternity and Creation. The Demon God Emperor smiled faintly, and moved his calm eyes from Long Haochen to Chen Zidian. I really don't want to fight with you today. We have known each other for hundreds of years. This is my last honor for you old acquaintances. If not, you, Chen Zidian, may have been recognized by the Divine Seal Throne of Eternity and Creation, but until you are completely successful, your 20% chance will still not come true. At that time, I will kill you all here. You will not be able to even die of old age. The Demon God Emperor's voice was light and airy, exuding his supreme confidence as the number one person in the Holy Demon Continent. Chen Zidian was speechless, and everyone in the Demon God's Fall was safe on the spot. Hearing the Demon God Emperor's words, everyone's expressions became a little sad. A decent old age and death. Is such a thing really something that people like them can hope for? Chen Zidian has already made a decision in his heart. Such a thing is simply not something that he and his companions around him can consider. The day they established Demon God's Fall, they were already destined to die on the battlefield. The option of old age and death has completely ceased to exist from that day on, unless the demons can truly be expelled from the Holy Demon Continent. But the possibility of this is really slim. Even now they only have 5 years left to live, but the end has really come. For people like them, the only choice they can make in the end is to burst out the last brilliance of their lives on the battlefield. Without saying any more about this matter, Chen Zidian controlled his emotions and said in a low voice, His Majesty the Demon God Emperor, may I ask what your decision is? You can't make the decision on this kind of thing, so let your contemporary human leader make the decision. The Demon God Emperor looked at Long Haochen with a smile. Demon God Ziyun looked solemn, and followed the Demon God Emperor to look at Long Haochen. Long Haochen took a deep breath and said, Demon God Emperor, what is your decision? Armistice. Stop. The battle between level 9 and the demon god. The demon god emperor said calmly. He said this decision lightly and did not continue to say more. Long Haochen frowned and said without thinking, Demon god emperor, the truce is not so easy to promote. Besides, your agreement to open the door to the demon clan is not that useful. We cannot believe your so-called truce. The demon god emperor was not surprised. He looked at the three demon gods very calmly. The three demon gods looked at the demon god emperor towards them, and each of them was trembling on the spot. They are all demon gods, but there is still a huge difference between these lower demon gods and the demon god emperor, the well-deserved first demon god. Among the entire demon clan, only the first three demon gods are the real sea-fixing needles. Lower demon gods like them can be replaced at any time. Just when their hair stood on end, the demon god emperor's indifferent voice sounded, they dare not disobey my decision. This kind of restriction is enough. Long Haochen did not answer immediately, but was still thinking deeply about this matter. Things have been brought to the present point, and if things change because of the demon god emperor's second coming, this will not be so good for their side's morale. But, if you don't agree on this matter, the consequences will be immeasurable. Long Haochen was a little embarrassed on the spot, constantly analyzing the possible consequences if he agreed to such a request. Demon god emperor, what kind of truce are you talking about the truce between the demon god and the 9th level? Long Haochen asked. The demon god emperor said, within 3 months, the demon god is not allowed to interfere in any form of fighting. Similarly, you 9th level humans are not allowed to enter Zhenchang. This is the truce agreement this time. Long Haochen, there is no need for you to continue weighing the pros and cons on this matter. You humans have no choice. Chapter 302, No Choice. Long Haochen's face looked a little unnatural. Let him control his majestic side however he wants. At this time, when I really heard the demon god emperor say such words, I still felt a bit uncomfortable in my heart. I really want to refute the demon god emperor on this matter, but I do know that there is nothing wrong with what the demon god emperor said on this matter. The human race really has no choice in this matter, and the current agreement is indeed beneficial to them. The demon god is not allowed to intervene in any form in any battle within 3 months. This is the greatest protection for Long Haoyu and others. Otherwise, given the possibility of the demon god entering the scene, no matter how amazing Long Haoyu's talent is, it is absolutely impossible for him to have the ability to fight against the demon god at this time. This alliance agrees to this agreement. But demon god emperor, you'd better restrain your demons and demons. If the demon god still intervenes in the battle within 3 months, then we humans will launch a holy war even if we are dead or alive. At that time, either you demons will be completely expelled by our human race, or our human race will be completely destroyed at the hands of your demons. Demon god emperor, you should know that neither of these results will be a good outcome for you demons. Long Haochen spoke in a low voice with a bit of hoarseness, still not wanting to just lower his head on this matter. Although I did feel very frustrated, I could only vent my frustration so far. Long Haochen was the closest to Long Haochen. Hearing Long Haochen's reply, his expression couldn't help but change. After the exorcism pass, he heard what some seniors from Demon God's Fall said about the relationship between demons and humans. The demon god emperor is capable of completely wiping out the human race, but the demons are not good at growing food, and many things still need to be smuggled from their human race. If the human race is truly wiped out, the demon race will gradually die out, and the human race still has a certain role to play in this regard. However, Long Haochen put such things on the table at this time, which can be said to be aggrieved. Haochen, calm down. Long Haoyu saw that Long Haochen was a little moody, and he firmly grasped his little brother's shoulder with one hand. With a slight exertion on his generous palm, the spiritual energy on his body was directed towards Long Haochen. Relying on the suppression of spiritual power, Long Haochen calmed down slightly. Although he had calmed down, Long Haochen's eyes were red at this time and his mood was very high. Brother, I know what you mean, but this matter. Long Haochen said angrily. We, the human race, we, the human race. Long Haoyu sighed softly and interrupted Long Haochen's rhetoric. Haochen, this is strength, so improve your strength. When we have enough strength, we will have absolute initiative, and only strength can provide us with the initiative. Long Haochen was speechless, listening to what Long Haoyu said silently, trying hard to calm down a little. Long Haochen hadn't completely calmed down yet, but after hearing what Long Haoyu said, the demon god emperor cast another glance at Long Haoyu. Vaguely, a faint smile seemed to be visible at the corner of his mouth. Long Haochen was no longer in the mood to pay attention to this at this time. After agreeing to the demon god emperor's agreement, he grabbed both hands on the shoulders of Long Haoyu and Long Haochen respectively. Haoyu, Haochen, it seems we have no choice but to go back this time. Let's go. Long Haoyu and Long Haochen snorted at the same time, but while agreeing to this, they still looked at Long Xingyu in the pothole on the ground. Seeing this, Long Haochen said in a hoarse voice, Demon God Emperor, now that the agreement has been reached, it is time for you to fulfill your promise and stop any form of fighting. The Demon God Emperor understood what Long Haochen meant and released his suppression of Long Xingyu. After his whole body relaxed, Long Xingyu roared, Demon God Emperor, take. Xingyu, Long Haochen shouted. He took the initiative to stand in front of Long Xingyu and prevent Long Xingyu from continuing to attack the Demon God Emperor. Long Xingyu was still in a superior state and had not really digested Long Haochen's criticism. Mr. Yang, please get out of the way, he and I. Nonsense. The agreement has been made. Within 3 months, the demon gods and the 9th level of the human race are not allowed to participate in the battle in any form. Long Haochen shouted, do you want to see this alliance launch a holy war now? Do you want to see our human race be completely destroyed now? You, Long Xingyu, want to be a sinner of our human race. Boom. Long Xingyu's mind went blank for a while. After Long Haochen scolded him like this, the edge of the sword of doom and killing in his hand began to fade. After completely suppressing his thoughts, he still did not dare to directly force the fate of the human race on himself at this time. The armor of doom and killing and the sword of doom and killing disappeared, replaced by the sealed throne of doom and killing. Long Xingyu sat on the throne and turned into a red stream of light and headed back towards the exorcism pass. Long Haochen made up his mind at this moment, and just looked towards Shengyu and his group in the dark. Master of Shengyu Hall, you should also take everyone back. Understood. Sheng Yu's hoarse voice sounded, and he was in an equally unhappy mood at this time. In response to Long Haochen's arrangement, he just headed back to the exorcist prison. Long Haochen did not stay any longer. After looking at each other with Long Haoyu, and then with the 6 people from Demon God's Fall, they returned towards the exorcism pass one after another. The Demon God Emperor did not stop the group of people from leaving. After making the agreement, he watched the group of people disappear towards the distant sky. Including Long Xingyu's glare at the end, it was as if he hadn't seen him, and he was still looking down on him from the beginning to the end. It wasn't until the location of the divine seal throne completely disappeared that the many demons lying on the ground relaxed a little. The Demon God Emperor didn't care at all about this. He never had to look at the low-level demons. The body slowly rose into the sky again towards the heaven-defying demonic dragon pillar, but it was different from when it came down from the heaven-defying demonic dragon pillar. This time he lifted off again, and Abao, who wanted to release the magic of demon disintegration, also took off with him. Abao frowned and looked at his father. Seeing that his father had made such an agreement and let both Long Haoyu and Long Haochen go, his mood became inexplicably heavy. Soon, he followed the Demon God Emperor and ascended to the heaven-defying demonic dragon pillar. The heaven-defying demonic dragon pillar burst out with bright black gold light. The jet-black light enveloped the two of them, and at the same time, the Demon God Emperor's faint voice sounded in his ears. Abao, do you feel his blood? That kind of blood from the same origin. Chapter 303. The Demon God Emperor's voice was very calm. He asked this question calmly and continued to look out in the direction of the exorcism pass. Looking out like this, it was as if he could see all of Long Haoyu and Long Haochen who had left. Abao looked at his father's actions with a solemn expression, still a little puzzled as to the true meaning of the Demon God Emperor's question. But, without thinking any further on this matter, Abao responded in a deep voice, in him, I feel the pure blood of the heaven-defying demonic dragon clan. The bloodline in his body should be from the same source as mine, so I will keep an eye on him and constantly create opportunities to fight with him. If I guess correctly, the source of his bloodline should also come from you, father. The Demon God Emperor was very satisfied with Abao's answer. While listening to Abao's answer, he said calmly again, the blood comes from the same origin, so naturally it comes from the same source. He has the purest blood of the heaven-defying demon dragon clan. His mother is your sister, the sister I brought back to the demon clan more than 10 years ago. I discovered them during my previous trip to the Exorcism Pass. After some follow-up investigation, I determined his relationship with Long Xingyu, the Knight of the Seal of Judgment and Judgment of the Knight's Temple. So, I have designated him as the second successor to the position of Demon God Emperor. If he is better than you in the end, he will counterattack. Speaking of these simply and straightforwardly, the Demon God Emperor did not mind at all the uproar these questions would cause after being spoken out. Under the black gold light of the heaven-defying demonic dragon pillar, only he and Abao could hear his voice. Even though the three demon gods were under the heaven-defying demonic dragon pillar, they could not hear any conversation between their father and son. Abao was not surprised by the Demon God Emperor's answer. He had already figured this out when he heard the old father, the Demon God Emperor, ask whether he had sensed the same bloodline. Moreover, while he was still performing tasks elsewhere, he was suddenly notified by the three demon gods to come here to serve as the commander of the demon army. His wisdom is enough for him to figure out these problems without any hesitation. He told the Demon God Emperor that Long Haochen would counterattack if he was better in the future, and he did not feel any sense of crisis. You don't seem to be too surprised by this matter. It seems that you have already figured out this aspect of the matter. The Demon God Emperor spoke again. Abao nodded and said, "From the first moment I discovered that the human boy Long Haochen has the same bloodline as mine, I have already made some guesses. Now, it's just that all the speculations in my heart have been confirmed. Now that all these things have been confirmed, I will naturally change my approach to this matter. Now I am the first heir. If he wants to take this identity away from me, then he needs to show enough ability to make me give way." Abao answered simply, and the fighting spirit in his body began to rise completely. As crazy as ever, it shows through his opinion on the matter. However, I only fought against him in the same situation before. Now that these things have been determined, when I fight against him again, I will not continue to suppress my strength. Under the greenhouse, the heir to the Demon God Emperor who will be powerful in the future cannot grow up. Even if I lose my status as the first heir, I will make my failure worthwhile. The Demon God Emperor did not continue to speak. He was very aware of his son's arrogant character, and there was no point in talking more. He even agreed with Abao on this matter. It is true that towering trees cannot grow under a greenhouse. The Demon God Emperor has always been synonymous with the number one person in the Holy Demon Continent. An overly benevolent growing environment was simply not enough to cultivate such a successor to the Demon God Emperor. What he wants is not for someone like this to succeed him as the Demon God Emperor in 1,000 years. The other side, Long Haochen and his party returned to the Exorcism Pass with Long Haochen and Long Haochen. After failing to frighten the demons, he didn't have much of a good look on his face at this time, instead he was always solemn. After placing Long Haochen and Long Haochen on the wall of the Exorcist Pass, they looked at each other and headed towards the headquarters of the Assassin Temple. In this agreement with the Demon God Emperor, he still needs to make more arrangements here, and Xianxia is the master of the Assassin Temple, and he will also be responsible for the exorcism matters in the next 3 months. Long Xingyu did not participate in this meeting. He also stood with Long Haochen on the city wall. His deep eyes looked into the depths of the demonic land with great complexity. The previous attack on the Demon God Emperor was constantly replaying in his mind. Facing the Demon God Emperor, he was unable to fight back, which made him feel inexplicably depressed at the moment. "Brother, Dad seems to be worried about what happened before. Is he thinking about taking action against the Demon God Emperor?" Long Haochen paid attention to Long Xingyu's situation, stayed beside Long Haochen, and asked with worry in his voice. Long Haochen refused to deny it. He didn't know much about his cheap dad's character. He hated the Demon God Emperor deeply, but there was no way he could cause any trouble in front of the Demon God Emperor. At this time, having such a reaction is completely normal behavior. Yes, there is a high probability that it will be that matter. Let him calm down for a while. We should just do what we should do, and digest what we saw and heard in this trip to the demonic land. Long Haochen took a deep breath and replied in a deep voice. Long Haochen hummed. What happened in the demon land still had a great impact on him. After hearing what Long Haochen said, he said in a low voice, "Brother, I understand. Then I will go practice first and strive to grow up to the point where I can stand alone as soon as possible. Go. Long Haoyu gently patted Long Haochen's shoulder. After watching Long Haochen leave, he continued to watch Long Xingyu's contemplation from a distance away from Long Xingyu. From the corner of his eye, Long Xingyu saw Long Haochen leaving, and you saw Long Haoyu looking at him. He forcibly suppressed the messy thoughts in his heart, and his expression was no longer so complicated and profound, and he walked toward Long Haoyu with a particularly heavy pace. Long Haoyu was very surprised when he saw Long Xingyu walking towards him. Just when he was wondering what Long Xingyu was planning to do, Long Xingyu's slightly hoarse voice sounded in his ears. Haoyu, come with me. Haochen has gone to practice. There are some things I need to talk to you about alone. Chapter 304. After Long Xingyu said these words, he walked toward the rear of the wall of the Exorcist Pass. Long Haoyu was very surprised by what Long Xingyu suddenly said, but seeing that Long Xingyu did seem to have something to say to him at this time. After pondering for a moment, he followed Long Xingyu towards the back of the city wall, and did not stop until he reached the very back in the least crowded place. What do you want to talk to me about? Long Haoyu looked at Long Xingyu's back and asked calmly. Long Xingyu's face changed slightly. Listening to Long Haoyu's very flat tone, there was no hint of father-son affection from Long Haoyu, so he couldn't help but take a deep breath. When facing the demon god emperor, what you said to Haochen was about strength. I heard it. Since you can say that, I believe you can understand how important strength is. I am a 9th level and 3rd level Divine Seal Knight. I can reach the 9th level and 5th level when I explode with all my strength, but I am still no match for the demon god emperor. The reason why I tell you this is just to let you understand how powerful the demon god emperor is. In your future planning, you should aim to grow beyond the demon god emperor. I have never told you anything like this before, but after what happened today, I think it is necessary to explain everything to you. Only when you have a goal can you truly achieve transcendence. Long Haoyu was very surprised to hear what Long Xingyu said. Before that, he never expected that Long Xingyu would say such a thing to him. After all, in his past understanding, Long Xingyu has always been a person who likes to pretend to be profound. It seems that he is pretending to be deep, but he is actually trapped in a cage he has created for himself. It is simply impossible for Long Xingyu to say such words. But today, Long Xingyu took the initiative to tell him about this matter, even if he didn't want him to be surprised. It's just a pity that he is the person in the world who knows best how powerful the demon god emperor is, other than the demon god emperor. Long Xingyu's so-called transcendence with the goal of the demon god's throne seems somewhat unrealistic to him. It is simply unrealistic to try to surpass someone without even knowing how strong their opponent is or what their goal is. What's more, he has never thought of surpassing anyone as his goal in life. From beginning to end, he followed the path of punishing the knights by transcending himself. By surpassing oneself again and again, sooner or later you will be able to climb to the true peak. This kind of path is the path to growth he needs. Such a concept is in huge conflict with Long Xingyu's ideas. Haoyu, what are you thinking about? Did you hear what I just said? Seeing that Long Haoyu was distracted, Long Xingyu couldn't help but raise his voice a bit, and the seriousness in it became stronger. Long Haoyu came back to his senses and responded calmly, I understand what you mean. I will naturally surpass it with such a goal. But that's all in the future. I won't think about unrealistic things now. I'll just do what I can do right now. Long Xingyu hummed, it's best if you have such an idea. I hope to see you truly stand alone. That day shouldn't be too long ago. Long Haoyu did not continue to choke Long Xingyu, but went along with Long Xingyu's response on this matter. He was still very clear about Long Xingyu's thoughts. He used to be very unhappy, but now he is too lazy to think too much about such things. Long Xingyu didn't notice anything strange about Long Haoyu, and his frown did not relax because of what he just said. After pondering for a moment, he continued, there is another thing. I heard that the last time he came to the Exorcism Pass, there was a projection of the God Seal Throne of Eternity and Creation in the Exorcism Pass. At that time, I sensed fluctuations in the Divine Seal Throne of Eternity and Creation in Yulong Pass. According to what Shang Yu said, it has a lot to do with you. The Divine Seal Throne of Eternity and Creation, has it really recognized you? After asking this question, Long Xingyu's eyes immediately locked on Long Haoyu. Compared with before, his mood at this time was obviously much higher. It was obvious that he paid much more attention to such things than before. The projection of the throne of the divine seal of eternity and creation was sorted out by my Warcraft partners. As for whether I have truly been recognized by the divine seal throne of eternity and creation, this kind of thing can only be determined when I reach the 7th level and go to Yulong Pass. Long Haoyu answered this question very honestly, but he was too lazy to talk too much about this kind of thing. Long Xingyu looked at Long Haoyu looking so casual. For some reason, there is a very strange feeling in my heart. The divine seal throne of eternity and creation has never recognized anyone since it came to the holy demon continent for more than 6,000 years. Yang Haoyu, a brilliant and colorful veteran of the Knights Temple, has failed time and time again in his attempts to gain recognition from the divine seal throne of eternity and creation. When he arrived at Long Haoyu's place, he found that he could not feel any surprise or excitement. I understand, although the matter has not been completely confirmed, please remember not to let more people know about the throne of eternity and creation. At that time, when you and Haochen reach the 7th level, when you come to Yulong Pass, I will take you to find out. Long Xingyu said in a deep voice, giving some instructions on this matter. Only, while telling these things, his mood became inexplicably heavy. The complicated look that had been suppressed with great difficulty returned to his face at this time. His deep eyes fell on Long Haoyu with great complexity. The divine seal throne of eternity and creation has never recognized others. Is it because of Haoyu's identity as the son of light that he was recognized by the divine seal throne of eternity and creation? Long Xingyu kept wondering about this matter. The more he doubted about this matter, the more depressed he felt. If other divine seal thrones had the idea of approving Long Haoyu, he wouldn't feel any surprise. But the divine throne of eternity and creation, he really didn't think this was possible. It was the divine throne of eternity and creation that had never been recognized by humans in 6,000 years. Long Haoyu saw that Long Xingyu was getting more complicated at this time, and he knew clearly what Long Xingyu was thinking about at this time. It was obvious that he was already controlling himself so as not to choke Long Xingyu, but at this moment, he had this thought in his heart again. He is a cheap dad who never disappoints people on the road of disappointment time and time again. Chapter 305. The thoughts came very suddenly, and Long Haoyu couldn't help but take a deep breath before suppressing these thoughts in his heart. There is no doubt that what Long Xingyu is thinking about now is why he, a demon in his eyes, can be recognized by the throne of the God of eternity and creation. But he couldn't actually explain such a thing clearly here, and it was impossible for him to directly discuss this issue with Long Xingyu at this time. He looked at Long Xingyu with a much cooler face, and there was no trace of the affection between father and son in his eyes. Okay, now that we've said all that needs to be said, it's time for you to go back to practice. Remember what you just said to Haochen, strength is the fundamental guarantee for us to walk in this world. Long Xingyu stared at Long Haoyu for a long time. Seeing the look in Long Haoyu's eyes getting colder and colder, he changed the subject and stopped the matter. Long Haoyu hummed. I know, the 7th level is not too far away. When I reach the 7th level, I will go to Yulong Pass. Then I will go practice first. After leaving these words, Long Haoyu walked towards the city wall without looking back. Long Xingyu's request was not to return to the Knights Temple headquarters in Yulong Pass before reaching the 7th level. He has always remembered this matter. Although there is definitely no problem in forcing him to go back, his temperament is not that of a person who will admit defeat. 7th level, it's not too far. Since I want to reach the 7th level as soon as possible, my top priority is to break through the 6th level first. I can rely on Wufeng, I can hold the little guy in my arms to increase my strength, but it's still not as solid as my basic skills. It just so happens that during these days, spiritual power has almost reached this critical value, and it is indeed the day to break through. Long Haoyu thought to himself. After thinking for a brief moment, he completely implemented what he was going to do next. Long Xingyu watched Long Haoyu leave like this, with no concealment of the complicated look in his eyes. A painful expression hung on his face, and the veins on the back of his hands popped out one by one, which looked very obvious. The more he watched Long Haoyu walk away, the stronger the feeling of dissatisfaction in his heart became. Even, regarding Long Haoyu's answer, I also felt a strange smell. Various factors almost made him shout to the sky. Call. Taking a deep breath, Long Xingyu tried to look calmer. As his emotions stabilized again, he looked at Long Haoyu's back and regained his composure. Haoyu, this kid, seems to have a different flavor when it comes to the 7th level. Does he have other opinions on this matter? Long Xingyu thought thoughtfully. I wanted to figure these things out very patiently, but after thinking about it carefully, I felt a little depressed. From the time they met Long Haoyu and Long Haochen, they obviously stayed together for more than 2 years. It seems that it will not be a short time, and there should be a very suitable understanding. But now, I really wanted to analyze this matter, but I found that there didn't seem to be much knowledge about Long Haoyu that I could analyze. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Long Xingyu felt that he was even more depressed than before. That's all, it's better not to think too much about this matter. To be specific, let's see what Haoyu will do next. As for the throne of the God of Eternity and Creation, let's wait until Haoyu truly breaks through to the 7th level and returns to Yulong Pass before making a decision. Long Xingyu sighed helplessly. Even though he was very depressed, he had to accept this fact at this time. The other side, Long Haoyu left the city wall and returned directly to the 1st Battalion's camp. The huge tent belonging to their No. 1 soldier-level demon hunting group looked very quiet. Vaguely, you can feel a lot of spiritual power flowing inside. Without looking too much, or even thinking too much, Long Haoyu could understand that all of his teammates were stimulated after he had another battle with Abao. It wasn't because his performance was too eye-catching that he was stimulated, it was all because of the 3 demon gods' unruly sneak attacks. Weakness of strength is what causes all these things to happen and makes the other party have the desire to obliterate them. Therefore, the idea of improving their strength has penetrated deep into their minds. Whenever there is any opportunity to improve their strength, they will practice tirelessly. Including Chen Yinger, the most restless girl, no one made any noise. Long Haoyu entered the tent, and what he saw at first glance was exactly what he judged. Everyone was practicing and didn't even notice his arrival. If you are practicing like this, then I shouldn't slack off on this kind of thing. Next, I should really try to make a breakthrough. My spiritual power has reached the 6th level, but I cannot be considered a 6th level radiant knight in the true sense. After all, there are still many gaps. Long Haoyu sighed quietly. He sat cross-legged next to Kair. Kair didn't notice his arrival and was still practicing with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. He could feel Kair's firm determination to improve his strength, and the belief that had been consolidated in his heart became even more unwavering. Finally, Long Haoyu moved his eyes to the little white beast lying on the bed. This little guy really only knows how to sleep all day long, but this little guy. Long Haoyu laughed dumbly, and just when he was about to complain about the little white beast, a brilliant light suddenly burst out from his eyes. The little white beast appeared in front of me because of the 6-path spiritual furnace, and finally signed a blood contract with me. If this is the case, if I have a breakthrough in the 6-path spiritual furnace, it will be helpful to Kair. Will it also be helpful to the little guy? Long Haoyu whispered softly, carefully analyzing the various events after contact with the little white beast, and suddenly analyzed many thoughts in his heart in detail. If this is the case, then I now master the human, Asura and Hell realms of the 6-path spiritual furnace. Continue to control the hungry ghost path, the animal path, and the final heavenly path behind you. The little guy should be able to get more help here. The animal realm and the hungry ghost realm shouldn't be helpful to the little guy. Then in the end, what really helps the little guy is the heavenly way of the 6-path spiritual furnace. Then after I truly break through to the 6th level, in addition to the subsequent 3 choices, I might consider directly choosing the heavenly way to practice. Long Haoyu analyzed thoughtfully. The more he analyzed, the more certain he became about the possibility of this matter. In his eyes, the exquisite light became more vivid. The thought of breaking through the heavens began to leave an indelible mark on his heart. Chapter 306, 83.2%. I realized that my thoughts were starting to wander a bit. Long Haoyu quickly suppressed these unrealistic thoughts for the time being. It cannot be said that all of them are unrealistic, but some are indeed unrealistic for the current situation. 6-path spiritual furnace, 6 paths coexist. The position of heavenly Tao will definitely be the top one among the 6 paths. Forcing one's way into heaven, such a thing can exist in thoughts. But when it was actually put into practice, Long Haoyu felt that it was still somewhat unrealistic. However, once such an idea occurred, he would not put it away so easily. Even if you don't succeed in forcing your way in, you can still try. It's better not to think more about this kind of thing first. The most urgent thing is to break through to the 6th level of strength first. If you don't condense your spiritual aperture and have no spiritual power to match the target, in fact, you can't be considered a true radiant knight. Long Haoyu whispered softly, and many things related to how to condense the spiritual aperture appeared in his mind. Just like breaking through from the 4th level to the 5th level, the spiritual power in the body will be converted into a liquid state. Only after possessing the liquid spiritual power can one truly become a 5th level knight. There are also such key changes from the 5th level to the 6th level. Having a spiritual aperture and not having a spiritual aperture are two different concepts. At present, humans have explored 99 spiritual orifices, each of which can help professionals of various professions store 10,000 points of spiritual power. If all the spiritual orifices in the body can be stored fully, the spiritual power can reach 990,000, which is just one step away from 1 million. And if there is no spiritual aperture, there will be no place to store the spiritual power after it reaches 10,000 points, and subsequent improvement will be correspondingly restricted. Long Haoyu knew these things well. After replaying the knowledge about the spiritual orifice in his mind, he lowered his head and looked at the position of his heart. Normally, the first spiritual aperture to be condensed is at the heart, but this is a very critical issue. Without thinking too much about any strange operations, Long Haoyu frowned and pondered for a long time to ensure that he was calm enough at this time. A hand then gently pressed on his heart. To condense the spiritual aperture, I guess I have to use all my spiritual power to open up a location for the spiritual aperture. So, now that I have the spiritual power to compete with the 6th level Glory Knight, the next thing I have to do is to focus the spiritual power towards my heart. In this way, we can truly successfully condense the spiritual apertures. This process is probably not going to be easy. Long Haoyu smiled slightly, already imagining the possible difficulties that would follow. But as soon as these thoughts came up, he suppressed them all in his mind. There are so many unsatisfactory things in this world, and it is impossible for everything to go smoothly. Long Haoyu was very clear about this, and he had never had the illusion that he would be smooth sailing and calm in this kind of matter. The spiritual power gathered towards his heart, and the golden liquid spiritual power slowly enveloped his whole body. There was only a swirling inverted triangle at his heart. A lot of spiritual power flowing on the body surface surged and boiled, and then all poured into the heart. Long Haoyu groaned, and as the spiritual power began to gather towards his heart, he couldn't help but clenched his teeth a little. Although he didn't know if other people condensing their spiritual orifices had the same feeling as him, the unnatural and painful feeling caused by condensing their spiritual orifices at this time was just like that to him. In the shadow space, he died at the hands of shadow instructors countless times, and he was killed in different ways every day. The mere pain and unnatural feeling had no impact on him at all. After taking a deep breath and suppressing this unnatural feeling, his whole body fell into silence. The perception of the surroundings gradually began to weaken. Brother is trying to break through to the 6th level. Long Haochen was awakened by Long Haoyu's breakthrough. He had just entered cultivation not long ago, so he woke up easily. Seeing the spiritual power in Long Haoyu's body pouring towards his heart, he reacted immediately. Kair and others woke up one after another, and everyone looked at Long Haoyu with surprised eyes. Seeing that Long Haoyu had begun to formally move towards the 6th Order Radiant Knight, their expressions became solemn. The leader has begun to break through to the 6th level. As expected, we are still far behind the leader. We will probably have to work harder in the future. Wang Yuanyuan's expression was the most solemn among the people. She longed to gain enough strength and avenge herself on the demon battlefield. But the improvement of strength is not something that can be achieved just by thinking about it. Now seeing Long Haoyu's breakthrough, I suddenly feel a little bit uncomfortable in my heart. I said Yuan, the boss can go head to head with that demon commander, so it's normal that there is a gap in strength between him and us. At this time, Lin Shen said, if you mess up your own perseverance because of these things, it will not be worth the loss. Look at it openly. Knowing that there is a big gap between the boss and us, it is enough for us to work hard to improve our strength and catch up with the boss. Wang Yuanyuan frowned, nodded sternly after humming, and turned his gaze again to Long Haoyu, who was making a breakthrough. Kair remained speechless. Watching Long Haoyu begin to break through, she couldn't help but tighten her jade hands. But soon, there was another long sigh of relief. Haoyu has already begun to break through to the 6th level. It seems that I should also break through to the 6th level. If not, if you continue to maintain your current spiritual power without a breakthrough, subsequent improvements will be very slow. What was decided before cannot be restricted by this. Kair thought to herself. Her spiritual power has also reached the benchmark 6th level. I have never chosen to break through, I just haven't found the most suitable opportunity. Now, seeing Long Haoyu like this, she suddenly abandoned all her thoughts. Opportunities are not always there. If there is no chance, you can definitely create one. Firmly making her inner decision, Kair continued to sit cross-legged and decisively began her journey to the 6th level of breakthrough. If we want to break through, then everyone must break through together. And just when Kair was influenced by Long Haoyu and started to continue practicing, a very strange feeling occurred in Long Haoyu's heart. Where there had been no other special existence before, the first spiritual aperture had begun to take shape in his heart. The spiritual power pouring from the surface of the body towards the body is converging towards this spiritual orifice, and all of it has the tendency to be stored in it. At the same time, the wings of spiritual power without any amplification gradually stretched out from behind him. Golden light spots rippled on the spiritual wings. Chapter 307, It's done. Boss has made a successful breakthrough. With the appearance of the spiritual wings, Lin Xin became the first person to cheer excitedly. He couldn't help but tighten his hands and press them down, feeling very excited. The No. 1 Night level demon hunting group gave birth to the first 6th level knight among all the contestants in their demon hunting group selection competition. This is definitely a distinctive performance that surpasses other demon hunting groups. Long Haochen couldn't help but clenched his fists and pressed them hard, his mood was extremely excited. Seeing his brother succeed in making a breakthrough felt even more exciting than his own breakthrough. The rest of the people, including Li Xin, Chen Yinger, Wang Yuanyuan and Sima Xian, were all happy from the bottom of their hearts for Long Haoyu's successful breakthrough. Only, just as they became happy, the expressions of several people became stiff again. It was very strange. Several people looked at each other one after another. Seeing the very strange and horrified looks in each other's eyes, they couldn't help but gasp. Hey, my boss has only broken through the 6th level. Have we forgotten the most important thing? Before, the boss hadn't broken through to the 6th level, and he hadn't even started to gather spiritual apertures, yet he was able to fight like that with the new commander of the demon clan. This is a real breakthrough now. Wouldn't it be a step up? If we continue to fight against the demon commander in the same situation, wouldn't we be able to press him against him and rub him against him? Lin Xin said, dumbfounded, his eyes widened, he couldn't believe what he just said, it felt like he was dreaming. The rest of the No. 1 soldier level demon hunting group did not answer, but everyone had the same astonishment on their faces as Lin Xin. One by one, their eyes fell on Long Haoyu again with strange and frightening looks, completely unable to calm their hearts again. Long Haoyu didn't know the thoughts of many of his companions at this time. At this moment, he was still in silence after successfully condensing the spiritual aperture and officially becoming the Glory Knight. As the spiritual orifice took shape, he felt that all his spiritual power was stored in it. When he wanted to use his spiritual power, he only needed to draw it from the spiritual orifice outward. This was originally a very normal thing, but after spending most of his thoughts on this spiritual orifice, he discovered that the spiritual orifice he had just condensed had a very strange smell. What's going on? Why does my spiritual aperture have such a weird smell? This seems to be a situation that does not exist in the knowledge I have known before. Is it because of the special reason of my physique? Long Haoyu whispered in his heart, carefully analyzing these strange findings, but he was a little bit unsure. After spending some time on this and failing to figure out the reason, I just woke up from the breakthrough. As soon as they woke up, the eyes of Long Haochen, Lin Xin and others were all focused on them. Boss, congratulations on becoming the Glory Knight. You must treat us to a treat after our team competition is over. You are the first one to break through the 6th level in our demon hunting group selection competition. This is enough to brag about. Lin Xin was shouting. He was not the rightful owner of the breakthrough, but he was more happy than Long Haoyu, the rightful owner. There was a smile on Long Haoyu's lips, and he responded softly, we will discuss the treat after we return to the holy city. Now I still have some things that need to be practiced in depth again. You don't need to stay by my side like this all the time. You should do whatever you want. Try to improve your own strength. By the way, Haochen, if my great-grandfather has something to ask me for, help me write it down first. I won't wake up on my own, so don't wake me up. Seeing that Long Haoyu had something serious to do, Long Haochen nodded sternly. I understand, brother, feel free to practice. If great-grandfather comes to see my brother for something, please remember that I will help him first, and I will tell you after you finish practicing. Long Haoyu nodded and wasted no time in inserting Wu Feng into the ground in front of him. The small black coal briquettes poked out from it. No specific communication was needed. Long Haoyu's eyes just touched the little briquettes, and both of them understood their respective thoughts. The little coal ball lay obediently on the hilt of Wu Feng's sword, holding his almost invisible chin with his two small hands, obediently protecting Long Haoyu. After Long Haoyu prepared everything, his consciousness began to fly into the shadow space. His own spiritual aperture is very problematic, and the shadow instructor, as his current most perfect state, may be able to answer his doubts. Without thoroughly clarifying his own situation, he would not be able to truly feel at ease. If he accidentally led himself into a place of eternal destruction, it would be extremely tragic. In the shadow space, it is still the same as before. Not much has changed, except that there is an extra layer of golden halo in the sky. Perhaps because of the breakthrough to the Glory Night, the shadow space began to undergo such a transformation. Long Haoyu briefly observed the changes in the shadow space, and at a glance he saw the shadow instructor waiting here. In other words, it was the shadow instructor who was always there waiting for his arrival and never left. The shadow instructor had his hands behind his back. His robes were windless and his natural aura gave people a very powerful suppressive force. Long Haoyu gently pressed one hand on his heart, trying to extract the spiritual power from the spiritual orifice, while also observing the shadow instructor's situation. With just one glance, his brows couldn't help but wrinkle on the spot. Long Haoyu almost thought that he had seen it wrong. Within his field of vision, the shadow instructor's heart also had a very clear spiritual orifice that he could sense. Exactly the same as his own situation, the spiritual orifice on the shadow instructor's heart gave him the same feeling as his own, as if something strange was happening inside it, and it was not the most conventional spiritual orifice. Sure enough, the shadow instructor is the same as myself. I think it is still the wisest choice to know my specific situation from the instructor. Long Haoyu whispered softly, just about to ask the shadow instructor about the reason for the change in his spiritual aperture. The next second, he was stunned on the spot, looking at the shadow instructor. His eyes began to change towards shock. In the same spiritual orifice, the shadow instructor's spiritual orifice seemed to be undergoing changes that were too difficult to resist, and it seemed vaguely like the stars in the sky were moving within his body. Such a scene is stimulating his visual nerves. Such changes in the spiritual aperture are absolutely unheard of. Chapter 308, 83.7%. How is this going? The feeling of the stars this week. Long Haoyu couldn't help but take a deep breath and looked at the strange changes in the shadow instructor's body with great astonishment. This extremely weird situation is completely unprecedented to all practitioners in the past, and has never been recorded in many classics. You came here for the spiritual orifice matter. Now you seem to have discovered that my spiritual orifice has the same problem as your spiritual orifice. At this time, the shadow instructor said calmly, because you have just broken through the 6th level of Glory Night, there are changes after the spiritual aperture is successfully condensed, and you feel very uneasy. Long Haoyu hummed and refused to deny his situation. He also knew that it was impossible for him to have a secret that he could hide from the shadow instructor. There was no secret at all between them, and there was no need to argue with the shadow instructor on this matter. Normal cultivators will definitely gather spiritual orifices after reaching the 6th level of strength, and the first spiritual orifice will be located near the heart. It's just that this spiritual aperture of mine feels very unusual. I wanted to get some answers from you, instructor. But now, I may have found the answer. Is it because of the stars in the sky that I sensed from your spiritual aperture, instructor? Please also ask the instructor to explain clearly what is the reason for this feeling and why my spiritual orifice gives me such a feeling. Similarly, instructor, why does your spiritual orifice give people the feeling that the stars are moving around the sky? Long Haoyu asked in a deep voice. After making up his mind, he wanted to implement everything on this matter. The shadow instructor understood Long Haoyu's thoughts and smiled slightly. In the history of the Holy Demon Continent, the spiritual apertures of practitioners have been explored 99 times. Each spiritual orifice can store 10,000 points of spiritual power. When all 99 spiritual orifices are full, the strength will actually reach the top of the Holy Demon Continent. Our grandfather broke through this limit and finally reached 1 million points of spiritual power, exceeding the limit of the Holy Demon Continent. But in fact, these 99 spiritual orifices are just spiritual orifices that have been explored. Since they have only been explored, there must be more that have not been explored. So, you should understand by now that there are a total of 365 spiritual orifices in the human body, and all spiritual orifices actually move around the sky. That's why you can feel from me that my spiritual orifice gives people the feeling that the stars in the sky are moving together. There are a total of 365 spiritual orifices in the human body. Are there many spiritual orifices traveling around the sky? Long Haoyu's pupils widened, and he was a little surprised when he listened to the things explained by the shadow instructor. There was a cold breath stuck in my throat, and I suddenly didn't know whether to suck it in or spit it out. I always felt that my mood was extremely complicated. But, he thought that the shadow instructor would not talk nonsense about this kind of thing, and at the same time, he could really feel the movement of the stars in the sky at this moment. In addition, the shadow instructor also said that currently, there are 99 spiritual orifices that have been successfully explored on the Holy Demon Continent. This has been successfully explored. Under such rhetoric, it is reasonable to have something more that has not been explored. While being shocked by these things, Long Haoyu began to calm down and carefully thought of everything he knew about the Holy Demon Continent. Seeing that Long Haoyu was deep in thought, the shadow instructor continued, "You have begun to think about these things now. Then you will naturally understand the true history of the Holy Demon Continent. When he created the human race, he thought that humans were the most perfect race, so he would rather divide himself for the sake of this race, in order to maintain the operation of many planes with humans. So, you should understand this matter. If it weren't for such a great example, human beings would not be the most perfect race in the eyes of creation." Hiss. Long Haoyu saw that his thoughts in his heart were revealed by the shadow instructor, and his eyes suddenly burst into exquisite rays of light. Let the shadow instructor say this, and he can almost prove it all. 365 spiritual orifices, the movement of stars in the sky. Such rhetoric seems very outrageous, but it is traceable. Shocked by these things, Long Haoyu couldn't help but look at the spiritual orifice in his heart. One spiritual orifice can store 10,000 points of spiritual power, and there are a total of 365 real spiritual orifices in the human body. Then when all the spiritual orifices are successfully opened, wouldn't it mean that all spiritual orifices can store a total of 3.65 million points of spiritual power? With such a large amount of spiritual power reserves, wouldn't it be possible to reach the point of unscrupulousness if one really uses his hands? Wouldn't it be possible to deal with my grandfather and suppress him easily? Long Haoyu talked to himself about these things. The more he thought about this matter, the more excited and active he became. Just by breaking through to 1 million points of spiritual power, his grandfather could defeat all the invincible opponents in the Holy Demon Continent. And here, if he can successfully open up all 365 spiritual apertures, he will be able to deal with the Demon God Emperor without any pressure. Are you thinking that with the great spiritual aperture, you can store 3.65 million points of spiritual power in yourself, and you will eventually be able to defeat all the invincible opponents in the world? At this time, the shadow instructor spoke again, once again telling all the thoughts in Long Haoyu's heart at this time. Long Haoyu hummed, and his consciousness returned. Faced with the shadow instructor's inquiry, he replied sternly, "Yes, I was indeed thinking about such a thing. There are 99 known spiritual orifices, but now that I know that there are 365 spiritual orifices, I will naturally consider opening up all the spiritual orifices successfully. Since we have to take this kind of thing into consideration, we naturally need to analyze and weigh how much we can achieve when we reach the top on this path. After all, the responsibility that weighs on us requires absolute strength to reverse it. With strength, I am invincible in the sky." The shadow instructor did not deny this. He and Long Haoyu were one, and they did have huge responsibilities. And these responsibilities indeed require sufficient strength to truly push them aside. Without strength, One can only lament and be unable to do anything about all these things. While agreeing with Long Haoyu's words, his expression gradually became serious. Long Haoyu saw that the shadow instructor's expression suddenly became serious, and his eyes also became serious. He looked at the shadow instructor carefully, always feeling that the shadow instructor would say something very shocking next. Just after all his preparations were in place, the shadow instructor's cold voice spoke word by word from the gap between his lips. Do you know what Zhoutian Xingqian is? Do you know what the beginning of one yuan is and what the endless universe is? Chapter 309. The beginning of the Yuan dynasty. Endless week. Long Haoyu was silent for a moment, and the roaring voice of the shadow instructor rang in his ears. For a moment, he felt a little silent, unable to give the most appropriate answer to this kind of inquiry. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, and kept whispering these 8 words in a low voice. As the 8 words were constantly being recited, a very strange feeling arose in my heart. But no matter how weird this feeling is, I just can't really give the most appropriate answer. Please also ask the instructor to clarify. At the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, the universe is endless. I have a rough idea in my mind, but I can't guarantee that it is correct. So, please ask the instructor to explain in detail the true meaning contained in these 8 words. Long Haoyu didn't show any pretense and asked this question very respectfully. When 3 of us travel together, we must be my teacher. Even though the shadow instructor is just another version of himself, Long Haoyu still treats the shadow instructor as a real teacher in this matter. Studying diligently and asking questions is the real choice that can lead you to the top. The shadow instructor was silent for a moment and said word by word, the beginning of the one yuan, the endless universe, may seem like 8 words, but in fact they contain the mystery of the universe and the truth of heaven and earth. The so-called beginning of one yuan is to structure everything on one yuan. This yuan is the real foundation, so it is called one beginning. The endless universe is the real structure of heaven, earth and the universe built on the basis of the beginning of the Yuan dynasty. It will not really be limited to the limit of the so-called 365 spiritual apertures. Therefore, when you open up all your spiritual apertures to 365, and store all the spiritual energy in these 365 spiritual apertures. But in the end, you not only have some spiritual power like this, but even then you don't need to worry about the consumption and replenishment of your spiritual power. At the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, it will continuously replenish you, but it only shows you 3.65 million points of spiritual power. So when you finally want to explode an attack that exceeds this level, the beginning of one yuan can become your most solid foundation. With a steady stream of supplements, if you want to explode an attack with tens of millions of spiritual power, it can also be done easily. Long Haoyu listened silently, listened to the shadow instructor explain the relationship and true meaning between the beginning of the Yuan dynasty and Zhoutian endless. With such reminders, he gradually confirmed the guesses he had in his mind. Sure enough, just as he had guessed, Yi Yuan Shi and Zhoutian endless were simply inexhaustible top-level storage devices. In other words, this is basically a self-contained world and universe. Arming itself with a world and universe, it naturally cannot be limited by the sum of mere spiritual powers. Such a bit of rhetoric is very related to the firmament and the universe. The firmament and the universe should be constant, but things always die and things always come into being. And so on, over and over again. At the beginning of the Yuan dynasty, Zhoutian endless showed all this to the greatest extent. The spiritual power accumulated in the 365 spiritual orifices can be immediately restored to the sum of the accumulated spiritual power in the 365 spiritual orifices while being consumed. This kind of recovery speed is faster than any pill, so the total amount of spiritual power that can really be generated is calculated. After reaching the point of endless Zhoutian, his attacks will no longer be limited by the total amount of spiritual power. At any time and anywhere, an attack with tens of millions of spiritual power points, as mentioned by the shadow instructor, can be unleashed. Destroying the world and destroying the world is not a problem. Thank you, instructor, for your guidance. However, may I ask, instructor, how should such a practice be carried out? According to the instructor, the most important thing at the beginning of a yuan is the foundation of that yuan. If he sets foot on other spiritual apertures to open up paths, I'm afraid he won't be able to meet the requirements of this element, and he will eventually be limited to this world, right? Long Haoyu did not lose himself. He followed everything the shadow instructor said and immediately guessed the matter in the most important direction. The shadow instructor smiled slightly and said, however, at the beginning of one yuan and the endless universe, the most important thing is the cultivation of this yuan. This spiritual aperture in our heart is the real place of one yuan, and real practice begins from this place of one yuan. Therefore, in order to reach the point where the Zhodian is endless, it is necessary to continue to practice hard on this yuan land, and finally lay a solid foundation for it. Long Haoyu nodded seriously and asked the shadow instructor to talk about these things for this reason. He already understood what the shadow wanted to express. According to the normal path of cultivation, when his total spiritual power reaches 10,000 points and the spiritual power of the spiritual orifice in his heart is full, he should immediately open up the next spiritual orifice. Repeating this process, he will eventually improve his strength to a higher level. However, the practice in the one yuan land is obviously not like this. Unless the one-dimensional land represented by this spiritual orifice in the heart is truly consolidated, opening up other spiritual orifices is tantamount to self-destruction. Long Haoyu suppressed these thoughts in his heart, and looked at the position on the shadow instructor's heart again, feeling the so-called endless sky, and his belief was firm to the extreme. From what the shadow instructor showed him to discover, he really felt the mystery of the beginning of the one yuan and the endless universe. Thank you, instructor, for clarifying my doubts. I will pay attention to my practice in Yiyuandi. I'm going to say goodbye this time. I'll see the instructor later and continue to ask for advice on how to practice in Yiyuan land. Long Haoyu bowed and saluted, and his consciousness returned to reality. As soon as his consciousness returned to reality, he caught a glimpse of the spiritual wings stretched out behind Kair. Seeing that Kair had also reached the 6th level like him, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth involuntarily. After staring at Kair for a while, he finally turned his thoughts back to himself. At the beginning of one yuan, the sky is endless. Such a practice method has never been seen in the Holy Demon Continent. According to the rules of the Holy Demon Continent, it is impossible to reach the million-point level. After reaching 1 million points, the mind will dissipate from the world and become the so-called concept God, which is equivalent to death. And if we follow the practice method of Yuan Shi and Zhou Tian endless, we may be able to break such rules and use the stars of Zhou Tian to circulate the power in our body, which should be independent of these rules. Then when the time comes, Long Haoyu's whispers stopped abruptly, vaguely guessing what might happen in the future. In his eyes, exquisite light began to bloom. The belief that had been firmly established for a long time was once again strengthened. He has great ideas to break the rules of the Holy Demon Continent. Chapter 310. Long Haoyu took a deep breath. Confirm all the thoughts in your mind. Gradually, Shikai allowed himself to wake up from these thoughts. Don't think too much about these things. It's not appropriate to think too much about things that haven't been successful in the future at this time. Once you have everything in place, that's when you can really start thinking about these things. At least, this spiritual aperture in the heart, the place where the infinite universe begins, needs to be truly consolidated before more consideration can be given. At the same time, Kair slowly opened her eyes, and her eyes that had regained sight had very beautiful colors. After breaking through to the 6th level, Kair's cold temperament became even more intense. As soon as she broke through, she saw Long Haoyu looking at her. The cheeks under the black veil were slightly red. Haoyu, why are you looking at me? Kair was a little embarrassed. He obviously enjoyed having Long Haoyu look at him like this, but at this moment he felt embarrassed. There was a smile on Long Haoyu's lips, and he felt lighter. I don't do anything, I just want to look at you all the time. Kair. Suddenly, when Long Haoyu said this, she lost all control and couldn't help lowering her head. Boom. Just when Kair felt embarrassed, Long Haochen, Lin Xin and others rushed in from outside the tent. Kair's breakthrough was successful, and the conversation between Long Haoyu and Kair reached their ears, and they all followed in to investigate the situation. I'm going, excuse me, boss, please continue. Lin Xin screamed strangely and hurriedly wanted to turn around and leave. While posing as if to leave, he pushed Long Haochen, hoping that Long Haochen would follow him to leave, but his feet made no movement at all. Sima Xian also slapped his shiny bald head. Oh my god, what have I seen? Don't look at anything inappropriate, don't look at anything inappropriate. The two were very funny and kept teasing each other. Long Haoyu looked at everyone with a dumbfounded smile, stood up and hugged everyone. Thank you for watching over my breakthrough and Kai's breakthrough. Long Haoyu thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Lin Shin smiled. Boss, what you said is out of touch. You and eldest sister have both made breakthroughs. It is a great joy for our one demon hunting group at the rank of sergeant. Besides, we will be a group together for hundreds of years in the future. If you want to thank us for these things, then you will not be able to thank us enough in the future. Long Haoyu smiled and said nothing, and looked at Long Haochen. He saw in Long Haochen's eyes that he was hesitant to speak. Haochen, is there anything you want to tell me? Long Haoyu asked, is it Grandpa Yang and the others, and what decision has Grandpa Yang and the others made? Long Haochen took a deep breath and said, yes, brother, you'd better go to the headquarters to find great-grandfather. We all know it already. Great-grandfather said that after your breakthrough is over, he will go over and talk to you personally. By the way, Grandpa Yang also has something to tell you. Long Haoyu understood, nodded and said, I understand, then I will go over and ask Grandpa Yang and great-grandfather first. After deciding on these matters, Long Haoyu and Kai met their eyes and headed decisively towards the headquarters of the Assassin's Temple. Soon, Long Haoyu arrived at the Assassin Temple headquarters. Long Haochen, Long Haoyu and Long Xingyu have not left, as representatives of the Knights Temple. Shang Yu and Shui Zisheng were also present as representatives of the Assassin Temple. When everyone saw Long Haoyu arriving, their eyes fell on Long Haoyu. Feeling the fluctuations of spiritual power in Long Haoyu's body and the existence of spiritual orifices, smiles appeared on each other's lips. Grandpa Yang, great-grandfather, I heard that you have something to ask me for. Long Haoyu asked. Shang Yu hummed, then looked at Yang Haochen, Mr. Yang, it's up to you to decide the matter. You are the leader of the alliance after all. Yang Haochen glared at Shang Yu angrily, and his eyes fell on Long Haoyu. Haoyu, there were many accidents in the team competition of this demon hunting group selection competition, so I will terminate this demon hunting group team competition early. Therefore, for the next 2 months, you only need to continue to stay in the exorcism pass. There is no need to continue to fight for life and death with the goal of points. You can just wait and return to the Holy City in 2 months. The points of all your teams have been cut off, so subsequent battles will not have any impact on the ranking. Long Haoyu was very surprised by Yang Haochen's arrangement. Grandpa Yang, such a decision. Haoyu, I know you have many doubts in your heart, but after returning to the Holy City, I will discuss these matters with all your captains. Yang Haochen took a deep breath. Next, just do what Grandpa Yang and I have arranged. Do you understand? Long Haoyu saw that Yang Haochen seemed to have made a very difficult decision, and his expression suddenly became very solemn. I understand, I will definitely do it. Yang Haochen arranged all these things, and then turned his attention to the seniors of Demon God's Fall. Mr. Chen, I have already arranged the matter. You can continue to keep an eye on the Demon God Emperor. I have suffered you all these years and I will continue to suffer you in the future. Yang Haochen sighed. Chen Zidian smiled slightly and said, Haha, we have been doing this all these years. There is no way to say whether it is hard or not. After saying this to Yang Haochen, Chen Zidian walked up to Long Haoyu and patted Long Haoyu heavily on the shoulder. Little guy, we are very optimistic about you, work hard to grow in the future. You don't have to worry about the Demon God Emperor. When we old bones are still alive, we will definitely be able to keep a close eye on him. Don't put too much psychological pressure on us. As for other aspects, you should be more careful. Long Haoyu hummed, feeling uncomfortable in his heart as he felt Chen Zidian and others' desire to die. After being silent for a long time, he took a deep breath and took out something from the forget-me-not ring. It looks like a sachet, but it's not a sachet. Mr. Chen, this is given to me by one of my seniors. He told me, if and when you decide to finally go all out, please be sure to open this thing. This thing will be of great help to you at that time. As Long Haoyu said this, he passed the sachet in his hand towards Chen Zidian. Chen Zidian's eyes suddenly became very confused, and his old and turbid eyes fell on the sachet. Underneath the puzzled brow expression, there was a lot of surprise. Chapter 311, Haoyu, do you think this thing will be helpful to us? And, does it play a big role when we old bones decide to risk it all? Chen Zidian was very confused. He frowned and pondered for a long time, and his face became very solemn. Then, his eyes that should have been cloudy became refined, and his gaze fell on Long Haochen, the senior you are talking about. What will he do when he knows that we have decided to risk our lives? Who is that senior? Several questions were asked in succession. Chen Zidian had already thought through the names of the top men in his memory who were linked to the knights. Not only the strong men from these eras, but even the strong men from earlier eras began to be recalled in his mind. No matter how much he thought about it, he failed to decide on the final candidate. There is a limit to a person's lifespan. None of his contemporaries have survived, and he knows everyone who is a generation later than him, so he does not meet the senior candidates mentioned by Long Haochen. As for people from more distant times, they all belong to people who have passed away in ancient times. How can anyone return to the present from more distant times? Senior Chen, I am not in a position to answer your question, but I can definitely answer you, Senior. The contents of this sachet will definitely be helpful to you, Senior Chen. I'm just responsible for delivering the things that Senior wants to give to you, Senior Chen. Don't ask me about the rest. Long Haochen answered sonorously and did not tell Chen Zidian what should be in the sachet just because Chen Zidian suddenly asked such a question. At the same time, he never mentioned the senior expert he had invented, leaving no clues. In the future he knew, when the final war broke out, the 6 seniors of Demon God's Fall fought desperately against his grandfather, but in the end it ended in regret. Even before he died, he still wanted to pass back the latest discovered information to the human alliance, but it was a pity that he failed. For people who can do this in their whole life, Long Haochen really can't bear to see them end up like that. Even if the end comes, even if it is true that they cannot continue to survive in this world, for old-timers like them, they must want to maximize their value before they die. And under that situation, it would obviously be the most unwise thing to do to attack his grandfather, because there was no possibility of winning at all. If they were to deal with other demon gods, they might still be able to achieve something, and they might be able to burst out with true brilliance at the last moment of their lives, a brilliance that could still be helpful to the human alliance. Chen Zidian put the sachet away seriously and said in a low voice, Haochen, it's okay if it's not convenient for you to say. Then please thank this senior on my behalf. Long Haochen hummed and continued, by the way, Senior Chen, that senior also said something. The old senior said that Senior Chen, many of your seniors in Demon God's Fall have spent their whole lives thinking about the human race. He said that he knew that things would not change when these seniors finally decided to risk their lives, but he hoped that many seniors would there is value in risking one's life. So, Senior Chen, you must open this sachet and take a look before making a decision, instead of blindly risking your life. As soon as these words came out, the entire Assassin Temple headquarters became very quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on Long Haochen, and everyone's expression was very solemn. The most serious among them is naturally Chen Zidian. Chen Zidian knows very well what he and several of his companions will do when they risk their lives. Sniping and killing the Demon God Emperor was their decision to shine brightly at the last moment of their lives. This decision had been firmly established many years ago. But now, are these words from Haochen the old man's advice to us? Although we only have a 20% chance of winning against the Demon God Emperor, we still have a certain success rate. Once we succeed, it will be a truly great achievement. And now, in the eyes of that old man, doesn't our decision make any sense? Chen Zidian thought to himself. Shocked by these things, Chen Zidian became completely serious about the sachet. He carefully put the sachet into his ring, took a deep breath and said, we understand, we will remember to open this sachet when the time comes. Long Haochen continued, thank you to the seniors for your understanding. At the same time, I also ask the seniors not to open it in advance. The old man also said that when the time comes, he will take action on the things you are worried about. I won't let everything get completely out of control. Chen Zidian nodded. At this moment, he was completely sure what Long Haochen said about the old man's risking his life. There is no problem anymore. It is indeed the final fight with the Demon God Emperor. In the eyes of the old senior, the fight between the 6 old Demon God Emperors who died in the Demon God's death will indeed have no meaning. I understand, let's go first, old man. We still have things we need to do before that day comes. Haochen, practice hard and strive for your one demon hunting group to become a strong one in your own right as soon as possible. We, the human race, need those of us who carry the burden forward. Chen Zidian said no more. After saying these words, the companions of demon god's fall looked at each other, stepped into the six-pointed star magic circle and disappeared. Long Haoyu watched Chen Zidian and several seniors who had fallen from the devil leave. Without any pretense, he bowed and saluted, "Best regards, seniors of demon god's fall." There was no echo in the magic circle, and Chen Zidian and others continued to fulfill their responsibilities. Keeping an eye on the demon god emperor was something they didn't dare to relax for even a quarter of an hour. Long Haochen remained silent, watching Chen Zidian and others leave, his eyes falling on Long Haoyu. In my ears, I still heard the words that Long Haoyu finally said. "Will you choose to take action when necessary?" As the senior Haoyu mentioned, confident that he can stop the demon god emperor alone at that time. Long Haochen was very confused, thinking about these things in his mind, and trying every means to find out who this senior was. As he was thinking this, Long Xingyu was frowning and even a little confused at this moment. That old man, who is that old man? Long Xingyu was a little cracked. He once thought that person was Chen Zidian, and he eventually became a disciplinary knight. But the final result is not. Later he thought it would be Yang Haoyu, but Yang Haoyu is here now. The final result is still not the same. Possibly neither. The final candidate, who is that senior? Chapter 312. Long Xingyu was in a dilemma. He had almost given up on such an idea before, and did not want to continue to verify it. However, this time Long Haoyu brought up the old senior again, and he could not allow himself to continue to be indifferent to such things. The more I care about such things, the less I can come up with a suitable answer on this matter, and the gloomy temperament of my whole person seems to have climbed higher. Long Haoyu noticed Long Xingyu's entangled look at this time. Regarding Long Haoyu's entangled appearance at this time, he had no idea of explaining it. The so-called senior back then was originally a person he made up, or it could be said to be the shadow instructor, or it could be said to be himself. When he truly grows up, he will definitely deal with the demon god emperor, and he will definitely resolve the 6,000-year-old dispute between humans and demons in the Holy Demon Continent. He still thinks that he is very professional when it comes to beheading his grandfather. At the moment, but it's just for a temporary guest appearance as an old-timer for something like this, and there's still plenty of room for maneuver. Long Haochen saw that Long Haoyu had no intention of continuing to talk about the old senior in his mouth, so he suppressed all curiosity in his heart and did not ask about this matter. His eyes met with Long Haoyu's, and he also saw the curiosity in his brother's eyes. In the end, he just sighed quietly in his heart. That's all. Since Haoyu doesn't want to say anything, it's better not to pursue further questions on this matter. For specific matters, let's take it one step at a time. Since the old man Haoyu mentioned can say what he said today, he can also give old man Chen and others some clever tips. At least, that old man should be on the same side as our human race. It would be inappropriate to continue investigating this matter. Long Haochen whispered these things in his heart and suppressed all the thoughts of investigating this matter after he had just decided to return to the holy city. Strong people usually have their own aloofness. If you let a strong person, and can name a strong person who can take action against the demon god emperor, and a strong person who is very confident. If someone investigates it secretly, there will definitely be a lot of dissatisfaction. Regarding these matters, Long Haochen carefully weighed all the pros and cons. Long Xingyu didn't have so many worries, seeing the expression between Long Haoyu's brows. His face was even more twisted and unseemly. Haoyu, this kid, he probably knows that I am very curious about this matter, but he just doesn't say anything. He really wants to make me curious about this kind of thing. Long Xingyu was very uneasy, he was itching but he didn't know how to ask about this matter first. Long Haochen noticed Long Xingyu's appearance at this time, frowned, and said in a deep voice, "Xingyu, we have solved the matter of the exorcism pass, it's time to go back. Only Tianyan is in charge of Yulong Pass, so it is not very stable. You should return to Yulong Pass as soon as possible. In recent days, the demon god emperor has been coming frequently, so we must not relax at Yulong Pass. Always be prepared for the attacks of the demons." Long Xingyu came back to his senses and nodded seriously. "I will go to Yulong Pass right away, but before leaving, I still." Taking a deep breath, Long Xingyu walked up to Long Haoyu. The corners of Long Haoyu's mouth twitched slightly. Seeing Long Xingyu's appearance, he knew what Long Xingyu was planning even with his eyes closed. Haoyu, you have been talking about that old man in your mouth for many years. When I went to Odin Town to teach you in Haochen, you mentioned such an old senior. Who is this old man? Long Xingyu asked these questions in a deep voice, his eyes becoming much more serious. Although Long Haoyu said it was inconvenient to talk more about this kind of thing, he could no longer completely suppress his curiosity. When Long Haochen and Long Haoyu saw Long Xingyu asking this question, they did not stop them. It was not convenient for them to continue asking more questions about this kind of matter. But Long Xingyu was different. As Long Haoyu's father, Long Xingyu was the perfect person to ask about this kind of matter. Both of them pricked up their ears, wondering if Long Xingyu had a way to find out the reason for this kind of thing. Long Haoyu saw all this in his eyes and couldn't help but feel amused. The two Mr. Yang are really interesting. It's not convenient for me to ask these things, but as soon as my cheap dad started asking, everyone's ears pricked up. Looking like this, you are really extremely curious about this old man I call you. Maybe it's also because of other things I said just now. It seems that I just said that the old man will take action when necessary. I guess in the eyes of these two old men, someone who can confidently take action against my grandfather must be extraordinary. However, they probably wouldn't have guessed that I was guest starring as the old-timer I made up. Long Haoyu thought to himself and silently complained about the two old men Long Haochen and Long Haoyu. Finally, his eyes fell on Long Xingyu. The old man didn't let me tell him his name, so there's no need to ask me. No matter how you ask me, I won't tell you. Long Haoyu replied calmly. Grandpa Yang also said just now that you still need to return to Yulong Pass. The demons in Yulong Pass will also be dishonest. At the same time, Mother has been waiting for you at Yulong Pass. It's time for you to go back and stay with Mother. The corner of Long Xingyu's mouth twitched. You kid, can't you tell me these things even if I am your father? No matter what, I should know which senior is teaching my son. Long Haoyu disagreed. Hearing Long Xingyu say this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of contempt in his heart. What Long Xingyu said was useful to Long Haochen, but it had no effect on him here. He has a clear conscience in his heart. Currently, in his heart, this cheap dad has never treated him and Long Haochen as real sons. It is undoubtedly a fool's errand to try to make him fall into it with such words. But, seeing Long Xingyu asking like this, he also understood a little in his heart that he would not tell the reason for this matter. Long Xingyu's character would not let this matter go easily. He let out a heavy breath. Long Haoyu's frown slowly relaxed, and he looked hesitant. It's definitely not possible to name him, but you are so curious about the identity of that old man. I will ask the old man later. When the time is right, he will come out and meet you. Satisfy all your curiosity. Chapter 313. Question mark. When the time is right, will he show up to meet you? Long Xingyu was slightly surprised by Long Haoyu's answer, and looked at Long Haoyu with a serious expression on his eyebrows. I stared at Long Haoyu for a long time, and saw that Long Haoyu had the same expression as before and had no intention of continuing, which made me feel itchy. Long Haoyu saw that Long Xingyu was still planning to continue asking, and said again, the most I can do is this, so please don't continue to ask. Everyone always has some secrets. If all these secrets are revealed, they will no longer be secrets. Long Xingyu, hearing the underlying meaning of Long Haoyu's words, all the words were stuck in his throat, and he didn't know whether he should continue speaking. Long Haochen also saw Long Haoyu's determination, and said in a calm and powerful voice, Xingyu, since Haoyu has said so, you should not use your identity to continue to put pressure on Haoyu. Haoyu is indeed right, everyone has their own secrets. If all these secrets are revealed, they cannot be regarded as secrets. You should be lucky that Haoyu can have such an old senior to teach him. It is definitely very beneficial to Haoyu. Don't continue to ask. If you accidentally cut off these opportunities for Haoyu, it will not be good for Haoyu. Not a good thing. Long Haoyu's words may not have any effect, but Long Haochen's words at this time are very effective. After being reminded forcibly, Long Xingyu became much more depressed and gave up the idea of continuing to ask questions. That's all. Since you don't want to say anything, Dad won't ask any more questions. In the days that follow, pay more attention to your own situation, and don't slack off in your cultivation. There are still many important things to do at Yulong Pass, so I will go back first. Long Xingyu sighed softly and took one step outside the Assassin's Temple headquarters. The next second, a golden stream of light pierced the sky and headed towards the direction of Yulong Pass. Long Haochen and Long Haoyu looked at Long Xingyu's emotional loss of control in silence, and shook their heads helplessly. They were indeed a little disappointed that Long Xingyu couldn't ask anything, but they expected all this. After all, if they could tell, Long Haoyu would definitely tell them, and there was no need for them to ask. Only, Long Xingyu's failure in emotional management was beyond their expectations. After Wei Wei lamented about Long Xingyu, Long Haochen said to Long Haoyu again, "Haoyu, let's go back first. I'll wait for your return in 2 months in the Holy City." Haoyu understands, I would like to send you to Grandpa's Yang. Long Haochen and Long Haoyu looked at each other, and both of them walked towards the outside. They also turned into 2 streams of light and returned towards the Holy City with the 12 fine gold base knights. In the huge Assassin Temple headquarters, only Shang Yu and Shui Zisheng, the 2 top leaders of the Assassin Temple, were left. Shui Zisheng looked at Long Haoyu and Sheng Yu with a somewhat complicated expression, and the space beside him twisted and disappeared. Sheng Yu felt Shui Zisheng's mood, and he was also a little depressed. Originally, Shui Zisheng and Shui Zisheng had planned to force Long Haoyu to get their Assassin Temple, but this time the Night Temple showed a protective heart. After talking about it, he and Shui Zisheng were both a little scared. Regarding the determination shown by the Knight's Temple this time, they still don't understand that they have actually done such a thing. The possibility of the Assassin Temple being exposed is as high as 120%. The determination that was finally firmed up was stillborn, and no one was happy. Shang Yu sighed quietly in her heart, suppressed these unnecessary thoughts, and gently patted Long Haoyu on the shoulder. "Haoyu, now that the current matters have been resolved, you can go back and practice hard. Great-grandfather, I see that your previous battles were all forcibly enhanced by your sword, but you haven't broken through to the 6th level yet. Strive to break through to the 6th level as soon as possible. This will definitely improve your strength greatly. After all, the 6th level is also one of the thresholds for your knights. After you condense the spiritual orifice, your strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. But when it comes to breakthroughs, remember to guard against arrogance and impetuosity." Buzz. The golden spiritual wings instantly unfolded from behind Long Haoyu. Long Haoyu replied very calmly, "Great-grandfather, I have completed the breakthrough to the 6th level, but I still want to thank you for your teachings, great-grandfather." Holy moon. For a moment, Sheng Yu felt like she was completely lost. What did I just say? Am I telling this kid Haoyu about breaking through as a son of light in the Knight's Temple? With 100 points of innate spiritual power, it is impossible to be stressed when breaking through with such a talent. Sheng Yu was so depressed that she wanted to vomit blood, and Huyu didn't understand why she accidentally told Long Haoyu to go back to practice. Just saying these things, you actually asked Long Haoyu to guard against arrogance and impetuosity in matters of cultivation, in order to achieve an early breakthrough. At this moment, Sheng Yu felt her heart go cold. It turns out there has been a breakthrough, but my great-grandfather was a little careless. Now that you have completed the breakthrough, you can go back and continue to lay a solid foundation. The spiritual aperture has just been condensed. You will definitely need to draw spiritual power from it for subsequent battles. Get used to it and strive to reach a higher level. Sheng Yu forced herself to calm down and gave another pretentious warning. Long Haoyu nodded. "Thank you, great-grandfather, for your advice. I will go back first." "Go." Sheng Yu waved her hand. Long Haoyu turned and left, but when he walked to the door, Sheng Yu's voice sounded again. "By the way, Haoyu, Kair has placed her whole heart on you. Great-grandfather, I don't object to what's going on between you, but you have to remind Kair all the time and don't let her slack off in her spiritual practice because of love. You have seen what has happened recently. It is not the true ruthlessness of my great-grandfather, but the world, but our human alliance, which needs truly strong men to stand up to heaven and earth." Shang Yu looked at Long Haoyu's back and warned him very worriedly. For some reason, he was worried that Kair would give up her practice because of love affairs. If a good saint of reincarnation delays her final practice because of these things, that is definitely not something that the Assassin Temple, or even the entire human alliance, wants to see. Long Haoyu sensed Shang Yu's emotions and replied in a deep voice, great-grandfather, please rest assured about this. Before I came here, Kair had already broken through to the 6th level. Chapter 314, 85.3%. Quote. Shang Yu stared at Long Haoyu's back in stunned silence. Listening clearly to Long Haoyu's answer, an indescribable feeling suddenly raged in his heart. Worried that Long Haoyu was not strong enough, he told Long Haoyu to practice hard to make a breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, Long Haoyu showed his spiritual wings. Long Haoyu didn't need to worry anymore. He continued to worry about his great-granddaughter, for fear that her love affairs would affect her spiritual practice and ultimately live up to her status as the saint of reincarnation and her innate talent of 100 points of spiritual power. But I never thought. From Long Haoyu, I heard this answer. Although this was a very surprising answer, Shengyu found that she could not feel better at this time. I'm so depressed. Shengyu felt very uncomfortable, and suddenly there were many words stuck in her throat and she didn't know how to say them. After taking several breaths in a row, Shengyu calmed down a little bit. Did Kair also achieve a breakthrough? It's good to have a breakthrough. Great-grandfather, I was worried that Kair's love affairs would eventually affect her cultivation. But you should remember what my great-grandfather said to you just now, practice well after you go back, and also tell Kair not to forget to consolidate your own foundation. Shang Yu tried her best to present herself as a senior expert, forcing herself not to be too disgraceful on the spot, and waved her hand so that Long Haoyu could leave. Long Haoyu responded and left from here neatly, heading straight back to the location of Yiying camp. Watching Long Haoyu leave, Sheng Yu's hand behind her back almost pinched red. A 6th level knight who is less than 15 years old, a 6th level assassin who is less than 15 years old, Haoyu and Kair really gave it to them. What a big surprise for me. Under normal circumstances, Kair shouldn't have been able to break through to the 6th level so quickly. Is it because of Haoyu's influence that she accomplished the breakthrough so quickly? Thinking thoughtfully about this matter, a superb light slowly appeared in Shengyu's eyes. The other side, Long Haoyu returned to the first camp neatly. Long Haochen, Lin Xin and others all focused their attention on Long Haoyu. Brother, do you know everything? Long Haochen asked. Long Haoyu hummed. I already know, but it's just a matter of the team competition ending early in the demon hunting group selection competition. I was trying to keep my brother out of my way before, so you really are the right one. Long Haochen scratched his head. This matter has a huge impact, so I don't dare to tell my brother about it. Okay, there's no such thing as overtaking one's work and not overtaking one's work. We are brothers and there shouldn't be such an idea. Long Haoyu patted Long Haochen's shoulder gently and continued, you have been waiting for me here. Do you want to see what I will do after knowing these things? Long Haochen nodded firmly. He really had this idea at this time. The same is true for Lin Xin and others. Everyone's eyes are filled with curiosity about the arrangements for what will happen next. Seeing that Long Haoyu didn't speak immediately, Lin Xin couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart and asked, Boss, since the team competition has been terminated early, we can't leave the exorcism level to continue hunting the demons. It seems that the next 2 months it's a bit difficult. We can't spend the next 2 months meditating in the camp, right? Sima Xian and Wang Yuanyuan were speechless, but there was obviously a trace of violent blood in their bodies. They didn't want to meditate and practice quietly like that. They wanted to really fight the demons. As Long Haoyu's retinue knight, Li Xin's presence has actually been very low since she joined the number 1 sergeant level demon hunting group. Seeing Long Haoyu's silent look at this time, he recalled Long Haoyu's previous performances in the Haoyu branch hall. Brother Haoyu, are you weighing the arrangements for the next thing? You have arrangements in mind, but you haven't completely finalized these ideas yet. Li Xin asked. Long Haoyu hummed. Sister Exener, I do have an arrangement in mind, and I am indeed weighing this aspect of the matter. Brother Haoyu, we are all members of a demon hunting group now. What trade-offs you have can be shared together and we will all analyze them, Li Xin suggested. As soon as this statement came out, everyone immediately recognized it, and they all waited for Long Haoyu to express his thoughts. Seeing everyone's behavior, Long Haoyu gradually firmed up his thoughts. Haochen, please tell Sister Exener and the others what happened to us when we followed the Palace Master and the others to the demon land this time. I think they all want to know what happened after we penetrated deep into the demonic land. Long Haochen was a little embarrassed, but he knew that going to scare the demons this time did not have the desired effect, and it even related to the face of the Knight's Temple, including the face of the human race. So these things have never been mentioned, but now that Long Haoyu has given such instructions, I suddenly feel a little confused about where to start. Haochen, tell me, Long Haoyu said again. Sister Exener is right, we are all one, there is no need to hide these things. All right, Long Haochen agreed and slowly told all the things he encountered during his trip to the demonic land. Including Long Haochen and others frightening of the three demon gods, including Long Xingyu's killing move against Abao, and finally the demon god emperor's return. He even told everything about how Long Xingyu was finally pressed and rubbed by the demon god emperor, trying to restore everything as much as possible. Including at the end, when the demon god emperor proposed conditions, Long Haochen also said everything that he had to agree to. After everything was told, Li Xin and others felt that the pressure on each of them was inexplicably heavier. From the words spoken by Long Haochen, they could feel the truth about the weakness of the human race, and they could also feel the aggrievedness in Long Haochen's heart when he agreed to the demon god emperor's conditions. Even they themselves are now letting these things affect their emotions. Brother Haoyu, you asked Brother Haochen to tell us this, probably because you want us to clearly feel the gap between us and the demons. And all of this should be the foreshadowing of what you will arrange for us next, so what exactly do you want to arrange next? Li Xin took a deep breath and asked again. As Li Xin asked, everyone's eyes focused on Long Haoyu. Including Kair, who was looking at Long Haoyu with very doubtful eyes at this time. In the dark, it always felt like Long Haoyu was making very extraordinary arrangements and decisions. Chapter 315. Long Haoyu took a deep breath. Facing everyone's gaze, Li Xin's expression became very solemn. As everyone guessed, he did have a plan in mind that he would need to arrange for everyone in the next 2 months. There was still some hesitation at first. But at this time, after seeing the determined look in Li Xin's eyes, the thoughts in his heart were completely solidified at this moment. The demon god emperor came twice, and each time he came, it had a huge impact on the battle situation. Absolute strength is the key to supporting the demon god emperor in doing all these things. As for the one soldier level demon hunting group, the demon hunting group he commanded would definitely be very dangerous in the future missions with his presence. If the strength of Li Xin, Lin Xin and Sima Xian cannot keep up, they may encounter unpredictable dangers when performing tasks. When that time comes, you will really regret it. In order to avoid that happening, he believed it was necessary to make corresponding changes. Sister Exener, you are right. I am indeed paving the way for what will happen next. Now that you are all ready, I will express my thoughts directly. Long Haoyu took a deep breath and said, now, not everyone in our demon hunting group has broken through to the 5th level, but Kair and I have both broken through to the 6th level. So at present, the strength of our number 1 sergeant level demon hunting group is very polarized. In order to prevent this gap from getting wider and wider, I have formulated the next task. Next, I will exchange with Kair, and we will maintain your special training 1 day at a time, so as to avoid this situation from happening to the greatest extent. Question mark. Li Xin and everyone were a little confused. For a moment, I couldn't realize the meaning of what Long Haoyu said. Lin Xin was the first to react and swallowed hard. Boss, the special training you are talking about is not that you and the eldest sister are giving a special training, right? According to this special training method, we can ensure that we can still be familiar with the battle without going to fight with the demons outside the exorcism level. At the same time, in this way, we continue to squeeze our own potential, and ultimately achieve the effect of improvement and breakthrough. As soon as these words came out, Li Xin and others locked their eyes on Long Haoyu. Lin Xin's words aroused their curiosity, and they could vaguely understand the meaning of Long Haoyu's words. But there was one thing that I didn't understand at the moment. We are all teammates, and it is impossible to guarantee that the battle between each other will reach the level of fighting against the demons. It's like the individual competition in the demon hunting group selection competition. Everyone competes against each other, but after they finally admit defeat, it's all over. It can be said that this kind of battle in the real fight with the demons always lacks something. In a fight with the demons, the slightest carelessness will cost you your life, but it is impossible to achieve this effect in a fight with each other. Lin Xin is right. The special training I am talking about is that Kair and I will complete the special training for you. Kair and I are your opponents. Of course, I also understand what you are worried about at this time. You think that such special training cannot achieve the gains of fighting against the demons. So, in this special training, Kair and I will only ensure that you can still survive. In other aspects, Kair and I will attack you to the greatest extent. After this, how much improvement you can achieve during special training depends on how long you can persist. Long Haoyu replied in a deep voice. This time, he changed the plan based on his experience in the shadow space. After all, this is the real world, and it is impossible for him to apply all the rules of the shadow space to Lin Xin and others. In the shadow space, he can be resurrected on the spot after death, but it is definitely impossible for people like Lin Xin to have such an effect. So, this special training, ensuring that one life is still alive, is the biggest change he can make. Fuck, boss, you are really crazy. Lin Xin's expression changed. He understood the dangers contained in the special training that Long Haoyu mentioned. Whether it is Long Haoyu or Kair, they are both the Emperor's proud sons who can fight against the 6th level demons without breaking through to the 6th level. Now, both of them have truly broken through to the 6th level, and then they can really take action. And what Long Haoyu said about special training was just to ensure that he was still alive, and he would definitely give his best in other aspects. The taste must be very sour and refreshing, right? I'm not crazy. The improvement in meditating over the next 2 months will definitely not be as rapid as this method. After my careful decision, this is the best way to improve. Long Haoyu replied very firmly, holding a very positive attitude on this matter. When Kair saw Long Haoyu's determined look at this time, a trace of light surged in her eyes, and her apricot lips under the black gauze opened and closed slightly. Haoyu, is the full force you are talking about the real full force? Quote. It's just to ensure that they can survive, but in other aspects, can they attack at all costs? Even if they can't get out of bed for several months. Long Haoyu twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, shook his head and said, if we just make them unable to get out of bed for a few months, I can do it during the special training for them tomorrow, but it won't do much for them. Improvement. So, we must use all our strength, but we must ensure that they can save one life and still be able to fight the next day. As long as these two factors can be guaranteed, we can fully utilize all other aspects and train them under the greatest pressure. When Kair heard this, the exquisite light in her eyes completely surged out. After receiving Long Haoyu's affirmation, I already agreed with Long Haoyu's arrangement in my heart. However, after a moment of determination, he pondered again, what we assassins have always pursued is to kill with one hit. Such special training may be a bit difficult for me. However, I will try my best to ensure that they will have fighting capacity for the next day, and I will try not to destroy them directly. After saying these words, Kair showed a hint of embarrassment. Long Haoyu's arrangement was indeed a bit challenging for her. Killing with one hit is definitely not a problem, but it can ensure that one life is left behind, and the strength to fight the next day is indeed. Long Haoyu saw Kair's dilemma and gave Kair an encouraging look. However, just such an encouraging look in everyone's eyes made Lin Xin and others' scalps start to feel numb. Boss, eldest sister, you are really not human beings. Chapter 316, 85.9%. 2 months passed in a blink of an eye. In the camp, screams could be heard from time to time. Because Long Haoyu planned to conduct special training for Lin Xin and others, he specially asked the battalion commander to designate an area for the battle. So in such an area, screams became the main theme every day. Except for being able to calm down a little at night, during the day it was a complete torture for the other soldiers around the camp. Gao Yingji has been watching all this secretly, watching the special training that Long Haoyu and Kair gave Lin Xin and others over the past 2 months. To put it bluntly, even an old man like him, who had fought in the demon battlefield for many years, felt his scalp was numb. Haoyu, the special training given to them is really. If you continue with this intensity of special training, it will be difficult not to become a strong person. Gao Yingji was very emotional. Seeing Long Haoyu taking Lin Xin and others to the training ground again, he showed up and walked out. Haoyu, the training can end here. 2 months have passed, it's time to get ready and return to the holy city. Gao Yingji walked to Long Haoyu's side and said in a deep voice. Long Haoyu has actually been counting the time silently in his heart, and naturally he also knows that today is the day when the term expires. In response to Gao Yingji's arrangement, he immediately said to Kair, the special training will end here. We can return to the holy city. Kair hummed. According to the one-person-a-day approach, she was the one to conduct special training for everyone today. With Long Haoyu's arrangement, he had no intention of continuing special training. Lin Xin and others were relieved when they saw that Kair had no idea to continue the special training. Including Chen Yinger, everyone looked miserable at this time. Within 2 months, except for the 2 special training instructors, Long Haoyu and Kair, there were no more special training instructors in the number 1 sergeant level demon hunting group. No one else was spared. A bruised nose or a swollen face has always been a special sight that everyone encounters every day. The 2 months are finally up. If I continue to train like this, I feel like I will be completely useless. Chen Yinger said with emotion. Wang Yuanyuan smiled. Yinger, you know how to exaggerate. The boss and Kair are training like this because they are kind to us. Chen Yinger said. Sister Yuan, I know, but before you say this, do you want to see if your eyes are still swollen? Wang Yuanyuan, you girl, you know how to talk a lot. Long Haoyu watched the conversations among his teammates with a slight smile on his face. It seems that everyone is complaining, but in fact, deep down they have other thoughts. After all, they are all comrades who can trust each other's back. Not long after, Long Haoyu led everyone to get ready and followed Gao Yingji to the headquarters of the Assassin's Temple. When Long Haoyu and the others arrived, the other 9 demon hunting groups were also in place. The leaders of the 9 demon hunting groups were at the front of their respective teams when they saw Gao Yingji and Long Haoyu coming with the number 1 night level demon hunting group. Every one of them showed a look of astonishment. Not for anything else, but because no one in the current number 1 demon hunting group, except Long Haoyu and Kair, looks like a normal person. Wang Yuanyuan, with big dark circles under his eyes, had obviously been beaten directly. Chen Yinger also has bulging bulges on her baby face. It's not normal baby fat, it's really swollen, and there's even a mark from the blade of a sword on her face. The situation of Li Xin, Lin Xin, Sima Xian and Long Haochen was also very tragic at this time, and there was always a swollen spot. But, even though they looked miserable, the aura on each person's body was much more powerful. Under the squeezing special training, everyone in the know. 1 demon hunting group has now broken through to the 5th level. The huge improvement is obvious to all. Lao Gao, why do you feel that the demon hunting group you lead has improved so much in the past 2 months? The leader of the demon hunting group asked curiously. Gao Yingji thought about what happened in the past 2 months, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Don't ask, you won't learn the method even if you ask. Lao Gao, you are being rude and don't want to share, are you? Gao Yingji rolled his eyes. It's not that you don't want to share, it's that you really can't learn. Haoyu and Kair have both broken through the 6th level, so they have been giving special training to others in the past 2 months. As he spoke, Gao Yingji told everything about the past 2 months. After the leaders of several demon hunting groups learned about the special training method, they suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Gao Yingji looked at the reactions of several colleagues and smiled helplessly, looking at Long Haoyu and others who were listening to the speech of Sheng Yu, the master of the Assassin Temple. At the same time, Holy Spirit Heart, the military commander of the Exorcist Pass, also had something to say. About half an hour passed before the 10 demon hunting groups heard all these things, and everyone returned to their respective leaders. Okay, this is the end of the team competition for this 3-month demon hunting group selection competition. Next, I will take you back to the Holy City. If you have other things to deal with, I will give you half a day to deal with them. We will meet outside the city after half a day. Do you understand? Gao Yingji's eyes swept over Long Haoyu and everyone, and the leaders of many other demon hunting groups also said the same to the demon hunting groups they led. After saying these words, Gao Yingji and the other 9 team leaders headed out of the city, preparing to return to the Holy City. Long Haoyu watched Gao Yingji leave, his eyes became very solemn, and he was still looking forward to what happened next when he returned to the Holy City. After all, if there weren't too many accidents, there no 1 demon hunting group would still follow the same path. However, on this same road, many other things will be added. The demon god emperor is the grandfather, and Abao is the uncle. These 2 people will definitely not give up their attention to him and Long Haochen. And under such attention, even the path that is well understood will definitely usher in many changes. Long Haoyu knew very well that his grandfather was the emperor of the demon clan and held a high position. He might not make many changes, but his Uncle Abao would definitely not do the same. And as long as Uncle Abao continues to do something, then after returning to the Holy City, there no one demon hunting group will be able to start performing tasks independently. The truly exciting days will follow, and at that time, their number 1 sergeant level demon hunting group will also usher in a real battle. A life and death fight. Chapter 317. 10 days later. Holy City, Holy League Conference Hall. Long Haoyu and all the members of the No. 1 soldier level demon hunting group are sitting here. In addition to them, people like Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi took their seats here with their respective demon hunting groups. In 3 months, everyone in the 10 demon hunting groups had a look of determination on their faces. Compared with the childish look on their faces when they left the Holy City, there was an earth-shaking change. On the seats directly opposite them, Han Qian, the paladin commander of the Knights Temple, Ying Sufeng, the Knight Lord of the Assassin Temple, Wo Kuang, the director of the Quasian Temple of the Warrior Temple, and Ruo Shui, the master of the Priest Temple's Sacrifice Hall, Lin Chen, the leader of the Magic Temple's Magic Group, and San Shui, the leader of the Spiritual Fantasy Hall of the Soul Temple. At this time, the 6 deputy temple masters of the 6 major temples looked at Long Haoyu and many other new members of the demon hunting group with gentle expressions. Gao Yingji, let's start the report, Han Qian said to Gao Yingji. Gao Yingji took a deep breath and said, Gao Yingji, leader of the No. 1 soldier-level demon hunting group, has been ordered to report. The 10 new demon hunting groups have successfully completed their trial tasks. They have been fully recognized by the Exorcist Pass military, received high evaluations, and performed well. They are allowed to complete the trial. Han Qian hummed, nodded and said, thank you for your hard work, 10 team leaders. Please come back. Gao Yingji beat his chest with his right hand, completed the knight's ceremony again, and then returned to see the second row. Han Qian's eyes fell on Long Haoyu and others, and finally began to read. Since this trial has been successfully completed, the merit ranking of the team competition will be announced from this point on. Han Qian's voice was deep and powerful, and he read out all the rankings of the 10 demon hunting groups in this team competition from low to high. There were no surprises. The number 1 sergeant level demon hunting group led by Long Haoyu still ranked first. Hearing that his demon hunting group won first place, Long Haoyu showed a relatively calm mood, but Lin Xin, Sima Xian and others couldn't help but tighten their fists. Yang Wenjiao, Duan Yi, Lu Shi and others all cast envious glances at Long Haoyu and his party, especially after hearing that the first place was rewarded with 1,000 merit points. However, under the envious gazes of several people at this moment, there was also a hint of admiration. Long Haoyu's eyes met the gazes of several people, and he understood everything very clearly in his heart. This trip to the Exorcist Pass, whether it was the military number 1 mission or the subsequent defense battle at the Exorcist Pass, the performance of the No. 1 demon hunting group at the sergeant level has always been the most dazzling, and there is nothing that can be questioned about winning the final first place. The announcement of the rankings is over. Do the leaders of the demon hunting groups have any objections? Han Qian asked in a deep voice after finishing the announcement of the rankings. Long Haoyu was speechless, and Yang Wenjiao, Duan Yi, Lu Shi and others were speechless. Han Qian took all this into consideration. Since no one has any objections to this ranking, I declare that the team competition of the demon hunting group selection competition is officially over. From now on, you will all go your separate ways, and you will all embark on your own journey. I wish you smooth sailing in the future. After hearing this, Long Haoyu and others stood up and saluted Han Qian and other deputy hall masters of the 6 major temples. At the same time, Yang Wenjiao and others also expressed congratulations to Long Haoyu. It was not until half an hour later that Long Haoyu brought all the members of the No. 1 soldier-level demon hunting group to one of the forbidden areas in the Holy City, which was a small area near the mission tower of the demon hunting group. This is the home of the demon hunting group, an area surrounded by green trees and shrubs. It enjoys very independent confidentiality. Even leaders of the Holy Alliance cannot easily enter as long as they do not belong here. At this time, Gao Yingji was standing in front of Long Haoyu and others, looking at Long Haoyu and others solemnly. This is my last meeting for you. My task of leading the team has been completed. From today on, I will no longer be your team leader. After leaving this time, I will no longer be eligible to continue to enter this area. Haoyu, regarding the promotion route of the demon hunting group, including all the situations of your number 1 demon hunting group, I have analyzed it for you on the way back. Please tell me what you think. Everyone was speechless and all looked at Long Haochen. During this team competition trip, although Long Haochen didn't really do many of the things a team leader should do, he had already become the backbone of the number 1 sergeant level demon hunting team. Especially in the last 2 months of special training, I admired Long Haochen even more. Seeing that everyone was focusing on him, Long Haochen frowned and said, "Leader, my idea is to use the existing merit points to upgrade the demon hunting group to the general level. Because of this team competition trip, all of us have broken through to the 5th level, and Kyer and I have broken through to the 6th level. Ordinary sergeant level characters will be very limited for us to improve, so being promoted to general level will be of greater help to us in terms of general level tasks. Although the existing merit points can make all of us stronger, there will definitely be a lot of vacuum periods in the future to accumulate merit points, which may have the opposite effect. So, I think that our no. 1 demon hunting group can be a little poorer for the time being and complete the upgrade of the demon hunting group first. Then we will definitely gain more merit points." Listening to what Long Haochen said, everyone frowned and pondered the feasibility of Long Haoyu's opinions. Gao Yingji was silent at this time, maintaining a dignified expression, and looked at Long Haochen thoughtfully. "Haoyu, why do you have such an opinion? These are the basis for such a judgment. Yes, after you upgrade to general level, you will naturally be able to receive better missions. In other words, if you do this kind of thing and go to sea for a long voyage, the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish we catch will definitely be sold. Similarly, generals will be more dangerous, but for us, it can bring a more absolute and greater improvement. Furthermore, after upgrading to general level, each of us can also get a choice of secret skills, which can also improve our strength, so it is a sure profit choice." Long Haochen replied with a sonorous and powerful voice, and his tone became much calmer. When he mentioned that the no. 1 soldier level demon hunting group was to be upgraded to a general level demon hunting group, the look in his eyes became much firmer. The whole person seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes at this time, even higher than the vigor he showed when he was in the exorcism pass. He looked at Gao Yingji with firm eyes without any evasion. Every word, every action, every move affirmed the answer he gave at this time, and the analysis he had on this answer. The general level demon hunting group and their number 1 sergeant level demon hunting group have been upgraded. They also accepted the general level mission. Chapter 318. Gao Yingji was very surprised. Seeing Long Haoyu's unflinching gaze at this time, a soft color slowly appeared on his unsmiling face. After carefully considering these analyses of Long Haochen, my opinion of Long Haochen has improved to a higher level. He is the leader of the newly promoted demon hunting group. In principle, he will not interfere with the final choice of the team he leads, so he will let Long Haochen make the choice. But in fact, deep down in his heart, he still hopes that Long Haochen will complete the upgrade of the general level demon hunting group. Facts have proved that Long Haochen did not disappoint him and indeed chose to give a very firm answer on this matter. Lin Xin and others were speechless, but everyone's eyes were filled with enthusiasm at this time. Long Haoyu's words spoke to them with enthusiasm and excitement, as if they all felt the great future ahead. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. This metaphor is really vivid. The existence of the demon hunting group is to carry out a series of dangerous missions. If you just want to stay in your comfort zone, there is no need to participate in the so-called demon hunting group selection competition. Since you have chosen such a path, you must choose the most exciting one, otherwise you will really feel sorry for your status as a member of the demon hunting group. The analysis is good. This choice is indeed the most suitable for you. Now that you have decided, then go and work hard in this direction. Although you have only participated in the team competition for a month this time, the total merit you have obtained in this month is enough to be promoted to the general level demon hunting team. Go to the demon hunting mission tower to complete the upgrade of your demon hunting group. I hope to see the birth of another titled demon hunting group in the future. I hope more demon gods can die in your hands. Gao Yingji was silent for a long time, and finally replied in a low voice, with his eyes confirming Long Haoyu's decision on this matter. The night level demon hunting group is just the starting point, and the general level is just an advanced version. There are higher levels waiting for Long Haochen and the others. Having such ambitions now is undoubtedly the greatest help for the future. People's hearts cannot be completely devoid of effort. Sufficient hard work is the source of motivation to reach the top. Leader, we won't let you down. Long Haoyu replied firmly. By then, we will definitely kill enough demon gods. Gao Yingji patted Long Haoyu's shoulder heavily, looked at everyone again, and then left from here neatly. The departing back is like a mountain. Watching Gao Yingji leave from the demon hunting group area, Long Haoyu led everyone to the demon hunting group mission tower to complete the upgrade of the general level demon hunting group. After struggling for a while, looking at the medals in their hands, Long Haoyu's eyes had a brilliant light. Lin Xin and others also had a superb light in their eyes at this time. Boss, our upgrade speed is too efficient. We have just completed the team competition and have already become a general level demon hunting group. If we can continue to upgrade at this rate, it really won't take long for us to become a title level demon hunting group. Long Haoyu smiled and said nothing. Seeing that everyone had great enthusiasm for the future, he exhaled heavily. Okay, let's see what happens in the future step by step. Now that we have completed the upgrade of the demon hunting group, we will distribute the 6 secret skills in a unified manner. Haochen and Sister Exener are both my knights. They did not receive any secret skill rewards, but they are both members of our demon hunting group. So, I plan to transfer my share of the secret skill reward to Haochen, and Kair's secret skill reward to Sister Shiner. I wonder if you have any objections. Long Haoyu and Kair touched each other, and after reading the thoughts in each other's eyes, they made such an announcement in a deep voice. He and Kair, one was a 6-path spiritual furnace and the other was a reincarnation spiritual furnace. In fact, the secret skills between the two were not lacking at all. Long Haochen and Li Xin joined their demon hunting group as retinue knights, so they couldn't favor one over the other. Lin Xin and others saw that Long Haoyu was arranging this, and Kair also agreed to the matter, so they did not raise any objections, and even redistributed their secret skill rewards. While discussing these matters, Long Haoyu returned to the villa with everyone, unlike everyone who was immersed in the joy after the demon hunting group was upgraded to the general level. At this time, Long Haoyu looked with deep eyebrows in the direction of the mission tower of the demon hunting group that had just left. After the demon hunting group becomes a general, they can then take on the mission of exploring the Cave of Fear and Screaming. If the demon hunting group fails to upgrade today, after a few more days, this mission will probably not be available. We are a demon hunting group. Long Haoyu whispered in his heart that he was relatively clear about some of the tasks in the mission tower. At the same time, he also knew the opportunities that came with exploring the Cave of Fear and Sorrow. At present, this mission is still a general level mission, and their demon hunting group is still qualified to accept it. However, if the person who issued the mission comes back in a few more days, this mission will be upgraded to a king level mission. At that time, they can only stare at this mission and worry about it. The level of the demon hunting group is not enough, and there is no hope of taking on such a mission. Brother, what do you seem to be thinking about? At this time, Long Haochen came to Long Haoyu's side and asked in a deep voice. Long Haoyu smiled slightly and said, "It's nothing, I'm just thinking about the mission we will take on later. We are now a general level demon hunting group, so naturally we need to take the mission into consideration. After all, we don't have many merit points now. If we don't take on some suitable tasks as soon as possible, the training of everyone in our demon hunting group will come to a halt. That is not in line with my decision to upgrade the demon hunting group to general level, original intention." Long Haochen listened thoughtfully, naturally understanding the meaning of Long Haoyu's words, but he looked at his eldest brother with a little doubt. After being together for many years, he had a feeling that his eldest brother seemed to be thinking about something, but he couldn't tell what it was. Long Haoyu noticed the condition of his little brother and did not explain too much. He just looked in the direction of the mission tower of the demon hunting group. Some things can be explained. Some things cannot be explained. The thing about the howling cave of fear is above the ladder. Instead of explaining this kind of thing, it is better to take down the task first and then talk about it. No one can have too many opportunities. Chapter 319. Demon Hunting Group Mission Tower, 2nd floor. This is where various demon hunting groups receive their missions. Each floor is the same size and has similar layouts, corresponding to sergeant level, general level, commander level, king level, emperor level, and title level demon hunting groups. Task. The 300 square meter hall is surrounded by 6 tall counters, representing killing missions, object finding missions, exploration missions, intelligence missions, war missions, and comprehensive missions. In this mission tower, most of the missions are aimed at the demons, and only a few have nothing to do with the demons. There are many good things here. As long as you have enough merit points in the trading center, you can buy many unexpected things. Long Haoyu's thoughts this time are not on the treasures in the trading center. Even if he wants to buy them now, he doesn't have enough merit points to squander them. After all, they are a newly promoted demon hunting group. Although they have gained a lot of merit points during their trip to the Exorcism Pass, 10,000 of them were used to upgrade the demon hunting group. Their group of general level hunter number 21 magic group. Although it did not reach the double-digit merit points of the demon hunting group that his little brother originally commanded, it was not too much, and there was definitely no way to squander it. After calming down his thoughts, Long Haoyu went straight to the exploratory mission counter to check out the missions. He remembered that the mission of the horrible Howling Cave was classified as an exploratory mission. After paying 10 points of merit, he patiently began to look at the many exploration tasks at the counter. Soon, Long Haoyu set his sights on the task of the horrible Howling Cave. Mission: explore the Howling Cave of Fear. Mission reward: 20,000 meritorious deeds. Mission danger: unknown. Seeing this mission, Long Haoyu had a faint smile on his lips. This mission is indeed still there, and everything is the same as in my memory. In this way, the opportunity in this mission can be said to be secure. Long Haoyu thought to himself, not even bothering to inquire specifically about the location of this mission. After having a title in mind, there is no need to continue to waste merit. After accepting the mission, all this is no secret. Hello, I have decided to accept this mission and explore the Cave of Fear and Sorrow. Long Haoyu took out his captain's token and walked straight towards the middle-aged man behind the counter. The middle-aged man is a service staff here. Looking at Long Haoyu's very small appearance, he showed a slightly surprised expression. The general level demon hunting group number 21 has accepted the mission, to explore the horror and Howling Cave. Mission reward: 20,000 meritorious service, no penalty for mission failure. No. 21 demon hunting group of general level, mission completed. The middle-aged man looked at the message that finally popped up in disbelief, and looked at Long Haoyu with an expression that looked like he was looking at a monster. Your demon hunting group has only completed 0 tasks. That's right, our demon hunting group is a new demon hunting group this year, so there is no mission to complete. Please help our demon hunting group accept this mission, Long Haoyu said very politely. This task is not easy. Are you sure you have thought about it? The middle-aged man asked again. Long Haoyu said firmly, thank you for reminding us, we will be careful. The mission has been successfully accepted for you. There will be the best planned route in the mission, but you will still encounter demons, so be careful. The middle-aged man continued, find a suitable general-level demon hunting group and share the mission. Although the final merits will be less, life-saving is the most important thing. Thanks, we'll find the right team to contribute. Long Haoyu continued to answer, everything went according to the middle-aged man's words. The mission tower of the demon hunting group does not mean that they can 100% accept whatever mission they decide to take. Once the staff believes that it is impossible for their demon hunting group to complete the corresponding task, they can refuse to release the task in order to ensure the safety of the demon hunting group. After all, the members of every demon hunting group are the elite among the elite. Although there will definitely be casualties during the execution of the mission, ensuring the safety of the demon hunting group to the greatest extent is also something the staff should pay attention to. Not long after, Long Haoyu returned to the villa area of the demon hunting group with the leader's token that registered the information. Soon, in the White Villa, Long Haochen and others watched Long Haoyu return and gathered around him. Boss, I heard that you went looking for a mission. Have you found a suitable mission? Lin Xin asked hurriedly. Our demon hunting group is really poor now. If we don't do some missions, I, the housekeeper, will not be able to do anything. I can't stand it anymore. Already found. As Long Haoyu spoke, he announced the mission of exploring the Howling Cave. Everyone's eyes were focused on the details of the mission. When they saw that the reward was 20,000 meritorious deeds, their eyes widened. Let's go, boss, the reward of 20,000 meritorious deeds. Can they not pass the mission tower? With so many meritorious deeds, how can we earn more? Lin Xin screamed strangely. Long Haoyu smiled. Rewards and risks coexist, so you can't be careless. I know, but boss, didn't you say that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish, and we can all understand the reward of 20,000 meritorious services? Lin Xin patted his chest and said, I never expected that after spending 10,000 merit points to upgrade the demon hunting group, there is now a mission with 20,000 merit points. I can definitely make my money back. Long Haoyu smiled and said nothing. He looked at Lin Xin's live treasure enlivening the atmosphere. His eyes fell on the details of the mission and he said secretly in his heart, the storm this time will indeed be quite big. Of course, the Tower of Eternity, the fish this time is also very impressive. Analyze these things thoughtfully. Long Haoyu continued to look at the best route planned in the mission details, and saw that it was mentioned above that he would pass through a city like Xingxun City. A superb light flashed in his eyes. According to our current time and heading to the demon land after resting, we should be able to match the time in our memory. That being said, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the day when the UI merchant group returns to the demon clan. Then it seems that I can see my aunt during this mission. Long Haoyu murmured in his heart. Thinking about these things, the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more obvious. During the trip to the Exorcism Pass, I had a few good meetings with Abao's uncle, and even fought with him several times, and even had a special visit from that grandpa. This time, the mission was to meet the aunt again, as well as the moon demon god's daughter. I have to say, it's really interesting. Chapter 320. A few days later, Xingxun City is a very special city. Long Haoyu led his team and rushed towards this location after setting off from the holy city. This is a very special territory, but it can be said to be the only place they can use for rest and supplies during this mission. Once you continue deeper into the territory of the demons from this city, you can be said to be completely isolated and helpless. At all times, you need to be careful about the expectations of the demons. If they are not careful, disaster awaits them. After abandoning the horses, changing into clothes and entering Xingxun City, Long Haoyu quickly led the group to Wenlime Hotel. Long Haoyu is arranging many things. Long Haochen and others followed here without asking any questions. But they didn't ask too many questions on the way. After they finally settled at the Wenlime Hotel, everyone really asked their inner doubts. Brother Haoyu, we could have rested outside Xingxun City before, why did we choose to come here? You don't seem to be a person who is greedy for pleasure. It seems that we don't need to supply supplies in this kind of hotel. Besides, we abandoned all those horses. What a waste. Li Xin asked very puzzledly. A group of people rushed here from the holy city and bought a batch of horses. Because they wanted to enter Xingxun City, they had to abandon these horses outside the city. Li Xin, who was originally a knight, still couldn't bear this kind of behavior. Long Haoyu had a smile on his face. He had already guessed that Li Xin would definitely ask this question. His expression turned serious and he replied, Sister Exener, have you forgotten that I asked you to wait for me for half an hour before we set off? Li Xin nodded. I remember, you seem to have gone to the No. 4 soldier level demon hunting group at that time. You said you had something to talk to someone from the No. 4 soldier level demon hunting group. Long Haoyu explained. Yes, I went to see Brother Dianyan from the No. 4 demon hunting group, and I have some gossip that his uncle is a traveling merchant between our human race and the demon race. So, I asked the other party to give me some contact information. Next, we need to get through the relationship with the other party's uncle, and finally join the business group of traveling merchants here and set off together. We are just relying on ourselves to penetrate deep into the demonic land without any cover. In fact, the mission is very dangerous. Even if we follow the best route in the mission details, there will definitely be many dangers. So, within the limits allowed by the rules, we can only rely on this method to gain more room for error. Li Xin listened thoughtfully. They all knew about traveling merchants and so on. When Long Haoyu said this, her eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of enlightenment. I see. After entering the city just now, Brother Haoyu, the person you were looking for was sending a message to Dian Yan's uncle. Li Xin asked again. Long Haoyu hummed. Yes, Wenlam Hotel is the best place. We just need to wait for the other party to come to us. After all, this is not a kind place. We have to be so careful and cannot easily try some uncertain risks. Everyone listened to Long Haoyu's methodical analysis. One by one, They all admired Long Haoyu's analysis from the bottom of their hearts. At the beginning, they didn't think carefully about this kind of thing, but now when Long Haoyu said this, they all fell into submission. With careful thinking, being their leader can really convince them. Following such a leader with such outstanding talent, his personal strength is also extraordinary. It's really difficult not to think about taking off. Not long after, a knock sounded outside the hotel room. Long Haoyu opened the door and immediately saw Dianyun's uncle coming to the door. "Brother Long, I am Dianyun's uncle Dianshuan, the steward and chief of the guard of the Yui merchant group. I heard that you want to find a high-paying job, so I came here in person." Dianshuan is a tall and energetic old man. As he spoke, he winked at Long Haoyu. Long Haoyu nodded. "Uncle Dian, these are my friends. There are 8 of us in total. We really want a high-paying job, so I asked Uncle to help arrange it." Seeing that Long Haoyu was very wise, Dianshuan said with great satisfaction, "Our business group still needs some handymen. You will be responsible for taking care of the trucks when the time comes. Each person will receive 2 silver coins per day. If everything is safe, I can give each of you an extra gold coin as a reward when you come back." Long Haoyu nodded quickly, showing a happy expression. "Thank you, Uncle, this is really great, thank you." An imperceptible light flashed in Dianshuan's eyes, and he said calmly, "Okay, that's it. The business group has a batch of goods and will leave in 3 days. I will inform you of the gathering place at that time." Long Haoyu watched Dianshuan leave, and then turned his attention to Kair and others again. "Haoyu, is this decision too hasty?" Kair said worriedly. Long Haoyu explained. "No, everyone will be reassured by the selection of the demon hunting group, so we can be absolutely assured of Brother Dianyun. But this time things are not as easy as imagined. There is an unspoken rule among traveling merchants that the members they hire will not exceed level 6. The uncle who bought the cigarette just now didn't ask us carefully, but we must be careful about this matter. If by the time we pass the level, we find out that you and I have reached the 6th level of cultivation, we will definitely be detained." When Kair heard this, thinking that she might be detained, a coldness flashed in her eyes. Long Haoyu gently grabbed Kair's crotch and whispered, "Don't worry, we won't conflict with the examiner when the time comes. I have thought of a way from the beginning when I considered this possibility." Quote, "Checking whether we have reached the 6th level is nothing more than checking whether we have condensed spiritual orifices in our bodies. Generally speaking, things like spiritual orifices will be easily detected, and others will definitely not be able to deal with it. But I have enough methods here." Kair was even more puzzled when she heard this. Lin Xin and others also looked at Long Haoyu worriedly after learning about the hidden rules of traveling merchants. There are 2 people in their team with 6th level cultivation. Whether it is Long Haoyu or Kair, they are the main force of their team. If such behavior really happened, it would definitely be a huge blow to their demon hunting group. Long Haoyu looked at everyone's worries, waved his hand and pulled out your little white beast hidden in his clothes. The little guy was poked hard by Long Haoyu, and then he opened his eyes sleepily. "Little guy, don't worry about sleeping. Get up, it's your turn to get up and work." Chapter 321. 87.2%. The little white beast fans were stunned. The little paws rubbed again and again on the sleepy eyes. Looking at Long Haoyu in confusion, he didn't realize what Long Haoyu meant. It was already very angry when it got up, and looked at Long Haoyu angrily. "This master, it's just so bad." Lin Xin and others looked at the captured white beast in confusion. The group of people were already familiar with the little white beast. Seeing the little guy's funny look at this time, they couldn't help but smile knowingly. Kair was the same way, looking at the little guy's dazed look with confusion in his eyes. "Haoyu, why did you arrest the little guy?" Kair asked thoughtfully. "Does what you just said have anything to do with the little guy?" Long Haoyu hummed and said, "That's right, you and I have both broken through to the 6th level. If you go to the demon clan rashly, you will definitely be detained. The little guy here can definitely help us disguise this aspect, so that we can pass the customs normally with the business group. I can say this with great certainty that Long Haoyu still has a good grasp of the abilities of his Warcraft companions. A few months ago, during the selection competition for the demon hunting group, I went to the world of the undead with the help of the little guy. He clearly remembered everything that happened at that time. The undead knight, the top existence in the world of the undead, had suffered losses at the hands of the little guy. A little guy who can make even the undead knight suffer. Looking at it now, he is just an ordinary little guy, a typical configuration of the 5 scum of the war. If the little guy doesn't have some ability to disguise himself, it's definitely impossible. The peak abilities and bloodline can be controlled within the body. It is just a simple matter to help him and Kair disguise their strength. Another point, not to mention the little guy, even Haoyu had a way to hide from his grandfather's spiritual exploration in the Exorcism Pass. The demon god emperor who has become a god can be deceived. He has the same bloodline as Haoyu, and he is still a little guy who can defeat Haoyu. It is definitely unjustifiable if he has no ability in this aspect. Chichichigugu, Chichichigugu. The little white beast woke up and understood Long Haoyu's meaning in a daze. He put his 2 paws on the table and put his 2 little paws on his waist. Stop chirping, I know you little guy is capable of this, so help me and Kair disguise themselves. Otherwise, we will definitely be detained in the end, and it will be impossible to complete the mission. Long Haoyu said angrily and urged the little guy. The little white beast shook his head and kept chirping. Boss, it seems like your Warcraft partner is having a little temper. Lin Xin said with a smile, but does this little guy really have the ability to help you? The way it looks now, doesn't it mean that it doesn't have the ability? Bar. Don't worry, it does. Long Haoyu replied very definitely. With determination in mind, Long Haoyu's eyes began to look strangely at the little guy. After spending so much time with the little guy, he is still very confident in just handling the little guy. If Kair and I are detained, we will definitely be escorted to the demon clan's base camp. The hard days for us will definitely come when the time comes. If Kair and I are in danger, then you little guy will definitely be suffocated by a big iron pot. Before you say you don't know these methods, you'd better consider the consequences first. Long Haoyu lowered his voice and looked at the little white beast with amusement as he spoke. The little white beast is a guy who likes to fish, and he must be very reliable at critical moments, but when it is not critical, he always has the mentality of never working if he can fish. At this time, which is obviously not the most critical time, the only way to get this little guy right is to use strong materials. When the little white beast heard what Long Haoyu said, his little body shivered for no reason. The small black eyes clearly showed a hint of grievance and depression. Long Haoyu had a faint smile on his lips. Seeing the little guy looking aggrieved and depressed, he put his fingers together and tapped the little guy's head gently. Don't be depressed, this matter will be settled soon. When the task is completed and the merit is obtained, I can consider getting some good things for you at the trading center. Long Haoyu said again. Money can make ghosts grind the millstones, and food can make little beasts move around. Long Haoyu's words were like a blow hitting the snake's 7 inches, hitting the little guy's life gate steadily. Regardless of continuing to put his hands on his hips, the little guy looked at Long Haoyu with bright eyes, seeing that Long Haoyu was not joking. The whole beast suddenly felt refreshed. I'll go, is that really okay? Lin Xin yelled strangely. Chen Yinger's eyes also shone. Boss, this Warcraft companion is really too powerful. Do they all have such abilities? Looking at it this way, why do I feel that my McDull suddenly no longer smells good? Wang Yuan, Long Haochen, everyone was curious, and all their eyes focused on the little white beast. The little guy seemed to enjoy being looked at like this, and when he was picked up again, his 2 little paws began to swing in front of him. Soon, streaks of milky white light emerged from the air outlined by the little white beast's paws. The yin-yang light drifted towards Long Haoyu and Kair. As the light enveloped Long Haoyu and Kair, the 2 broke through to the 6th level of the spiritual aperture condensed at the heart. Very suddenly and very obviously, it fell into the perception of Long Haochen and others. Feeling the spiritual power accumulated in the spiritual aperture, everyone's eyes revealed exquisite rays of light. Lingqiao means the 6th level. Opening up spiritual apertures means that their strength will reach a higher level. Now, Long Haoyu and Kair both broke through to the 6th level, and now they can sense the real spiritual aperture. Deep in my heart, I couldn't help but feel the desire to make progress immediately and break through immediately. But soon, while Long Haochen and others were still very active, their spiritual orifices suddenly became very elusive and uncertain under the milky white light. The next second, the spiritual orifice that they could clearly perceive just now was the spiritual orifice that Long Haoyu and Kair proved to have broken through to the 6th level. As if it had never existed, it completely disappeared. You can even feel the flow of spiritual power from Long Haoyu and Kair. Realizing this, everyone's eyes began to turn into disbelief. Little white beast, can you really disguise all your spiritual orifices? Which Warcraft partner has such a domineering ability? Isn't this a must-have Warcraft companion for robbing families and homes? Chapter 322. Chichichigugu. Chichichigugu. The little white beast is very sensitive to other people's emotions. Just as the front foot helped Long Haoyu and Kair hide their spiritual apertures, they immediately sensed the emotional fluctuations of Lin Xin and others. He stared at Lin Xin and the others with his dark eyes, raised his little paws and pointed at the group of people, his mouth full of birdsong and flowers. The more the little guy behaves like this, the happier Lin Xin and others see it, with a very happy smile on everyone's face. Okay, you little guy, stop cursing here, go back to sleep when you're done. Day by day, I don't know why you have such a bad habit of sleeping so much. Long Haoyu adapted to his own changes and determined that the spiritual orifice had been temporarily hidden, and he completely let go of the worries in his heart. One hand accurately grasped the back of the little white beast's destiny's neck, and the gesture was to stuff the little guy into his clothes. The little guy's image is so unique that the demon god emperor even came to the exorcism pass to personally find out about its existence. Although it is not certain whether the demon god emperor ordered the demons from all over the world to pay attention to the little guy's situation after he returned. But here, he still has to control everything. Unless it is absolutely necessary, he still has to avoid danger as much as possible. The little white beast looked confused. Seeing Long Haoyu trying to stuff himself back in again, a look of depression suddenly appeared on his cheeks that was even more depressed than before. Good guy, you scumbag master. Are you going to stuff it back into me after you've finished using it? Where are the good things about the trading center that I just mentioned? Long Haoyu looked at the little guy like this, and with just one glance he understood what the little guy was thinking about now. Come on, stop complaining here, go back quickly, wait for the task to be completed, return to the trading center, and arrange good things for you. As Long Haoyu spoke, he ruthlessly pushed the little guy back completely. The little guy grunted and fell asleep again on Long Haoyu's chest. Before falling asleep, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Brother Haoyu, you little guy seems to be getting more and more weird. I really don't know how you found such a World of Warcraft partner from the Holy Mountain of Knights. Li Xin said with a smile. Long Haoyu laughed dumbly. I don't know, this little guy came up to me when I first entered the Holy Mountain of Knights, and arranged a blood contract for me after a disagreement. But it's not bad, at least my ability is very reliable. Spectrum. Boss, are you sure this ability is really reliable? Will this concealment be time sensitive? Lin Xin was very funny just now, but now he suddenly became serious. We don't know the specific date of departure yet. If something goes wrong with your disguise by then, the consequences will be disastrous. Long Haoyu smiled and said, don't worry, the little guy is still very reliable in handling key matters. We don't have to worry about this kind of thing. Besides, as I said just now, the little guy and I have a blood contract. Once I encounter danger, if I fall into the land of the demons, the little guy will definitely not be able to escape. This kind of thing is related to the common destiny of me and it. It will never make mistakes in this kind of thing. Everyone was silent, carefully analyzing what Long Haoyu said, and slowly came to believe it. The blood contract is too overbearing. If the master dies, the Warcraft companion will die with him. However, if the Warcraft companion dies, it will have no effect on the master. Under such a contract, one can indeed rest assured. Okay, no need to talk any more about this matter, let's go back and prepare to practice. At that time, Dionyan's uncle will inform us when to set off. This is the last peaceful day we can live. Once we set off, I don't need to say more. You all know what we need to face all the time. Long Haoyu became serious and gave serious instructions on this matter. His eyes became very cold at this moment. When Lin Xin and others saw that Long Haoyu was suddenly so serious, they all became serious. Understood, we have already prepared. Well, let's start practicing. 3 days later, Dianshuan's notice came to Wenlime Hotel. Long Haoyu looked at the gathering place informed by Dianshuan, and his blood boiled. After getting ready, the group of 8 people headed towards the place where the business group gathered. When you arrive, these are the trucks. You will follow the group to take care of these goods. Remember not to cause any problems. Dian Zhan warned as he watched Long Haoyu bring everyone there. Long Haoyu looked at the many trucks. Understood, we will take good care of these goods. Okay, then we're ready to go. The team of UI merchant group is very large. After Dianshuan arranged many things, he started to complete other things. Long Haoyu and his group waited beside the truck. After waiting for a short time, they watched the convoy in front of them begin to move towards the outside of Xianxia City. Everything was said without saying a word. They made the most basic eye contact with each other, and then headed towards the outside of Xianxia City. After Xianxia City, they will truly enter the land of the demons, and their challenge will begin at that time. Except for Long Haoyu, everyone was very nervous at this time. This was their first independent mission as a demon hunting group. Everyone's mood seemed extremely depressed. Long Haoyu saw all this, but it was inconvenient to continue talking about this kind of thing at this time. People have many ears, and their identity may be revealed if they are not careful. As the convoy left towards the outside of Xianxia City, Long Haoyu kept observing the other members of the convoy. After looking at all the people in the Yuyi merchant group, he just turned his attention to the most luxurious carriage in the motorcade. The first time he looked at the luxury carriage, Long Haoyu suddenly felt a headache. My aunt and Yuyi are both in that carriage. When traveling with Yuyi's business group this time, they will definitely be intercepted. If things continue like this, it seems that the possibility of making things worse is unavoidable. Then when I come back, I will still encounter the things I remember. If something like that really happens, it seems like. Long Haoyu's expression became a little strange, although he didn't remember many things clearly. But he still remembered some important things. This trip of the Moon Knight merchant group to the demonic land, he remembered clearly what he would encounter after exploring the Tower of Eternity. Once things get serious, it seems that the only way to come back from the demon land is to ask Yuyi for help. And at that time, for the first time, Long Haoyu began to panic. He needs help from Yuyi, but there won't be a man in Yuyi's palace. The words women's clothing suddenly flashed in his mind. Chapter 323. Long Haoyu remembered it very clearly. In his memory, in the end, his demon hunting group returned to the human territory and relied on his little brother to find Yuyi. Under normal circumstances, this kind of thing is nothing, but unfortunately, there are no other men in Yuyi's palace. The only possibility of going to that place is to pretend to be Yuyi's maid. In the memory, Long Haochen was in charge of everything in the demon hunting group, but now he was the actual leader. When he thought that he might need to take charge of this matter, inexplicable pressure suddenly swept through his body. I actually forgot such an important thing. If this happens, the consequences will be a dark history in my life. It seems that we need to think of 2 more plans. If it doesn't work, just use the one we originally knew. Long Haoyu whispered softly, carefully combing through the memory of how Long Haochen sought cooperation at Yuyi. Nowadays, he is not the only one in their demon hunting group who can dress up as a woman very well. Haoyu, what are you thinking about? It feels like you are worried. At this time, Kair approached Long Haoyu and asked softly. Long Haoyu came back to his senses. I didn't think about anything, I was just planning what kind of response plan I should adopt if something happens in the future. Don't worry, there won't be any big problems this time. I already have many alternative plans here, and I can adapt to changes. Kair was speechless and looked at Long Haoyu quietly, always feeling that there was something in Long Haoyu's words. But, seeing that Long Haoyu didn't want to talk more about this matter, he also didn't ask too many questions about this matter. Seeing that Kair didn't continue to ask, Long Haoyu casually looked at Long Haochen and his little brother. In fact, everyone could clearly see Long Haoyu's strangeness. The same was true here for Long Haochen, who suddenly saw his eldest brother looking at him. There is even a lot of weirdness in his eyes. For no reason, there was a sudden rush in my heart. Brother, why are you looking at me like this? Why do I feel that what you are thinking has something to do with me? When you look at me like this, I feel a little panicked. Long Haochen muttered quietly, suddenly feeling a little less confident. As the saying goes, brothers are united, especially twin brothers. Under normal circumstances, twin brothers can have certain feelings about each other, and they can also roughly infer some things through these feelings. Right now, Long Haochen felt that something was wrong with the way his eldest brother looked at him. The uneasiness in my heart also became very obvious at this moment. Long Haoyu smiled slightly and said, "What do you have to panic about? I am your brother, how can I still harm you?" Long Haochen, there was no way to refute Long Haoyu's words, but the feeling of unease in his heart always existed. However, the Yui merchant group had already started setting off, and he was not allowed much time to continue to ponder on this matter. He still knows very well when to do what. The Yui merchant group was ready to go, and after leaving Xingxun City, they headed straight to the southeast. Relying on the means of free merchants, the southeast fortress directly allowed the Yui merchant group to leave, truly allowing the Yui merchant group and Long Haoyu and his entourage to leave the human race territory. After coming to the demon land again, the entire business group became nervous, and everyone was on guard against other things around them. Dianyan's uncle Dianshuan, as a small high-level member of the business group, was looking around nervously at this moment. In the dark night, it was like a gluttonous beast, not daring to let him relax at all. Everyone has begun to be more vigilant, pay attention to the surrounding situation at all times, and avoid all unnecessary troubles. The same is true for Long Haoyu, who clearly knows what is going to happen next, and he will not really relax at this moment. Even if Yu Yi is completely sure that he has the ability to solve the upcoming fight, there are no absolutes in the world, and he will not let down all his vigilance until the last quarter of an hour. Otherwise, even if Yu Yi can kill the other demons who want to raid and eventually seize supplies, they may not necessarily get any good results. In a melee, casualties are very possible without preparation. The most important thing is, this incident in my memory is that their General Level Demon Hunting Group number 21 and Sergeant Level Demon Hunting Group number 4 have been performing missions. With the advantage of numbers, they take more care of each other. Now they are just a new demon hunting group, and they don't dare to be careless at this time. Brother, it seems that the demon clan is not at peace either. This business group may be targeted, and it is not impossible to even kill each other. Long Haochen said in a low voice. Long Haoyu refused to deny, the demons have never been a peaceful race, and rules do not exist for them. In order to survive, they can do anything, so don't be careless next time, otherwise we may be damaged here. He warned Long Haochen carefully, and at the same time looked at Lin Xin and others. There had been some exchanges before, and everyone reacted to Long Haoyu's gaze. Everyone is filled with solemnity. Their respective breaths were held at this moment. Seeing that Lin Xin and others were ready, Long Haoyu used his senses to explore into the dark night. The enemy is coming. Suddenly, there was a throbbing sensation in his perception, and Long Haoyu immediately reacted and scolded Long Haochen and others softly. After everyone heard this, several people's figures came closer one after another, keeping a vigilant look at all times. Following Long Haoyu's reminder, everyone looked into the depths of darkness, unable to really see what was there. But the vibrations on the ground woke them up. A large number of demons were rushing towards here from a distance. Long Haoyu kept his breathing smooth and watched as Long Haochen and others were well prepared. They were also ready to change their clothes and fight anytime and anywhere. While making this fighting gesture, he also looked at the most luxurious carriage in the motorcade again. The moment his eyes fell on the luxury car and carriage, Yu Yi's figure rushed out from it. Standing on the canopy of the carriage, a cold gaze flashed in Yu Yi's eyes, and then he began to give instructions on the canopy. The entire business group's convoys turned in the direction of the car formation. In a moment, the formation of the car formation was completed. Long Haoyu saw all this in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, the clothes on his body were quickly pulled off. Wu Feng was quietly taken out of the forget-me-not ring. Chapter 324, Change Up, Long Haoyu shouted softly. Above Wu Feng, a burst of sharpness instantly erupted. After hearing what Long Haoyu said, Long Haochen and others put on their equipment one after another. The original intention is to rely on the identity of a free merchant to continue to penetrate deep into the demonic land, so as to avoid a lot of troubles. But now that the demon army is suddenly coming, continuing to pretend like this is not an option. If we don't take it seriously, there will definitely be big problems. Long Haoyu urged everyone to put on all their equipment, and look deeply at the many demons approaching the car formation again. The demons with no head visible at a glance are all showing signs of madness. It is unimaginable for demons who are not good at growing food to be extremely short of supplies. Knowing that the Yui merchant group has a large amount of supplies, they will fight tooth and nail for it. Haochen, start preparing. While dealing with the intruding demons, preserve your own strength and move towards the carriage. Long Haoyu gave a soft drink and informed Long Haochen of the upcoming deployment as quickly as possible. Although he had great faith in Long Haochen's commanding ability, he also knew that his little brother could definitely make a decisive decision in the shortest possible time. But things had changed to some extent after all. He didn't want to bet that nothing had changed, so he arranged the mission to get close to Yu Yi and Lang Xiao's carriage in advance. After all, there is a forbidden curse there on a moonlit night. After the forbidden curse truly explodes in power, the lethality it can bring is devastating. In terms of group attack, it is absolutely invincible. If due to some unexpected factors, they were unable to get close to Yu Yi in the shortest time, eventually the forbidden curse breaks out, and they are likely to become the dead souls under the forbidden curse. Another point, Long Haoyu knew very well that his aunt would agree to Yu Yi's help in obtaining half a stick of incense. If it was really due to some special factors that his aunt blocked them here, then the fun would really get louder. The Rook tribe members approached quickly. They only had supplies in their eyes, and they couldn't wait to get their hands on the trucks guarded by Long Haoyu and others. Relying on the ability of stealth to sprint quickly, each figure is determined to fight to the death. Long Haoyu's mind sank, and he held his hands upside down on the hilt of the edgeless sword. Haochen, remember my arrangement and start taking action immediately. I will take care of the demons here. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Haoyu thrust Wu Feng into the ground without any hesitation. At the same time, the spiritual orifice that had been disguised by the white beast in order to pass the level began to revive in his body. A steady stream of spiritual power poured down toward the ground through Wu Feng in an instant. It's not any other skill, it's the sword rising and falling that he developed for himself when he fought against Lin Xin in the individual competition of the demon hunting group selection competition. At that time, he only had the ability of the 5th level, so the rising and falling of the sword could cause a devastating blow to those below the 5th level. And now, his own strength has broken through to the 6th level, and he can cause huge trauma to 5th level demons even when he rises and falls with his sword. Bang, bang, bang. Cracks appeared from the ground, and sword energy flew up from below. Every sword energy flew up, carrying the life of a demon. Long Haoyu didn't hold back at all when dealing with the demons, nor did he show the mentality that he just wanted Lin Xin to do experiments. Without any restraint, the sword light rose into the sky, and finally fell again. A large number of fish that slipped through the net in the first round were destroyed by the sword in the second round. Hey, be a good boy, this move of the boss is getting more and more terrifying. It's an indiscriminate attack on the 5th level. If we were to face the boss, I'm afraid we would be instantly defeated by this move. Obviously he is a knight, but he is completing the work of a magician. Lin Xin screamed strangely, and without caring about stopping, he hurriedly followed Long Haochen towards the carriage on the moonlit night. Long Haoyu watched everyone carrying out his arrangements with a smile on his lips. At the same time, the carriage was covered with canopy. Yu Yi glanced in the direction of Long Haoyu. The sword rises and falls. This move is a group damage skill. It is impossible not to be noticed. On a moonlit night, those humans seem to be. Lang Xiao immediately noticed the movements of Long Haoyu and others. Although he felt a vague sense of familiarity in his heart, he had no time to pay attention to them at this time. Yu Yi nodded and said, "We don't need to pay too much attention to their identities for the time being. At least they are with us now. This time the 3 major tribes are coming with force. It is clear that they are aiming to kill people and silence them. We must also take corresponding measures. Xiao Xiao, buy me half a stick of incense. It's time to teach these 3 tribes a lesson." Saying this, Yu Yi turned her eyes away from Long Haoyu and others, and a coldness surged in her eyes. Lang Xiao frowned slightly and nodded firmly. "Sister Yu, don't worry, I will definitely help you get the time for half a stick of incense." Yu Yi hummed, and immediately took out the scroll on her body, and at the same time took out a magic crystal from a level 10 monster. A low chant sounded in his mouth, and terrifying magic waves began to surge through his body. While Long Haoyu was killing many low-level demons, he was also approaching Yu Yi's carriage. Yu Yi's gaze was completely in his observation. He saw Yu Yi taking out the forbidden curse scroll and his speed became faster. Sure enough, it's still a forbidden curse. All we have to do is wait for her to unleash the power of the forbidden curse. By then, these demons will definitely be wiped out. Right now, As long as Haochen and I can ensure that this woman completes the forbidden curse, the most basic relationship should be able to be established. With such a relationship, subsequent operations will be much easier. Long Haoyu secretly thought in his heart and carefully deployed his plans. While deploying these plans in his mind, he also tried hard to remember what he was going to do on the moonlit night after the forbidden curse. Soon, everything Yu Yi had to do after casting the forbidden spell emerged in his memory. By the way, after the forbidden spell, Kair will plant a kind of restriction on this woman. If I remember correctly, there will be many tricks played on this moonlit night because of this matter. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I still can't let this woman use her mind on me. That being said, I should make some corresponding changes from now on, at least. Let her stop playing tricks from now on. Chapter 326. A superb light flashed in Long Haoyu's eyes. Before, I only remembered part of Yu Yi's events, but did not thoroughly study more details. The situation was different now. After studying all the details, his mentality changed accordingly. Others don't know, but he knows what this woman Yu Yi will do after this battle. When the time comes, Kair will definitely leave Yu Yi's secret method unique to her reincarnation saint, and she will be able to hold Yu Yi's life in her hands for the rest of her life. But again, Yu Yi is not the kind of woman who saves fuel. With such a handle in Kair's hands, Yu Yi, a woman, would do a series of corresponding things. In order to survive, in order to solve Kair's secret method, there is a high probability that she will target him. In the end, he will be allowed to give orders to Kai, and finally get rid of the secret method. Just thinking about this kind of thing briefly, you can know how much trauma such behavior will cause Kair. Just imagine, Kair has not received any care from her elders since she was a child. After finally meeting him, I opened my heart partially, but in the end, he ruthlessly closed the door in Kair's heart. As you can imagine, what will Kair become in the end? Although Yu Yi is indeed an out-and-out beauty, with the blood of the moon demon god, she can be much ahead of others in appearance. Just like Long Haochen, he had the blood of his grandfather, the demon god emperor, and his appearance was many times more handsome than his father, who looked very depressed. It is undeniable that this is just one factor. Yu Yi grew up in the territory of the demon clan and was used to seeing the demon clan fight. Although he has a certain degree of goodwill towards the human race. But no one can be sure what it will look like specifically. But he was different from Long Haochen. In order to prevent them from being born in the territory of the demon clan, the mother of the two brothers brought the two brothers back to Odin Town at the risk of their lives. Depending on the living environment, the character you can ultimately achieve will also be different. In other words, for a woman like Yu Yi, to end up hurting Kair and even planting a time bomb for the human race is not an advisable behavior at all. Fraternity still needs a reason for fraternity. It is definitely not advisable to show love to someone casually. Long Haoyu knows this very clearly about himself. His motivation to become the strongest disciplinary knight would not allow him to make a principled mistake at this time. Again, he also knew what was going on with the moon demon god and the star demon god. It seems that he will secretly help the human race, but he still won't act rashly while his grandfather is still alive. Typically survives between humans and demons. It is definitely impossible to get them to unswervingly believe in a certain party and support a certain party. As Yu Yi grows up, it will most likely be the same. Such a reason was enough for him to give up and change his thoughts. Boom! Long Haoyu suppressed his thoughts, waved Wufeng and chased in the direction of Long Haochen and Kair. There are many demons. Even though Long Haochen and his team were very strong, it still seemed a bit difficult to beat the old master to death with random punches. The speed of breaking through was not as fast as it was at the beginning. PFF'd. A demon suddenly came around behind Long Haochen, and the weapon in his hand was about to point at Long Haochen's head. At this time, Kair's figure appeared beside Long Haochen, and the sword of reincarnation in his hand mercilessly penetrated the demon's head. Next to Long Haoyu, Kair is a weak little girl. But now we really enter the battlefield. Kair's temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes. At this moment, she wanted to be the real assassin queen. The cold breath exploded on her body, and many of the demons who had been forced closer felt a little palpitated. Is everything okay? Long Haoyu chased after him, leaned to Kair's side, and asked in a deep voice. Kair shook his head. There is no problem, but there are too many demons and the cutting-edge power to break through is not enough. I am not suitable to be the main attacker. Haoyu, you should be responsible for clearing the way, and I will be responsible for assisting in solving the problems around you. After a brief exchange, Kair didn't even wait for Long Haoyu to agree, and her body disappeared next to Long Haoyu in a flash. Long Haoyu smiled slightly, realizing that Kair had already decided to operate the next battle this way. Although he had other options, Kair had already decided this way, so he still chose to support Kair's decision. Dark red light erupted on Wufeng, and Long Haoyu's voice suddenly became more serious. Haochen, you and Lin Xin used magic to repel the demons in the distance. Wang Yuan, Sima Xian, follow my footsteps and ensure that Haochen and Lin Xin's magic release. Sister Exener, protect Chen Yinger, don't let Chen Yinger fall behind, keep up with us. Clear, everyone responded one after another. Lin Xin chanted magic spells faster. Long Haochen did not hesitate, and started to use magic spells in conjunction with Haoyu. Rings of resistance fire formed above several people's heads, and many demons who wanted to jump over from a distance were blocked from outside. Wang Yuan and Sima Xian were typical violent maniacs. When some of the fish that slipped through the net approached, the weapons in their hands were like baseball bats, directly hitting the demon's head. Kair appeared from time to time, and every time she appeared, she took away the life of a demon. No matter who had a fish that slipped through the net, she could provide immediate support. The true meaning of an assassin was truly grasped by her. Long Haoyu also didn't slack off. After bursting with strength, his speed in opening the road increased a lot. Before, they were still far away from the luxurious carriage where Yu was, but as he joined them and opened the road faster, they were visibly closing the distance between them. Demon clans, one after another, were bleeding on the path of their sudden advance. The smell of blood had silently enveloped their entire bodies, confirming the brutality of the battle all the time. Yu was chanting a spell while also paying attention to the performance of Long Haoyu and his party. Seeing that the group of people cooperated perfectly, and opened the way faster and faster after Long Haoyu joined them, a superb light flashed in their eyes. Lang Xiao was beside Yu, and just as he was about to make a move, he met Yu's gaze signaling him to come over. In an instant, she understood the meaning in Yu's eyes, and suppressed all the thoughts she had just had. Each other's eyes were focused on Long Haoyu and his group who were breaking out of the encirclement in perfect agreement. Chapter 327. Li. Suddenly, a sharp roar sounded from behind the demon army. Yu and Lang Xiao, who were paying attention to Long Haoyu and his party, woke up at the same time. Each other's eyes were all directed towards the source of the roar. As far as the eye can see, there are too many demons, and it is impossible to see at a glance who the demon that roared is. However, just like this sharp roar, one after another figures soared into the sky from the demon army camp. Bird demons soared into the sky, their broad wings spread out, and aura that was more powerful than ordinary demons burst out from their bodies. Damn it, it's a bird demon. Lang Xiao woke up with a start, and looked at the 12 figures rising into the sky. His face suddenly turned cold and stern. Yu's expression also became ugly. While he continued to chant the spell, he looked at the bird demons that came towards them after taking off. Deep in her heart, a strong murderous intention exploded crazily. Because of her status as a traveling merchant, she could not have a 6th-level escort accompanying her. Right now, 12 bird demons with obvious 6th-level strength would deal a huge blow to her caravan. Sister Yu, don't worry. I don't believe it, they dare to attack me. Lang Xiao was so angry that he stamped his feet. After being unable to fight with physical strength, he decided to reveal his identity as a demonic dragon clan. For the demon clan, the heaven-defying demon dragon clan is the real supreme. After revealing this level of identity, it can have some effect. Even if these demons really intend to kill people and silence them as they did in the beginning, as long as Yu can prepare the forbidden spell, everything can be reversed. Yu hurriedly signaled to stop Lang Xiao's impulsive thoughts, and hurriedly signaled Lang Xiao to look towards Long Haoyu and his group. Lang Xiao was a little confused and her eyes fell on Long Haoyu again. Kair, a 6th-level demon has appeared. The road opening is almost completed. You continue to escort Haochen and the others as they rush to the carriage. Otherwise, if the forbidden spell is completed and we are not near the carriage, we will definitely be affected and eventually the entire army will be annihilated. Leave these beasts to me to deal with. Long Haoyu noticed the 12 bird demons rising into the air and shouted to Kair decisively. The situation on the battlefield was changing rapidly. After saying these words, the spiritual orifice located in the heart immediately began to erupt with powerful spiritual power. The spiritual wings appeared behind him in an instant, and with the help of the spiritual wings, he instantly rose into the air. With one hand without a blade, he looked at the 12-headed bird demons that were killing him from a distance. Even though the 12-headed bird demons all had 6th level cultivation, the expression on Long Haoyu's eyebrows did not change at this time. Before he actually reached the 6th level, he was confident that he could deal with such demons. The only flaw was that he did not have spiritual wings and could not freely engage in aerial combat. But things are different now. After truly breaking through to the 6th level, he can already handle aerial combat without any pressure thanks to his spiritual wings. He would not let the 12-headed bird demon run wild at this time. I'm going to show up now. My aunt probably won't use such means as air ban. After all, I've done my aunt a favor. But that's fine. My uncle is here to chop, and my aunt is here to help. There's still nothing wrong with it. And these bird demons can also become Wu Feng's nourishment in this situation. It's been a long time since the last upgrade. If I don't let Wu Feng continue to upgrade, I won't have an AP in my hand. Long Haoyu whispered softly, feeling the tremor coming from Wu Feng, and his mood slowly became calmer. Wu Feng's level requires the support of killing instinct. Only with enough killing instinct can Wu Feng continue to upgrade. Nowadays, the increase ability that Wu Feng can increase is 40%. The next upgrade will reach 50%. Although a 40% increase is still enough for him now, as a person who strives for excellence. Long Haoyu didn't want his ambition to be compromised like this. It would be the best thing to be able to improve Wu Feng's rank even higher. Far away, under Yu Yi's signal, Lang Xiao looked at Long Haoyu in disbelief. Looking at the spiritual eyes behind Long Haoyu, his eyes widened a lot. There were absolutely no 6th level guards in the Yui merchant group, and when they discovered the identities of Long Haoyu and his party, they did not consider this aspect. But now, Long Haoyu truly demonstrated the strength of the 6th level. The spiritual wings that only 6th level professionals can possess are all proof of Long Haoyu's ability. Just thinking that Long Haoyu's strength was not detected when he passed the level, I still couldn't help but feel horrified in my heart. The same was true for Yu Yi, who relied on enough perseverance to prevent the chanting of the forbidden curse from being interrupted, but he still looked at Long Haoyu in disbelief. With 6th level strength, he can actually hide his spiritual aperture and join the business group. Such means, it seems that I have never heard of it before. Yu Yi was shocked, and she suddenly began to have a strong interest in Long Haoyu deep in her heart. Long Haoyu stood in the sky. While watching the 12-headed bird demon, he took in the reactions of Yu Yi and his aunt. Seeing the interest flashing in Yu Yi's eyes, I still don't know what Yu Yi is thinking at this time. This woman is indeed not a light-hearted person. She has now begun to take a strong interest in me. But I don't have time to separate my thoughts now. It's better to deal with these demons first before considering the follow-up matters. After solving these bird demons, we still need to consider the golden bird demon. The golden bird demon that has reached the 7th level cannot continue to be allowed to do what he could have done. Long Haoyu thought to himself and calmed down completely. In the original memory, such a crisis was solved by Kair, who unleashed the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation at all costs. But now, he is in this battlefield and knows these future things. He would not allow Kair to use the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation in front of him, and he did not want to see the reaction caused by Kair continuing to endure the 6 paths of reincarnation. He, Long Haoyu, followed the path of a disciplinary knight. But the disciplinary knight is just walking on another very sharp path of guardianship. Deep in his heart, he has always been protective. Protect your mother, protect your loved ones, and protect everyone who needs to be protected. Now, that's when he implements the way of guardianship. If he is here, he will never give Kair a chance to use the 6 paths of reincarnation. Chapter 328, 89.1%. The 12-headed bird demon looked at Long Haoyu rising into the sky. Seeing the golden spiritual wings behind Long Haoyu, bursts of murderous intent burst out from each other's eyes. There is absolute coldness in the eyes of every bird demon. Although they now want to rush to Yu Yi and Lang Xiao quickly to complete the robbery of supplies. According to their strength and the rules of traveling merchants, they should still be certain to capture Yu Yi and Leng Xiao first. Interrupting Yu Yi's chanting of the forbidden curse, he finally captured the two key figures of the Yi Yi business group. Then this material robbery can be considered a success. But, seeing a human like Long Haochen rising into the sky, they temporarily put aside their initial thoughts. Humans and demons have been at odds with each other for 6,000 years. Over the past 6,000 years, the hatred between humans and demons has long been irreconcilable. The 12-headed bird demons were very unhappy. Long Haochen, a mere human being, dared to stop them. He was undoubtedly seeking death. Deep in the demon army, another scream broke out again. The scream was very terrifying, and there was a hint of urging in the terror. The 12 bird demons woke up one after another, no longer looking at Long Haochen, nor focusing on Yu Yi and Leng Xiao. Looking at each other, each bird demon vibrated its wings, like a black lightning, heading towards Long Haochen. Supplies must be plundered, but a human like Long Haochen who dared to provoke would definitely be killed. The 12 bird demons all have a number in their hearts. All 12 of them are at the 6th level of strength. Long Haochen must be able to condense the wings of spiritual power, so he must be at the 6th level. But after all, Long Haochen is only one person, but they are 12 demons, and they are all very good at aerial combat. Such an innate advantage was not something that Long Haochen, a human being, could erase once he gained the ability to fly. Long Haochen saw the 12 bird demons rushing toward him as fast as lightning, and a furious murderous intention flashed deep in his eyes. The 12-headed bird demon did not retreat as the 12-headed bird demon had imagined, but instead faced them neatly. 6th-level humans can actually sneak into your business group, Sister Yu. It seems that this human demon hunting group should have very strange abilities. Under normal circumstances, if nothing unexpected happens, they should be able to help us a lot. At least they can buy you a lot of time, Sister Yu. But now the 12 bird demons are all at the 6th level of strength. It is estimated that this 6th level will be very difficult for humans. Leng Xiao said to himself. He gave up the ability to use forbidden air and looked at Long Haochen and the 12-headed bird demon thoughtfully. After observing carefully for a while, looking at Long Haoyu's very young face, he couldn't help but look suspicious again. Sister Yu, this human seems to be a little scary. Looking at the age of this group of people, they should not be very old, but they can reach the 6th level of cultivation at this age. Their talents must be extraordinary. And according to their formation, they must be a demon hunting group as we had guessed before, but at this age. Leng Xiao opened his mouth to analyze again. While analyzing, he locked his gaze on Long Haochen. An inexplicable feeling of familiarity suddenly began to grow in her heart. As this sense of familiarity grew, Leng Xiao's expression suddenly became stunned. His breathing became rapid in an instant. Sister Yu, I think I know who this human being is. The demon hunting groups of this age must be those selected by the Human Alliance this year. And the one in this batch of demon hunting groups who can reach the 6th level of cultivation is probably the talented human being who was very active in the exorcism level before. My eldest brother was sent to the exorcism pass by my father before. According to the news from his subordinates, he was eyeing a human knight. With my eldest brother's bellicose personality, I have had many battles with each other in the same situation, but in the end they all ended in failure. I think the human knight who failed my elder brother many times may be the person we see in front of us. Leng Xiao's voice rose several times. Completely analyze Long Haoyu's identity. There was also a bit of urgency in his tone. As this speculation came to fruition, Leng Xiao's eyes changed again when she looked at Long Haochen. Leng Xiao's analysis clearly fell into Yu Yi's ears. Yu Yi was working very hard to maintain the chanting of the 9th level forbidden spell, which made Leng Xiao analyze it this way. He took a breath of cold air and couldn't help but gasp. The chanting of magic spells was almost interrupted because of these mental distractions. She looked towards Leng Xiao in disbelief. Yu Yi couldn't ask, but she signaled Leng Xiao with the expression on her eyebrows. Leng Xiao understood Yu Yi's thoughts and continued, Sister Yu, there is no mistake. This human being is most likely the human knight who made my eldest brother defeated repeatedly. Look at their age. Being able to reach the 5th level at this age is already extremely talented, let alone being able to break through to the 6th level. If it were just an ordinary person, it would definitely not be targeted by my elder brother. This human being in this team is highly consistent with the person my elder brother is targeting. So, I deduce that it is the human from the exorcism stage. After Yu Yi received Leng Xiao's affirmation, her eyes turned unexpected and looked towards Long Haoyu. In his beautiful eyes, Long Haoyu and the 12-headed bird demon were already fighting in a massacre. The 12-headed bird demons cooperated relatively well, and for a while, Long Haoyu didn't take much advantage. Similarly, Long Haoyu did not let the 12-headed bird demon take advantage. It should be right, Xiao Xiao's analysis is probably true. If it were just an ordinary 6th-level person, it would be impossible for him to be able to do so with ease under the siege of 12 bird demons. And if it's the talented human being who can defeat Abao, then everything makes sense. I only knew about youth before, but I didn't expect to be so young. Such youth can defeat a Baodu. This human being is really an interesting little man. The moonlit knight continued to chant the forbidden curse. While chanting, he whispered secretly in his heart. Many murmurs began to settle down, and a superb light flashed involuntarily in the beautiful eyes. The eyes full of exquisite light focused on Long Haoyu without any movement at all, watching the entire battle between Long Haoyu and the 12-headed bird demon. At the same time, a very bold idea began to grow in my heart, and then it was settled. Chapter 329. Yu Yi knew very well who Abao was. In other words, there is no high-level person in the entire demon clan who does not know that number 1 Abao exists. The first heir to the demon god emperor, a pure-blooded descendant of the heaven-defying demon dragon clan, is also a gifted being. Even though the demon gods ranked lower in the ranking have the name of demon gods, they do not dare to point fingers or make irresponsible remarks towards existences like Abao. One can imagine how respected Abao's status is. Similarly, she also knew that Abao's position as the first heir to the demon god emperor did not just rely on the demon god emperor's official appointment. The most important part is that Abao's position as the first heir is achieved step by himself. Poe's growth path was accompanied by fighting and bloodshed. Such a person, after becoming the demon god emperor in the future, he will definitely be an immortal being who can suppress the holy demon continent for thousands of years. But now, such a person was defeated many times by a young human like Long Haoyu under the same circumstances. With such a record, Yu Yi found that she couldn't ignore it even if she wanted to. The peak existence that could have suppressed the holy demon continent in the next 1,000 years was suppressed by others in the same situation. Doesn't this mean? Yu Yi couldn't help but gasped again. She could almost imagine such a scene if this generation of demon god emperor passed away. Abao became the next demon god emperor, but Long Haoyu also grew to the top. At that time, it was not that Abao could continue to suppress the holy demon continent for thousands of years, but Long Haoyu could suppress Abao for a lifetime. Yes, we can indeed consider this aspect, if we can get this interesting little man to join our camp. If you can let this little man grow up completely, then many things that follow will be easy to handle. Including my father, including us, and including people who share the same path, whatever we really want to do deep down in our hearts may be successful. Even then, Yu Yi thought to herself, keep planning future possibilities in your mind. The more she planned on this kind of thing, the excitement in her heart suddenly began to become active. As a traveling businessman, he is also an important backbone of the Moon Knight Merchant Group. Yu Yi knew very well who was standing behind the Yu Yi Merchant Group. Her father, the Moon Demon God, was the real supporter of the Yu Yi Merchant Group. And she could definitely guess what her father was thinking. Unfortunately, she also had the same idea. But to actually implement such an idea, we still need a lot of help. At least for now, they don't have the ability to fulfill their long-cherished wish. But the appearance of Long Haoyu brought them a turning point. It should be possible to let the matter be decided thoroughly first. After clearing out these rebels this time, we can have a good chat with this little human man. Let's see if this little human man will really join our camp. As long as he can finally join our camp, we may be able to make other arrangements later. A smile began to appear on Yu Yi's face. After completely firming up the thoughts in his mind, the smile on his face began to completely burst out. The other side, the 12 bird demons besieged Long Haoyu in no particular order. Long Haoyu's expression was very serious. Although he did not fall into defeat under the siege of the 12 bird demons, he did not gain much benefit. Staying on top of everything is the rule of survival on the demon battlefield. Therefore, as of now, he has no plans to use all his strength, otherwise it will be very easy to deal with these 12 bird demons. The original plan was to keep fighting like this and finally kill the 12-headed bird demon. As the thought fell, another kind of throbbing arose in my heart. Long Haoyu frowned and looked at the cover of the luxury carriage from the corner of his eye. There, Yu Yi looked at him thoughtfully. This woman seems to be targeting me. It's no surprise that this woman is probably thinking about something about me. But it's not that easy to plot against me. Long Haoyu snorted in his heart. He was most disgusted by someone plotting against him and your blade beside him. It was precisely because of this factor that he didn't have much affection for Yu Yi at the beginning. On the one hand, it is due to the different identities, and on the other hand, it is the persistence in my heart. Now, after confirming that Yu Yi was planning, the anger in his heart began to burst out. Just as Long Xingyu had been plotting against him and Long Haochen, he had always kept this matter in mind. So after all these years, he has never had the thought of forgiving Long Xingyu. Doing similar things here on a moonlit night is undoubtedly bringing back the worst memories in his heart. This woman, I hope she will be smarter in the end. I haven't even started to implement the follow-up plan here, but you started to plot against me. If you succeed, then I will simply kill myself on the demon battlefield. But if you want to plot against me, you have to see if you have the ability to plot against me. I originally planned to deal with the 12-headed bird demon normally. It seems now that I'm afraid we can't continue like this. The coldness in Long Haoyu's eyes became more intense. The killing instinct suppressed in the body began to revive crazily at this time. Because of the team's problems, he has been trying his best to adjust his state and has not really let his killing instinct explode. All this is to be able to better cooperate with the team, so as not to disconnect the team from himself and ultimately lead to an irreparable mistake. But now, the thought of continuing to suppress it was diluted. It once again made people feel uncomfortable, and his instinct began to show signs of uncontrollable release. The 12-headed bird demons realized Long Haoyu's changes, and their attacks against each other became more rapid. Long Haoyu's speed increased a lot, and his golden wings carried him continuously moving in midair. The gray mist began to rage on the body, and the Wufeng in his hand began to tremble completely at this time. After a moment, a cold murderous intent flashed across Long Haoyu's eyes. The 12-headed bird demon seemed to have turned into a corpse in his eyes at this moment. I have suppressed myself for so long that I have almost forgotten this feeling. Since you happen to be my current opponent, and someone is plotting against me, I will let you be my opponent to release my pressure this time. I hope you won't die too quickly without a sharp edge, Long Haoyu said to himself. The moment he finished speaking, gray mist enveloped his whole body. The aura of the six-path spiritual furnace began to surge. Chapter 330. That is, on the luxurious carriage, Yu Yi's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. As gray mist began to surge out of Long Haoyu's body, she was immediately attracted to all her attention. Looking at Long Haoyu in the gray mist, he instinctively felt that Long Haoyu seemed to have been greatly improved at this moment. In fact, a temperament called crazy is gathering momentum from Long Haoyu, which is not at all like Long Haoyu a few breaths ago. If we really want to forcefully compare two people, one is in the sky and the other is on the ground. Even the people closest to him would probably have doubts about Long Haoyu at this time, and would wonder if this was still the Long Haoyu they knew. Similarly, Lang Xiao also noticed Long Haoyu's reaction at this time, and saw the crazy energy starting to burst out from Long Haoyu's body. Xing's lips opened slightly, and a breath of cool air was breathed into his lungs. Sister Yu, this human strength has improved a lot. Those gray airflows seemed to have improved greatly. It felt like his whole body had gone crazy. And it seems that he has not yet reached the ultimate level. As this progress continues, he may undergo earth-shaking changes. Lang Xiao was amazed again and again. As a descendant of the heaven-defying demon dragon clan, she felt that the blood of the heaven-defying demon dragon clan in her body seemed to be restless. The source of all this restlessness comes from the gray air current raging on Long Haoyu's body at this time. Yu Yi continued to chant the forbidden curse, her eyes flashing continuously. Just like Lang Xiao, she also felt that the demon blood in her body was beginning to stir. There was a long distance between them, and just the power released by Long Haoyu could make their respective bloodlines tremble. Such abilities are nothing short of extraordinary. For a moment, the look in her eyes when she looked at Long Haoyu was even more intriguing. The thoughts that had been in my mind before became more active at this moment and could no longer be suppressed at all. At the same time, Long Haochen and his party, who continued to rush towards Yu Yi and the others, also noticed the changes in Long Haoyu at this time. While parrying the ordinary demons, he also stared at Long Haoyu in the gray mist with his mouth open. I'm going to put a stop to it, boss. Are you planning to go big again? Lin Xin was dumbfounded and sighed. Judging from the current situation, those 12 bird demons that are about to come down must be in bad luck, right? Sima Xian touched his shiny bald head. If nothing else, he must be in trouble. Anyway, I feel that the leader's current strength has been improved a bit too much. Wang Yuan principal's eyes were fiery. If I can also have such power, then I. Everyone has full confidence in Long Haoyu, and they know Long Haoyu's combat power clearly. An 8th level peak level demon dragon like Abao could be defeated by Long Haoyu at the same level even if he suppressed his strength. Even if a mere bird demon is in the same realm as Long Haoyu, there is no way it can be Long Haoyu's opponent. Only Kair and Long Haochen couldn't help frowning at Long Haoyu's situation. Both of them knew very well that the gray air flow meant that Long Haoyu had used the power of the 6-path spiritual furnace. The 6-path spiritual furnace, this is a mysterious spiritual furnace that can surpass the Reincarnation spiritual furnace. When Long Haoyu bursts out the power of this spiritual furnace, it means that he has truly taken action. Did something happen to Haoyu? Or did he discover something? Kair thought to herself. While thinking about this, he looked towards the luxury carriage. Noticing that Yu Yi had been staring at Long Haoyu at this time, a cold luster suddenly flashed across his eyes. A steady stream of killing intent began to gather in his eyes. The moonlit night above the carriage was instantly remembered deep in her heart. At the same time, Yu Yi also felt something in her heart and realized that someone had been staring at her. He looked away from Long Haoyu for a moment and looked in the direction of Kair. Seeing Kair staring at him, her eyes suddenly flickering, she couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. This woman, why is she looking at me like this right now? Maybe they don't want to ensure that I complete the forbidden spell, but they want to rush in and attack me and interrupt my singing. Yu Yi thought to herself, her breath stuck in her throat and she felt very uncomfortable. She was observing everyone else in the demon hunting group, but she didn't feel any discomfort from them. Only Kair gave her a very strange feeling. The throbbing in her heart made it impossible for her to calm down at this moment. With such thoughts in mind, he no longer dodged his eyes and met Kair's eyes stiffly. The other side, Long Haoyu's thoughts at this time were all on the 12-headed bird demon. After the power of the 6-path spiritual furnace exploded, the gray mist lingered around him like chains. Not only that, the ghostly power of the Asura path was also blessing him at this moment. Under this very strange power, a cold smile appeared on Long Haoyu's face. The 12-headed bird demons were horrified. Yu Yi and Lang Xiao in the distance were both affected by the 6-path spiritual furnace, causing the blood in their bodies to begin to stir. The blood levels of these bird demons are simply not comparable to the blood levels of the two of them. Therefore, they did not feel the restlessness of their blood, and the only thing they felt was fear. It seemed that Long Haoyu, who was in the gray airflow, was the executioner who wanted to bring them a life-killing curse. The 12 bird demons looked at each other one after another, no longer hesitating. The aura on each body began to increase, and then they rushed towards Long Haoyu at extremely fast speeds. Not knowing the strangeness of Long Haoyu's power at this time, they didn't want to just sit back and wait for death. If you strike first and get rid of Long Haoyu first, then all the fears will be nothing. Long Haoyu watched the 12 bird demons unite the front, and the Wufeng in his hand raised a very strange arc. In an instant, he appeared directly in front of the bird demon at the front. This bird demon didn't react to Long Haoyu at all, and it didn't even catch Long Haoyu's speed. After seeing Long Haoyu break through and come closer, he roared crazily and attacked Long Haoyu with all his might. Long Haoyu's expression remained unchanged, and he gently placed one hand in front of the bird demon, with gray mist covering his palm. Completely ignoring the attack of this bird demon, it finally landed on its head. At the same time, an extremely cold voice was slowly spit out from the gap between his lips: annihilation. Chapter 331. The gray power was like steel needles piercing into the body of this bird demon. At first, the bird demon didn't feel anything strange, but it didn't wait until he really relaxed. Suddenly, Gray rays of light burst out from his body, just like when he first merged with the six-path spiritual furnace. At that time, Long Haoyu's whole body was transformed into a hedgehog by the six spiritual furnaces, but he was not harmed in the end. This bird demon is different here. It has also turned into a hedgehog, but every gray beam of light that shoots out of his body makes him drip with blood. At the same time, the gray power was full of cannibalism, constantly devouring his limbs and bones, including all the flesh and blood on his body. Gray light spots appeared in front of Long Haoyu, but this bird demon seemed to have never existed in this world. Apart from those whales, there is nothing else that can provide corresponding proof. The remaining 11 bird demons looked crazy when they saw that their companions had suffered a devastating blow, not even leaving any corpses. Scrambling for the first place, the 11 bird demons besieged Long Haoyu like crazy, and the auras on their bodies were at their maximum. At this moment, they all realized that Long Haoyu was truly powerful and unparalleled. At the same level, he could kill one of them so easily. It was not difficult to continue killing them. But, if they all attack at once, Long Haoyu may not be able to withstand it. Long Haoyu grinned, looking at the 11 demon beasts rushing to die. The coldness in his eyes became even more intense. Holding both hands on Wufang, it's like a man and a sword united into one. Lines of sword light burst out from Wufeng in an instant. It's over. The scene from the beginning is about to happen again. Li Xin clicked her tongue a little, remembering Long Haoyu's performance in the demon land during the previous demon hunting group selection competition. Although several months had passed, every time she recalled it, she still felt that Long Haoyu at that time was very scary, like a stranger. Nowadays, Long Haoyu is obviously very similar to that at that time, and his ruthlessness is no less generous. Long Haochen nodded. Sister Exener, that scene has indeed reappeared. My brother seems to be really angry this time. Compared to the last time, my brother is not too crazy this time and has some sense, but his moves are more wild than the last time. Sima Xian and Lin Xin asked questions at the same time, and all the conversations between Li Xin and Long Haochen fell into their ears. Listening to Long Haochen say that Long Haoyu's reaction at this time was not too crazy, and was somewhat rational. Even Sima Xian, who was known for his violence, was a little overwhelmed at this time. He looked at Long Haochen and at the same time looked at Long Haoyu above the dome. In the field of vision, Long Haoyu was already fighting with 11 bird demons. Different from the back and forth like at the beginning, Long Haoyu, who was really angry at this time, was a typical crush. One after another, the sword rays surrounded all the bird demons like a cage. Each passing sword ray could cause huge sword marks to appear on the body of a bird demon. The demon blood spilled from these bird demons, showing the misery of these bird demons, but none of the bird demons died immediately without a sharp edge. Endless injuries kept appearing on them, and Long Haoyu, who imposed all this on them, was like a living Shura. I can't believe what Qianqian Haochen said is true. Lin Xin came back to his senses and couldn't help but feel his scalp numb as he looked at the horrific appearance of the 11 bird demons. Sima Xian couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. I really can't believe it. Captain, don't be too crazy. Each sword is enough to kill these bird demons, but it doesn't really kill them. It feels like the leader is being used as a vent for these demon beasts. Long Haochen and Li Xin were not too surprised to see such a scene again, because they had expected it in advance. However, seeing Long Haoyu like this at this time, they felt a pinch for Long Haoyu from the bottom of their hearts. Kair couldn't keep silent. Seeing Long Haoyu like this, she stabbed back with one hand. The demon that rushed towards her immediately started to bleed under her sword of reincarnation. His eyes were full of worry for Long Haoyu. Don't be stunned, keep charging forward. On the battlefield, this is not the time for you to sigh. Haoyu is dealing with many demons. If we miss this opportunity, we will be sorry for Haoyu's efforts. Everyone come to their senses. If anyone is holding back at this time, don't blame me for being rude to you. Kair shouted softly, resisting the urge to rush to help Long Haoyu, bringing Long Haochen and others' emotions back to reality, and continued to protect the group of people and attack in the direction of the moonlit night. But this time, her gaze towards Yu Yi had completely cooled down. The more wrong Long Haoyu's situation became, the more uncomfortable she felt. It was impossible to help Long Haoyu, but it was enough to confirm that Yu Yi was the source of Long Haoyu's emotional instability at this time. Yu Yi noticed Kair looking over again and saw Long Haoyu frantically dealing with many bird demons. Unilateral killing is still killing under the same level. Deep down, she began to panic. This aura is almost the same as that of the woman just now, but that woman's aura is much more restrained. The same madness, but it has not completely exploded and been vented, and now she is targeting me again. Could it be that she is aware of what I am thinking? If she is really aware of my thoughts, what does she want to do to me? Yu Yi thought to herself. At this moment, she completely rejected her previous speculation. Previously, I had always thought that Long Haochen, Kair and his party were coming to interrupt him from chanting the forbidden curse. But now after careful analysis, combined with Long Haoyu's madness at this time, the new guess has been confirmed. Women's intuition is very sensitive. It comes from women's intuition. She is extremely sure of this latest guess. Thinking about these things, a feeling of horror raged in my heart. Obviously this feeling shouldn't happen, but it happened just like this. Kair paid attention to Yu Yi's situation while rushing in. Seeing the emotions on Yu Yi's face begin to change, she also completely confirmed the guess in her heart. The coldness in her heart at this moment seemed to blend into the sword light of the sword of samsara. And this coldness was aimed at Yu Yi, the woman who was chanting the forbidden curse. Chapter 332. Kair was assisting Long Haochen and his group to continue their advance, and Long Haoyu continued to kill the remaining 11 bird demons in midair. The bird demons' mournful roar rang out so thoroughly in the air that it made people feel like their scalp was numb. Their respective wings were covered with sword marks, and there were even holes in many places, completely unable to support their continued flight. However, even so, they still couldn't fall from midair. Whenever there is a tendency to fall, the sword light above Wu Feng will definitely follow. The powerful impact made it impossible for them to fall freely. At this moment, the remaining bird demons suddenly felt envious of the bird demon that was directly annihilated by Long Haoyu in the first place. Damn it, that's really easy. On the contrary, when they got here, they couldn't even ask for death. Completely, it was the doll in Long Haoyu's hand, the target of Long Haoyu's murder at this time. Not being able to survive and not being able to die is the most realistic portrayal of them at this time. Long Haoyu watched the reactions of the 11 bird demons indifferently. While he was measuring the size, he snorted coldly in his heart. I'll let you demons offend me, and I'll just use you as a tool to vent my anger. However, your role is almost over. Long Haoyu whispered indifferently in his heart. Although he entered Asura mode, he did not really lose his mind. After completely controlling the path of Asura, he himself is Asura, and Asura can also be said to be him. I want to be like what happened during the first demon hunting team selection competition, to be crazy and uncontrollable. There is no possibility of such a thing. The reason why he chose to kill these 11 bird demons was because of his control over the dangers he would encounter in this battlefield. He remembered clearly that this time there was a 7th level peak golden bird demon in this battlefield. Such a golden bird demon will definitely have a great impact on many things that follow. If the golden bird demon really appears, it may cause many changes in the things he knows. And once things are out of control, any sudden changes are unpredictable, and if something goes wrong then there is no time to remedy it. Simply, letting these things continue to develop full of uncertainties, he would prefer to keep everything in his own hands. These 6th level bird demons were tortured and killed in order to make the golden bird demons show up. And after taking the initiative to show up, he did not go to deal with Long Haochen and the others, but put all the firepower on him. Just as Long Haoyu was thinking about these things in his mind, a depressing aura suddenly burst out in the sky. In the sky, a golden figure swooped down like a hurricane. Similar to the bird demon that was being tortured and killed, it was also a member of the bird demon family, but its whole body showed a brilliant golden color. The spear in his hand also has the shape of golden lightning. This figure was about 2 meters tall. The golden wings on its back slid into the sky, and it raised 2 brilliant golden lights and swooped straight towards Long Haoyu. There are no more than 3 golden bird demons in the entire family of golden bird demons. One of them is the leader of the bird demon clan. He is a genuine 8th level warrior and has a certain status among the demon clan. At the moment, although this golden bird demon did not reach the 8th level of strength, it had the peak 7th level cultivation level as Long Haoyu knew in advance. His body is like lightning, fast and sturdy. As soon as Hajime appeared, he brought with him a powerful oppressive force. Uniquely, the oppressive power of the 7th level peak demon clan. Long Haoyu watched this golden figure swooping towards him, and the coldness in his eyes suddenly broke out. It finally appeared. With a slight sigh in his heart, he saw that things were beginning to develop in the direction he wanted to control, and no longer continued to kill the 11 surviving bird demons. The black luster above Wu Feng suddenly exploded in the night sky. The ultimate destruction and the profound darkness were like a long dragon passing through the 11 bird demons. Without giving these bird demons any reaction at all, the black sword light swallowed them all up. A scream did not even have time to be transmitted from this ultimate sword light. Even when these 11 bird demons were devoured, there was a look in their eyes that they were finally ready to die. They no longer wanted to experience the feeling of being completely tortured and killed, unable to survive or die. It would also be a kind of happiness to die simply and neatly. After eliminating the 11 bird demons, Long Haoyu retreated in midair, avoiding the golden bird demons that swooped down from the air. The distance was not too far. Feeling the oppressive force of the golden bird demon, a smile spread across his lips. It finally happened. What will happen to my little brother will not happen to me. In this battle in my memory, Haochen finally exhausted all his strength, but I will not encounter anything like this here. This little guy is an out-and-out power bank. It replenishes my spiritual energy, which is enough for me to fight for a long time. He whispered secretly in his heart. Long Haoyu gently pressed one hand on the small white beast on the front of his clothes. The little white beast felt Long Haoyu's thoughts, and couldn't help but have a white eye in his little eyes. He was chattering without knowing what he was talking about, and he looked completely depressed to the extreme. What is your identity? What kind of bloodline do you have? His great bloodline is just a power bank. Master, you have gone too far. The little white beast was helpless, but after chirping a few times, it returned to its usual mess. What a great white column, and can rest assured here. As long as you are not fighting, you can also use the storm to absorb the furnace. There is nothing better than this for a complete animal life. Long Haoyu felt the little white beast's contempt for him. After smiling slightly, he stopped being distracted by anything else. The trembling above Wu Feng, and the blood boiling in his heart at this moment. Breathing also slowed down. Staring at the golden bird demon not far away, a strong fighting spirit began to burst out in his body. The golden bird demon looked at Long Haoyu, who had tortured and killed 12 of his clan members, with nothing but rage in his cold eyes. With a low roar, his body suddenly turned into a golden shadow and rushed towards Long Haoyu. When Long Haoyu saw this, his held breath was instantly released. Well done, let me see if I can kill you, a 7th level demon scum. Chapter 333. No front is raised. Long Haoyu is not as fast as the golden bird demon. But the moment the golden bird demon came to kill him, his body began to resist based on his long-term cultivation instinct. Chang. The golden spear in the golden bird demon's hand hit Wu Feng steadily. The 7th level peak strength and the surging spiritual power in his body gave Long Haoyu a huge impact. His body flew backward uncontrollably, and a mouthful of blood suddenly welled up in Long Haoyu's throat. The sweet feeling made his whole body invigorated. He has died so many times in the shadow space, and every time he died in a clean battle. Now he is fighting against the golden bird demon, and with his 6th level strength, he wants to counterattack the peak 7th level golden bird demon. To say it's not difficult is definitely a lie. But he knew it was very difficult, but the look in his eyes did not change at all. The gray air flow spread faster and faster, and the ghosts of the Asura path also enveloped him. At the same time, the little white beast quietly emitted a stream of milky white light. A variety of forces instantly pulled his entire body toward its peak state. No front, 6 paths spiritual furnace, little white beast. These are Long Haoyu's opportunities. In every previous battle, Long Haoyu never tried to unleash his true peak strength. But at this moment, after fighting against the golden bird demon, he had no intention of continuing like this, and he remained completely excited. At the same time, he also displayed all his power without any intention of holding back. Long Haoyu knew very well that if he wanted to succeed in the counterattack, he must not hold anything back. He must use his peak posture to fight against this golden bird demon. After all, he has not yet completely controlled the 6 paths spiritual furnace. It is still a bit difficult to unify the 6 paths and directly use the reincarnation furnace to erupt the golden bird demon like Kyre did. But it is impossible to unify the 6 paths. At present, the 3 paths that can be united into one are still completely stress-free. Boom! An explosion sounded in midair. After flying far away, Long Haochen slashed at the golden bird demon with his backhand sword. 9 ways to kill demons. Cut 9 and fall to the sky. The skill that would have been used at the end to press the bottom of the box, Long Haochen used it without any hesitation. When fighting against Bao suppressed his own strength, and ended up fighting in the same place. The golden bird demon here is truly the peak of the 7th level. If you hide your clumsiness, there will definitely be big problems. The golden bird demon felt the power of this sword and dodged it extremely quickly. A terrifying look suddenly appeared on his ferocious face. Clang! Clang, clang. The golden spear kept colliding with Wu Feng. The golden bird demon became angry and launched attacks more and more rapidly. Long Haochen is not as fast as the golden bird demon, but the years of practice in the shadow space are not in vain. No matter how powerful the golden bird demon is, its attack mellowness is definitely not as good as the perfect body state shown by the shadow instructor. Enough instinct supported him to withstand the attacks of the golden bird demon again and again. Golden light continued to emerge in midair. From one end to the other. The battlefield in the sky seems to have become the exclusive domain of Long Haochen and the golden bird demon. On the luxurious carriage, Yu Yi watched Long Haochen fighting with the golden bird demon, and couldn't help but reveal a worried look in his eyes. Her original intention was to win Long Haochen under her command. But now, Long Haochen, who was at the 6th level of strength, was directly facing the golden bird demon at the peak of the 7th level. She was very aware of the risks involved. If Long Haochen were to die here, Yu Yi was a little impatient and felt very uneasy. Thinking of the possible consequences, the speed of chanting the forbidden spell became much faster. The same was true for Leng Xiao, who felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Beiki bit her red lips lightly, and she saw that Long Haoyu's sudden attack saved her. Very complex thoughts rippled in her heart. This golden bird demon is at the peak of the 7th level. That human knight will definitely not be the opponent of this golden bird demon. Although we can have a good fight with the golden bird demon now, we will definitely lose in the long run. No matter what, if it really comes to that, the only way to show your true identity is to not let this golden bird demon kill this human knight. Leng Xiao whispered in a low voice, and at the end of the sentence, his whole body suddenly became tough, and the blood of the heaven-defying demon dragon clan in his body burst out with oppressive aura from time to time. Yu Yi hurriedly gestured towards Leng Xiao, expressing all her thoughts with a few glances. Leng Xiao looked at Yu Yi's eyes and frowned slightly. Sister Yu, do you want to say that since these guys dare to launch a siege on us, even if I show my identity, I can't suppress them? Yu Yi nodded slightly. Behind the Yu Yi merchant group was the moon demon god. This was a tacit understanding among many high-level demon clan officials. However, even so, they still dared to kill and silence their business group. She fully imagined that even if Leng Xiao revealed his identity, it would not have any effect. Leng Xiao was a little depressed, thinking that things were getting a little tricky, and looked in the direction of Long Haochen again. If my identity is of no use, then I will have to wait for Sister Yu to cast your forbidden spell. But, can this human night really last until that time? Leng Xiao clutched her heart and muttered to herself. Although I don't know why I feel concerned about a human knight like Long Haochen. But the emotion had already arisen, and she could only let her worries continue. However, just as she was clutching her heart for Long Haochen, a picture scroll suddenly appeared at the other end of her sight. In midair, the dark green light on Long Haochen began to turn into dark yellow, and the dark green light and dark red light became supplementary. A pair of scrolls spread out from his side, and each scroll had a strong aura of human fireworks. At the same time, after these scrolls appeared, dark green light and dark red light merged towards these scrolls. Unlike the last time when the 3 paths were unified, Long Haochen chose to forcibly merge the 3 paths at this time, and let the hell path and the asura path pour back into the human path. After being suppressed and beaten by the golden bird demon for a while, he didn't want to let this battle continue to be anxious. The way of the world is in the world. He hasn't used this ability for a while. After 3 months of experience in the exorcism pass, Long Haochen is still very clear about his own improvement. he knows that he has been recognized by enough people. As for the human world, the more this move is recognized in the human world, the greater the power it can unleash. The Golden Bird Demon is a demon at the peak of the 7th level. Just in time, it can be a test for him to test how much power he will have in the human world after his improvement. With the pouring of dark red light and dark green light, the picture of the human world began to become weird. Long Haoyu's eyes also calmed down at this moment. Time seems to be frozen at this moment. The sharp tip of the sword slowly touched these strange scrolls. After a dull sound, the power on the scroll gathered towards Wufeng like long dragons. Chapter 334. 90.8%. The three colors are mixed and sharp. Along with the many powers in the picture that were generated by the human world, poured in. The trembling sound on Wufeng was more obvious, and the dark sword body showed an excited luster like an anthropomorphic state. The extremely weird scene was filled with the smell of fireworks. With just one glance, it was as if he could see all kinds of things in the world from above Wufeng. Long Haoyu felt the changes on Wufeng. At the same time, he also felt the various scenes of the human world transmitted to him through Wufeng. Under Xiaohuo's sword, he understood the way of the world and truly controlled it. But at that time, there were still some shortcomings in what he felt about the human world. And now, feeling the feeling transmitted from Wufeng, the whole person seemed to be completely enlightened. As if he had an epiphany, his whole body just stood in midair, as if he didn't care about everything around him. Only Wufeng was held tightly by both hands, and finally he was slowly raised toward his head. The three-color luster forms a very sharp contrast with the deep night. The Golden Bird Demon was suddenly startled, watching Long Haoyu suddenly undergo such a change, watching the picture scroll merge into Wufeng. The smell of all kinds of things in the world made him feel uneasy from the bottom of his heart. Even if Long Haoyu is only a 6th-level human, there is still a big gap in terms of hard power. But at this moment, this uneasiness gave him the illusion that he would die here. The spear, like golden lightning, burst into brilliant light in his hand. The Golden Bird Demon did not dare to stay here any longer, and it was clear that Long Haoyu could be overwhelmed without using all his strength. But the uneasiness in his heart made him dare not go on like this at all. The power inside the body surged continuously, and the body, which was enough to bring the ultimate sense of oppression to many people, completely erupted with golden rays of light. With the explosion of these golden rays of light, the Golden Bird Demon showed its peak 7th-level strength. Showing all its power, the Golden Bird Demon no longer hesitated and turned into an afterimage and galloped towards Long Haoyu. The sharp spear was full of determination to kill Long Haoyu with one spear. However, no matter how fast the Golden Bird Demon is at this time, after entering a very strange state similar to enlightenment, everything in front of me seemed to slow down at this moment. This feeling is just like the instinct after the blood of the heaven-defying demon dragon clan was stimulated in the body when he was practicing on Mount Odin. And among the various conditions in the human world, although the Golden Bird Demon is very fast, it is only a very small part of the various conditions in the human world. It can even be said that the speed is ridiculously slow. Long Haoyu's indifferent eyes looked at the Golden Bird Demon getting closer and closer to him, completely ignoring the strength bursting out of the Golden Bird Demon. Until the last moment, when the Golden Bird Demon was about to approach. There is no edge, just like a feather, it is chopped off gently. The moves look very bland, and they are no longer as open and close as they used to be. However, it was such a very ordinary move, but it slashed past the Golden Bird Demon in an instant. The Golden Bird Demon's forward body froze in midair. The golden spear that was just short of piercing Long Haoyu's body was completely frozen in midair at this time. Damn it, how is it possible? The Golden Bird Demon's mind was filled with astonishment, and everything that happened at that shocking moment was within his cognition. The more he knew these things, the more he couldn't believe what happened at this moment. Just a moment ago, a sword struck from Wufeng without any surprises. Actually, unexpectedly, killed such a great Golden Bird Demon in one fell swoop. Other places, Lang Xiao watched with wide eyes as Long Haoyu brought down the sword. She was sure that Long Haoyu would definitely not be the opponent of the Golden Bird Demon, but what she saw with her eyes refreshed her understanding. In the field of vision, a gap appeared in the Golden Bird Demon's body starting from the top of its head and heading directly downwards. This gap continued to expand, and the golden body turned into two halves and fell towards the ground. Sister Yu, this human knight actually defeated the 7th level peak golden bird demon. He obviously only has the strength of the 6th level. He can actually cross the level and carry out counterattacks across such a huge level. It's so unreasonable. If people with such talents grow up, what will happen to us demons? Lang Xiao said in disbelief. Her whole brain seemed to shut down at this moment, completely unable to control herself. The same was true for Yu Yi. Her eyes flashed with horror. She shook her head at Lang Xiao and bit her silver teeth lightly. The last sentence of the forbidden curse was completely spit out from the gap between her lips. Shua. The scroll floated up, and the light connecting her to the purple moon in the sky suddenly dimmed. Immediately afterwards, little purple starlight rippled. As the forbidden spell completed, Long Haochen came back to his senses, saw the floating scroll, and looked at the purple starlight falling from the dome. For the first time, he looked towards Kair and others. Seeing that Kair and his party had rushed to the luxury carriage not far from where Yu Yi and Lang Xiao were, they rushed towards Yu Yi's direction without further thinking. He knew very well what the specific manifestation of Yu Yi's forbidden curse was, and he did not dare to let himself stay 100 meters away from Yu Yi at this time. If not, he will eventually fall under the power of this forbidden curse. Even if he is indeed brilliant and gorgeous, trying to defeat the 9th level forbidden curse is still not an option for him. In an instant, Long Haochen caught up to Kair and the others, and the moment she caught up with Kair and the others, the moon in the sky began to suddenly increase in geometric multiples, and an unparalleled ancient pressure suddenly erupted. The huge purple moon became the cross-section of a giant pillar. The purple light fell and the giant pillar descended. There are countless moonlights on top of the giant pillar, and each moon has a different pattern. There is a full moon, a first quarter moon, and a third quarter moon, all filled with the hazy brilliance of the moon. With the fall of this giant pillar, the space of this side of the world seemed to solidify in an instant. With the carriage where Yue was sitting as the center of the circle, the entire distance of 100 meters around was covered. 100 meters away, clouds of moonlight rippled and exploded, and all the demons who wanted to rob the Moonlight Merchant group turned into statues and were instantly solidified. At the same time, Yu Yi's body quietly disappeared from the spot. Instead, there was a figure that was 100 meters tall. Silver hair and purple eyes seemed to be the eternity between heaven and earth at this moment. Chapter 335. 91%. Long Haochen silently looked at the figure 100 meters above the dome. After being prepared in my heart, I didn't fall into shock after the forbidden curse completely broke out on Yu Yi. Although he was not shocked, he did not relax his thoughts at all, looking solemnly at the 100-meter figure above the dome. Soon, this figure gradually became clear, and Yu Yi's appearance appeared in his gaze. Suspended there quietly, even though the figure has expanded to such an extent, the huge body is still so coordinated, with silver hair, purple eyes, and a gorgeous long skirt with countless moonlight ripples. Any despicable person who desecrates the moon will be punished by the moon. Yu Yi slowly raised his arms, and a plain but strangely magical voice seemed to reverberate throughout the space. Along with her this life fell. Groups of moonlight drifted toward the outside. Some were in the air, some were close to the ground, and everything within sight instantly turned into a purple ocean. As if being purified, within the range affected by the purple moonlight, both demons and corpses were melting at an alarming rate. The army of tens of thousands of demons, facing the actions of the moonlit night, were so frightened that they could not escape. No demon had the idea of escape, and could only tremble in place to welcome the baptism of the terrifying moonlight. Is this the demon god pillar of moon demon god Agaras? The ability this woman used actually caused the projection of the moon demon god's second demon god pillar to appear. Such abilities. Long Haochen looked at the projected demonic pillar in shock. They are no longer unfamiliar with this demon pillar. I still vaguely remember the time during the exorcism pass, when the demon god emperor came to the exorcism pass for the first time. They had seen this demon pillar from a long distance away. At that time, this demon god pillar was far away, and it was supporting the demon god emperor in a distant place together with the star demon god. But the aura on this demon god pillar was still fresh in their memory. He never expected that he would actually start to perform a mission alone, but he would see this demon pillar again. Kair had deep eyebrows and an unusual luster in her eyes, silently watching the execution of this forbidden spell. The moon demon god came, and the terrifying forbidden curse had an extremely powerful momentum, but strangely, no sound was made. The huge cluster of purple moonlight came and went very quickly. In just a moment, all the brilliance had subsided. All that's left are large expanses of light and shadow. The moonlight enveloped an area of nearly a kilometer, and all the demons within this area were melted without exception. Of the 50,000 demon army that came this time, only less than 10,000 were left alive after this round of forbidden spell bombing. Looking at the purple light and shadow in front of him, he no longer had the ambition to kill and silence him at the beginning. Xiao, you drive the carriage, all the magicians get on the carriage, follow the carriage in close combat, and rush out. As the moonlight dissipated, Yu Yi's body landed on the roof of the carriage again, with blood dripping from her face as pale as snow, rendering her originally beautiful face like a female ghost. Holding back the pain of almost collapse, he was still making arrangements calmly. Lang Xiao did not hesitate and hurriedly got out of the car. Although the remaining demon army of more than 10,000 did not continue to attack, she could not guarantee whether they would continue to attack after a while. Without the forbidden spell, they would not be able to withstand the siege of tens of thousands of demons. Lin Xin quickly ran to the carriage, and at Long Haoyu's signal, Chen Yinger also ran onto the carriage. Sima Xian, Wang Yuan, and Haochen, you all get on the carriage. Kair, Sister Exener, let's rush out together with the carriage and be responsible for the rear at the same time. Long Haoyu gave a soft drink and poked the little white beast. The little white beast muttered and then ordered him to be put into the carriage. The little white beast looked at the moonlit night that looked like a female ghost, and looked at it with disgust, and then milky white light slowly released from its body. Soon, the milky white light enveloped Yu Yi's entire body, invisibly beginning to repair the backlash she suffered after forcibly releasing the 9th level forbidden spell. Lang Xiao watched this scene while driving. She was originally very repulsive to light magic, but at this moment, for some reason, she was completely unable to hate the light power released by the little white beast. I even felt a little bit of enjoyment, and wanted to run to Yu Yi and be enveloped by this bright power. At the same time, Lin Xin and others were also quickly treated by the power of the little white beast. More treatment was given to Lin Xin and others. Although Yu Yi only suffered a small part, the huge overdraft of her mental power made her likely to faint at any time and she was forcibly pressed down. The other magicians of the business group in the carriage were not so lucky. It was as if they were specifically disliked by the little white beast, and they were unable to enjoy any treatment at all. In desperation, he could only desperately squeeze out his remaining spiritual power and be ready to release magic attacks anytime and anywhere. Soon, the business group and the demons came face to face, and magic was released from the hands of these magicians, mercilessly killing the demons who had no courage to continue fighting. Due to the disparity in fighting spirit, the business group's breakout seemed very successful. They kept running forward without stopping for 2 whole hours. After 2 hours of non-stop running, the speed of the iron-maned horse driven by Lang Xiao slowed down. Even though 2 hours had passed, no one in the carriage, including Long Haoyu and his party, looked relaxed. In the land of demons, no one can guarantee what will happen in the next second. A long time passed, and under Yu Yi's order, the entire business group stopped in a large forest. After the crisis was a little bit relieved, everyone began to impatiently restore their own situation in order to prevent them from making a difference in the future. Long Haoyu signaled to Long Haochen, who poked his head out of the carriage. Long Haochen understood what his eldest brother meant and quickly made arrangements for everyone in the demon hunting group, and everyone began to speed up their recovery. Only Long Haoyu did not take the initiative to recover at this time. After looking at each other with Kair, the two followed the curtain of the carriage that was lifted. His eyes fell silently on Yu Yi, who was not unconscious but in a very uncomfortable condition. At the same time, Yu Yi also looked at the two of them as if she felt something in her heart. Each other's eyes collided at this moment. Chapter 336. Long Haoyu's eyes looked very calm, but there seemed to be an undercurrent surging beneath the calmness. Kair's gaze was much more direct, without any undercurrent, but with real hostility and surging murderous intent. Although Long Haoyu's emotional release just now did not reach the serious point of losing control, his emotional fluctuations were definitely not what he usually experienced at the most ordinary times. The root of all this is obviously Yu Yi, a demon woman. Considering Long Haoyu as the only one in her life, Kair had no intention of letting Yu Yi go at this time. Anyone who might have an influence on Long Haoyu is her enemy, Xianxia. As long as she is an enemy, she will not hesitate to pierce the sword of reincarnation into the opponent's heart, and directly obliterate the opponent from this world with the force of thunder. Even if this person is Yu Yi, even if Yu Yi uses a 9th level forbidden spell to force the projection of the demon god pillar of the moon demon god over. Sensing Kai's murderous intent, Lin Xin, who was recovering in the carriage, suddenly woke up and looked at Yu Yi with absolute hostility. The other magicians, all of whose spiritual power had been drained and unable to enjoy the benefits of recovery, could only stare at Lin Xin's actions. On the carport, Long Haochen was also ready, with the hibiscus of light in his hand ready to take action. The same is true for Sima Xian and Wang Yuanyuan. Their spiritual power has recovered a lot. They have caught Kai's desire to take action and have no intention of sitting on the sidelines at this time. A strong murderous intention began to pervade at this moment. Sister Yu, it seems like trouble is coming again. After their identities were exposed, they had no intention of letting us go like this. Lang Xiao came back to his senses, feeling the killing intent filling the air, and said in a low voice. When dealing with demons, she still had the idea to scold them with a tough attitude. But against human demon hunters like Long Haoyu and others, she still knew very well that her identity would have no effect at all. Humans and demons have been fighting for so many years, and when they get the right opportunity, they will kill each other. Her identity as a demon princess would only hasten her death if revealed. As for the identity of her father, the demon god emperor, although it may play a role at this time, it will not play a big role. No matter how hard things went, she still saw many things clearly. The demon god emperor can come to the exorcism pass with great force and make the human race dare not have any intention of war. This is simply because of the unparalleled strength of her father. Absolute strength suppresses everything, and now, the absolute strength is controlled by Long Haoyu and his party. Yu Yi's expression was equally stern. She looked at Long Haoyu again and again, and said as if in response to Lang Xiao, trouble is indeed coming, or it has already come. Their identity as demon hunters is exposed, and what they will do next will be the same as those demons, but they will just kill people and silence them. But this matter may not be without a turn. Yu Yi answered softly. While answering, he looked towards Long Haoyu. After what had just happened, she knew very clearly that Long Haoyu was the core of the demon hunting group in front of her. All you need to do is take Long Haoyu down. There is absolutely room for maneuver in what happens next. However, just such words, just such a change in gaze, fell like a fuse in Kai's eyes. Boom! A terrifying wave of murderous intent suddenly erupted in his body. Kai's whole body was shrouded in fierce murderous intent, and her cold eyes looked at the moonlit night as ruthlessly as if she were looking at a corpse. Lingering in the raging murderous intent, Kai made a move to walk towards Yu Yi. The sword of reincarnation in her hand even wanted to kill Yu Yi directly on the spot. Long Haoyu grabbed Kai's wrist with one hand. Kai, follow my arrangements and don't do anything for now. Kai was very surprised. She turned her head and looked at the way Long Haoyu was blocking her at this time. She saw that Long Haoyu's eyes were full of intriguing thoughts at this time. His eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and the raging murderous intent in his body began to subside. Looking at Long Haoyu's appearance at this moment, Yu Yi confirmed what he was thinking. Although Kai's murderous intention was somewhat frightening, I thought I had figured out the key to Long Haoyu and his group of demon hunters, so I wasn't that worried. However, after seeing Long Haoyu suppress Kai, he took the initiative to walk to the carriage. Deep in my heart, I suddenly felt a very inexplicable fear. Somewhat unsure of what Long Haoyu was thinking at this time, he couldn't help but ask in a deep voice, "Human Knight, what do you want to do?" Long Haoyu looked at Yu Yi's appearance indifferently. "It's not what I did to show off my love for you, but what you want to do." At this point, Long Haoyu suddenly changed the topic, and his tone became cold. "If I feel right, you are trying to plot against me, hoping that I can join your camp. Including just now, you are still trying to plot against me. Do you think that just by taking me down, you can take down the entire demon hunting group I lead? You want to use this method to try to conquer me and finally let me lead my team to surrender to you?" Yu Yi's expression changed, and she was a little surprised when she heard Long Haoyu's cold words. He never expected that Long Haoyu could handle all the ideas he had in his mind so easily. All the little thoughts were exposed, and suddenly I was at a loss for words. Lang Xiao was surprised. After being reminded by Long Haoyu, he realized what Yu Yi was thinking. But after thinking about it, I came back to my senses and admired Yu Yi even more. As expected of Sister Yu, this kind of thinking is worth learning by yourself. Kair, on the other hand, was even more unhappy at this time, especially when she saw Long Haoyu saying that Yu Yi's plan was to make Long Haoyu surrender. Such thoughts are clearly a reason to seek death for yourself. I really wanted to wipe the moonlit night away at this moment, but Long Haoyu's previous instructions still seemed to be ringing in my ears. She looked at the current matter thoughtfully and waited honestly. She wanted to see how Long Haoyu would deal with it in the end. She believed in Long Haoyu 100% without any hesitation. Long Haoyu saw the change in Yu Yi's expression, and the smile on his lips slowly turned colder as his tone. In the indifferent eyes, there was also a hint of awe-inspiring color at this moment. At the same time, a voice no less cold than before was squeezed out word by word from the gap between his lips. You want me to surrender? Do you think you have the ability to make me surrender? Chapter 337. Yu Yi took a deep breath and listened to Long Haoyu's extremely cold words. At the same time, looking at the almost impersonal look in Long Haoyu's eyes, all the confidence in his heart disappeared at this moment. She thought she could take down Long Haoyu, but the real situation now gave her a wake-up call. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Lang Xiao beside him, and when Lang Xiao wasn't paying attention, he slashed Long Haoyu's neck with a knife. Lang Xiao groaned and fell softly into Yu Yi's arms. Yu Yi looked at Lang Xiao who had passed out, and finally looked at Long Haoyu who still had cold eyes. It's true that I don't have the ability to make you surrender, but even if you don't surrender, it doesn't mean we can't cooperate. I know you won't believe me when I tell you about cooperation, but in fact you can believe what I say. To a certain extent, you humans and I are on the same side. In the same camp, are you kidding me? Sima Xian and Wang Yuanyuan's eyes widened immediately. Especially Wang Yuanyuan, all her elders died in the war against the demons. She did not hide her hatred for the demons at all. Hearing Yu Yi's words, I wanted to slap Yu Yi here directly. However, she thought of Long Haoyu's words and what Long Haoyu had reminded her to control her impulse towards the demons. He forced himself to calm down and looked at the moonlit night while breathing heavily. Although Sima Xian was not as impulsive as Wang Yuanyuan, he still thought that Yu Yi was talking nonsense. If you kill demons, you can enter the family tree after you die in battle. If you stand in the same camp as the demons, even if you are still alive, you will definitely be criticized by thousands of people, and your spine will be bent. Yu Yi's thoughts were ridiculous to the extreme. Long Haochen jumped off the roof of the car, looked into the moonlit purple eyes, and said with the same cold voice, "Your eyes have betrayed you, you are an out-and-out demon. It is absolutely impossible to deceive my brother of the amount of money in this way." Seeing that no one believed in her, Yu Yi suddenly spread her palm out, intending to strike it with a knife. Long Haoyu had no intention of letting Yu Yi do this. It was not his character to let Yu Yi take the absolute initiative. Wu Feng gently lifted the dagger from Yu Yi's hand, and the dark tip of the sword pointed directly at Yu Yi's face. He looked at Yu Yi with absolute coldness, and at the same time looked at Lang Xiao in Yu Yi's arms. I knocked her out specifically because I wanted to use your blood to speak for myself, to prove your identity as a hybrid of demons and humans, and finally gain our trust. Do you think that after you tell us all your so-called secrets, we will easily believe you? Long Haoyu said calmly. While telling Yu Yi's secret, he continued to look at Yu Yi with full hostility. But this time, under the hostility, he was completely in control, and there was even a bit of joking between his eyebrows and expressions. Yu Yi's expression changed drastically, and she looked at Long Haoyu's appearance with dumbfounded eyes. All the words that came to her ears were those that Long Haoyu just said. How did this human knight know my secret? Absolutely no one in the entire business group knows about my mixed race identity. Yu Yi roared in her heart. She couldn't believe that Long Haoyu actually knew his biggest secret. Long Haoyu saw all these changes in the moonlit night and continued, I don't have any secrets about your secrets. If you want to cooperate and survive, then you have the only choice. Submit to our demon hunting group. We are the masters, and you are the servants. Instead of the conquest you want. Everyone's eyes lit up, and when they heard what Long Haoyu said, they all looked at Yu Yi with a bit of excitement. It is clear that he is a high-ranking figure in the Moon Knight merchant group and has a good relationship with the Moon Demon God. Allowing such people to surrender seems to have many unexpected benefits. Everyone was calculating in their minds and fully understood the purpose of what Long Haoyu said he wanted to deal with. It is indeed more beneficial to make a woman like Yu Yi surrender than to silence her directly. Especially since they are still in the land of demons, having such servants will make many things very convenient. For example, if they want to go to other places next, they can completely let Yu Yi make arrangements and finally send them to their destination. In the meantime, I don't know how much time it can save them. Yu Yi's expression became very ugly. Listening to Long Haoyu's words that wanted to make him surrender, he couldn't accept it for a while. Only, seeing that everyone headed by Long Haoyu looked at him with hostility and carefully analyzed his situation. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly got off the carriage and bowed to Long Haoyu. Master, I am willing to surrender. Master, if you need Yu Yi to do anything from now on, just ask Yu Yi. Any time, any place, anything, as long as you arrange it, Master, Yu Yi will obey unconditionally. Yu Yi bowed and spoke to Long Haoyu, her voice suddenly no longer as calm and strong as before, replaced by a cooing one. The eyes on his bent head were full of intriguing thoughts. Kai's eyes changed again and again. When she heard Yu Yi calling Long Haoyu master, she felt a sour feeling in her heart. Watching Yu Yi raise her head again, an indescribable smell suddenly passed through her cold eyes. Submission is quite quick, and this master's voice is indeed very good. But since you have surrendered, you can't just promise to surrender like this. Other insurances still need to be arranged on you. Kai said coldly, while looking towards Long Haoyu, wanting to ask Long Haoyu whether it was appropriate for him to take action at this time. Long Haoyu smiled and nodded slightly in front of Kai. He naturally knew what Kai planned to do. But since Yu Yi has chosen to be the one at this time, she should be prepared to bear Kai's wrath. Just like this, he had no intention of stopping Kai. This was indeed a very safe method of preservation. Seeing that Long Haoyu agreed, Kai stopped the urge to lead Yu Yi towards the side, and instead approached Yu Yi. Yu Yi's hair stood on end, as she watched Kai walking towards her with a smile on her face. Her limbs suddenly became extremely cold. His body trembled for no reason, and he immediately looked at Long Haoyu for help. Master, what are you? Seeing that the moonlit night was still going on, Long Haoyu said with a half smile but not a smile, you will know right away, Kai will not let you down. Chapter 338. Question mark. Won't you let me down? On a moonlit night, I felt an inexplicable chill, and a creepy smell suddenly began to erupt on my body. Seeing Kai walking towards him, his breath caught in his throat, and he suddenly felt very unnatural. Lin Xin, who walked out of the carriage, saw Kai's appearance at this time, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but think of what happened in the holy city. He still vaguely remembered that Kai gave a very kind smile. When he saw that smile, he remembered that he almost died on the spot. Now, this kind smile appeared on Kai again, and the expression he looked at Yu Yi was full of weirdness. Yu Yi noticed Lin Xin's reaction at this time, but the situation at this time was very special. She could no longer divert her mind to other things and could only look at Kai who was coming towards her. Taking a deep breath, the voice was still whispering, "Are you the mistress? My maid?" Before Yu Yi could finish her words, Kai had already slapped her hard with a palm. Seeing this, Yu Yi's nerves tensed up instantly. She wanted to try to dodge, but was shocked to find that no matter how much she wanted to dodge, Kai's attack seemed to be able to cover her in all directions. In fact, even at the peak of his strength, there is absolutely no chance to dodge Kai's palm. Boom! A dull voice sounded. Yu Yi staggered back several steps, and fell limply. His hands were on the ground and his knees were bent. Although there was a feeling of pity for him, no one paid attention to this aesthetic at this time. How you said that you have some human blood. Because you have this part of human blood, I will give you a chance to surrender. You can also continue to make many calculations under surrender, but you can see if you will die under the restriction I left on your heart after such calculations. Kai's tone was extremely cold. Looking at Yu Yi's embarrassed appearance indifferently, he didn't give any good looks at all. A demon woman actually wanted to plot against Long Haoyu. She still looked like a maid, maybe she wanted to climb onto Long Haoyu's bed. You, a demon girl, actually dared to think about something that I haven't even succeeded in yet. It's just a dream. My scalp felt numb on a moonlit night. Following Kai's words, part of his mind was placed in his body, sensing towards his heart. Realizing that there was indeed a restriction left by Kair in his body, his heart was already in his throat. This kind of thing was a possibility that she had never considered before. To give you a piece of advice, you can try to lift these restrictions I left. No one in the world can lift this restriction except me, not even the demon god emperor takes action. If you want to survive, just be a normal surrendered person. From now on, you only need to see me once a year, and I can still give you a chance to live forever. Kair looked at the moonlit night, her lips opened and closed again, and cold words squeezed out from the lips again. Yu Yi did have the idea of trying to lift the restriction. As the daughter of the moon demon god, she has always been a very proud person, and many of the top demon gods have approached her to propose marriage. But without exception, all of these people were rejected by her. Not for anything else, just because she was convinced that those people were inferior to her in terms of strength and wisdom. Such a person is not worthy of her marrying him. Such an experience made her arrogance even higher, and she naturally did not want to surrender to others easily. But now, Kair's words put an end to all her thoughts. Do you actually want to truly surrender? Yu Yi's neck was a little stiff, no longer as natural as it was at the beginning, and her eyes collided with Long Haoyu's. Is this what you said I would know soon? Yu Yi asked in disbelief. Thinking that you can't continue to do what you say, you need to truly surrender. Everyone became a little confused at this moment. Long Haoyu didn't care about Yu Yi's reaction at this time, and said calmly, don't you know now? What should be known to you has been made known to you. As for the rest, you will handle it all by yourself. Give me a token of your Moon Demon clan, and then you can return to your Moon Demon clan's territory in peace and quiet. Long Haoyu's words had a very domineering flavor. As he spoke, he looked at the moonlit night. Yu Yi was a little unconvinced. Thinking about how she had to surrender, she felt a little unnatural in her heart. But, facing Long Haoyu's domineering gaze, he still took out a token of the Moon Demon clan from his arms. Long Haoyu took the token and gestured to Kair and many teammates, and the group quickly separated from the business group. His identity has been exposed, and there is no point in continuing to follow the business group. There is no need to worry about safety now. If it continues like this, it will be uncertain. He doesn't like to do anything uncertain. Furthermore, with Kair's insurance, Yu Yi will still be an unstable time bomb, and everything needs to be done with caution. Yu Yi watched Long Haoyu and his group leave in the distance, his expression completely unbearable and instantly became very ugly. It's better that I don't know about such a thing. I didn't expect that my perception was really right. This woman named Kair is really a very dangerous woman. Judging from the way she looked just now, she must be jealous. Is she uncomfortable with my gesture and wanting to try to contact this human knight? Yu Yi pursed her lips tightly. He lowered his head and looked at the position of his chest again. Feeling the very unnatural taste in the body, my mood became less and less wonderful. You can't try this restriction easily. If it's true, then it's my life that's on the line. But this woman said that only she can solve it, but she seems to listen to this human knight. If the human knight can finally ask her to help lift the ban, it seems feasible. It's just, this human knight seems to be on the same side as this assassin named Kair on this matter. I want to try such a thing, is it really feasible? If it fails, this assassin will probably die of soreness, and he will definitely torture me even more crazily. This is a huge gamble. Yu Yi continued to look at Long Haoyu and his group who were leaving. I have this idea in my heart. Although I think it is very feasible, I just feel that it is a bit unrealistic. Between the words, there was also a bit more unconfidence at this moment. Chapter 339. After leaving the Moon Knight merchant group. After Long Haoyu led the team far away, he just ordered to rest. During the breakout battle, he had the little white beast as a power bank to replenish his body. In addition, he had been squeezed time and time again in the shadow space in the past, so his body could still withstand it. However, Long Haochen and his team still needed a lot of recovery time. After receiving Long Haoyu's arrangements, they immediately started working overtime to recover. Next, we need to continue to penetrate far into the demon land. None of them dared to take it lightly at this time. It took 2.5 days for the group to truly recover. After recovering, everyone was waiting for Long Haoyu's next arrangement. Only then did Long Haoyu start arranging for everyone to continue deeper into the cave of fear and sorrow. With the route planned in the mission details, we have truly entered the territory of the demons, so the follow-up matters are much more convenient. But after all, he is still a human being, even if he got a token from Yu Yi, and even at this time, he is disguised as the Moon Demon Clan. But after arriving at the central province of the Demon Clan, I was still walking on thin ice. It took half a month of back and forth before I actually arrived near the final destination of the mission. Phew, we're finally here. These days, it almost makes me nervous to death. Under the foot of the mountain, Lin Xin said with lingering fear. Because they were getting closer to the central province of the demons, the number of demons they encountered was increasing, and they finally had to abandon their iron-maned horses and walk to this place. Even in order to be more secure, he did not dare to have any conflict with the demons. Although everyone wanted to kill more demons, conflicts broke out near the central province of the demons commanded by the demon god emperor, and there were so many high-level demons. Among the entire team, even Wang Yuan, the most impulsive one, managed to stabilize himself. The next step will be much smoother. Everyone's body should still be able to bear it now. Let's go climbing first and then make arrangements for rest. Long Haoyu did not order everyone to stop, but looked at the mountains ahead and continued to give orders and arrangements. No one had any doubts about Long Haoyu's arrangement. Long Haoyu was already the backbone of their team. No matter what Long Haoyu arranges, they all know that they only need to obey unconditionally. Including the matter of Yu Yi not being solved for more than half a month, they never asked why. The cohesion of the team has been completely strengthened in that battle. Another half-day's work. After successfully climbing to the top, Long Haoyu just ordered everyone to rest. Seeing that everyone was beginning to take a rest, he became vigilant around him. His deep gaze looked around. Haoyu, after you have rested, will you start exploring the cave of fear and sorrow? Are you worried about this now? Kair didn't rest, and took the initiative to walk to Long Haoyu and asked in a deep voice. Feeling the change in Long Haoyu's mood after he had almost arrived at his destination, he felt very concerned. Long Haoyu shook his head and said, "There is no hurry for now. After everyone has rested, I will make other arrangements. If you rush into the howling cave of fear, you will definitely be in a lot of trouble." Answering Kair's doubts in a deep voice, Long Haoyu continued to look around him with vigilance. Because I was working overtime while on the road, everything around here seems so peaceful now. Long Haoyu did not relax his vigilance because of these pieces. He remembered clearly that there were many things that would happen next. The howling cave of fear, but in the territory of the demon clan also noticed the existence of this cave. There are people from the demon clan exploring it now. Moreover, it won't take long for other demon leaders to come here to support them. If we start to toss about entering the cave of fear and howling at this time, then Kair and the others will definitely be put into a disadvantageous position. After carefully recalling these things in his mind, Long Haoyu's expression became more solemn. This matter seems to be unavoidable. Even if the supporting demon leaders are dealt with first, I cannot enter it alone. Otherwise, everything will develop as I know. Eventually I enter the cave of fear and sorrow, and Kair and the others will definitely continue to fight with other demons. And there are so many high-level demons here, Kair will definitely use the 6 paths of reincarnation ability by then. I was thinking about these things secretly in my heart. Long Haoyu felt that things were getting a little tricky. Suddenly, a superb light flashed in his eyes. No, I still want to do these things according to the rules. Obviously I can make some changes in this kind of thing. Whether or not I am standing here waiting to intercept and kill the demon leader for support, as long as I finally enter the cave of fear and sorrow, the subsequent events will not change. And if we want to change these things, I'm afraid we can only enter the cave of fear and lamentation. At that time, I'm afraid I can only continue to play a guest role as an old knight. As an old knight, I can change this situation. Explain the matter. After smoothing down the thoughts in his mind, Long Haoyu suppressed the exquisite light in his eyes and silently made this decision in his heart. Kair observed Long Haoyu's reaction at this time and did not continue to ask, but she tilted her head and looked at Long Haoyu. At this moment, it's like I won't ask, but I just know you will definitely say it. Long Haoyu was a little dumbfounded. Looking at Kair's appearance at this time, he smiled slightly and explained, "The howling cave of fear is deep in the demon clan's land, and it is near the central province of the demon clan. Such a cave will definitely be explored by demons. You can see traces of demons passing by on the way up the mountain just now. As expected, there should be demons investigating now. I suspect that there will definitely be demons to provide support in the future, so we are not in a hurry to enter the Howling Cave of Fear at this time. We will wait here for a while. If there are reinforcements, then we will deal with the reinforcements from the demons and then consider the rest. If not, then everyone will be happy. Then finally, we will enter the Howling Cave of Fear together. Kair was speechless, realizing that there were other things hidden in Long Haoyu's heart, and it was not the right time to talk about it now. She did not continue to look like she wanted to know the answer, and returned to her original appearance, relaxing. In her mind, there was no need to continue to ask about such things. In the end, they entered the Cave of Fear in the North School together. These 10 words are enough. Chapter 340. Long Haoyu saw all of Kair's reactions. Seeing that Kair had no intention of continuing to inquire about this matter, the embarrassment in her heart was eliminated. After all, he was really worried that if Kair continued to ask questions about this matter at this time, it would be really troublesome to deal with it. No matter how desperate it is, the best thing to do is to deal with the demon clan that came for support first, otherwise there is no way to enter the fearful and howling cave with peace of mind. And, without these preconditions, it will definitely not work if you want to use the old knight's rhetoric. Seeing Long Haoyu continue to look around, Kair also became vigilant. She believed that Long Haoyu had a reason to do so. Since Long Haoyu was so vigilant, it was impossible for her to relax at this time. Besides, this is near the central province of the demon clan. Any carelessness will become a factor of death. Not long after, the demons of the demon clan moved towards the direction of the Howling Cave of Fear. Long Haoyu woke up everyone who was resting, and everything was arranged without saying a word. Without giving the reinforcements of the demon clan any chance to react, they took action and almost killed all the reinforcements of the demon clan in an instant. It was only after all the demons of the demon clan were eliminated that Lin Xin and others reacted belatedly. "Boss, you are really clever. There are reinforcements from the demons. Now that these demons have been dealt with, can we go directly to the Howling Cave of Fear?" Lin Xin asked, skillfully removing these demons. The corpses of the tribe were all put into his ring. Long Haoyu has broken through the 6th level, and Kair has also reached the 6th level of strength. He can almost crush these demons, and many of the demon corpses are well preserved. These corpses are huge wealth in Lin Xin's eyes. As the housekeeper of the entire team, he faces huge financial pressure every day. Get ready to take action and head towards the Cave of Fear and Howling in the direction of the reinforcements from the demon clan. Long Haoyu didn't talk nonsense, he roared loudly and led everyone to rush towards the other side of the mountain. Soon, the group of people successfully arrived near the Howling Cave of Fear. The Howling Cave of Fear is said to be a cave, but in fact it is more like a crack. It's about 3 meters wide and 6 or 7 meters high. At first glance, it's dark inside. You can't see the end of it, and you don't know how deep it is. There are many other fine cracks around the entrance of the cave, which were obviously shaken by the sound waves in the cave. And the rock structure here is also terrifyingly hard, several steps higher than granite. Go on, these howls are a bit creepy. We can feel the horror of these howls even before we enter them. If we really enter them, we must not directly lose half of our lives. This mission from the Alliance is really not that good. Why didn't they explain in advance how terrifying these screams are? Are you sure this is still what a general level mission should be like? Lin Xin looked at the horror howling cave with a very horrified expression. Just listening to the howling sound, he couldn't help but complain. Everyone else had the same reaction as Lin Xin, and everyone's brows were furrowed at this moment. But, when their eyes fell on Long Haoyu, each of them had strange expressions. Long Haoyu's expression at this time was very calm. The screams were indeed terrifying, but they had no impact on him. Even, in the eyes of Lin Xin and others, Long Haoyu seemed to have known all this situation in advance, and there was no sense of surprise at all. Kair observed Long Haoyu's situation at this time and frowned slightly. Lin Xin observed again and couldn't help but ask, "Boss, do you know what's going on here? Why don't I feel the slightest surprise from you?" Everyone had such thoughts in their hearts. Looking at Long Haoyu's calm look at this moment, they couldn't understand it from the bottom of their hearts. This place is deep in the land of demons. It is incredible that Long Haoyu, who has never been here before, has no accidents. Long Haoyu looked at everyone's situation and suddenly thought of what would happen when he returned to the Holy City after this mission. It seems that I can take action on this matter this time and simply take the blame for the mission tower. Otherwise, our Prince Demon Hunting group may really cause a big trouble. Especially, now there's me. I sighed softly from the bottom of my heart. Long Haoyu met everyone's doubts with firm eyes. Yes, I already knew the situation here in advance, so I took over this task without any hesitation. Of course, when I accepted the mission, I considered the reward of 20,000 meritorious deeds, but 20,000 meritorious deeds is not the reward that this mission should have. You should have heard before that I have been practicing with an old knight since I was a child. The details of this mission were told to me by the old knight. According to the old knight, this mission is very helpful to our demon hunting group, so he secretly told me to arrange the matter in this way. Long Haoyu answered in a deep voice, watching everyone's reactions while answering. Everyone looked at Long Haoyu's appearance at this time, and everyone's expressions became very solemn. Hearing Long Haoyu mention the so-called old knight, everyone's eyebrows were filled with strange expressions. Their breathing became solemn at this moment. Boss, you probably still have some things to say, right? Why don't you just say them all at once? Lin Xin spoke again. Boss, you have always been a very stable person. This time you chose this task. As you said, it will be very helpful to us. But as for the meritorious service you mentioned, 20,000 meritorious service is already a lot for a general level mission, and this is still an exploratory mission. Is there anything unspeakable about this mission? After Lin Xin asked, Sima Xian, Wang Yuanyuan and others continued to look at Long Haoyu. Like Lin Xin, they also felt that there was something in Long Haoyu's words. He didn't take the initiative to ask, but his expressions at this time were all about wanting to know what Long Haoyu had not finished saying. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Long Haoyu took a deep breath and said word by word, what I haven't finished saying is actually just a matter of the level of this mission. Because, strictly speaking, this mission is a king-level mission. Chapter 341, 92.7%. Boom. As soon as these words came out, Lin Xin was stunned. Not only him, but Sima Xian, Wang Yuanyuan, Chen Yinger, and Long Haochen were all stunned on the spot. King-level mission. This. Boss, are you kidding us? This time, the mission of exploring the Cave of Fear and Howling is actually a king-level exploration mission. If that's true, then even a handsome-level demon hunting group is incapable of completing it. Our newly promoted general-level demon hunting group actually came to complete such a task. Lin Xin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The roaring head made it impossible for him to calm down now, and he looked at Long Haoyu as if he were a monster. If he hadn't looked at Long Haoyu's extremely solemn look at this time, he would have really doubted whether there was something wrong with his ears. Brother, is this really a king-level mission? Long Haochen asked in a deep voice. If this is a king-level mission, then wouldn't it be a waste of our efforts to come here this time? Everyone's eyes were focused on Long Haoyu, and they were all waiting for Long Haoyu's next arrangement. Although he was shocked and speechless by the truth about the king-level mission, he instinctively still had full faith in Long Haoyu. I'm not kidding. This mission is a king-level mission. You have all heard these screams. Under normal circumstances, there is no way to enter it and investigate. Even if you get in, it's hard to resist, so this mission definitely meets the standards of a king-level mission. But there is no need to continue to worry about the things you are worried about, and there is no need to worry that our trip will be in vain when we get here. According to what the old knight told me, when we get here this time, we have completed the king-level mission, because there will be no more dangers on the next journey. All the real dangers have been experienced on the road we came from. The remaining road is smooth. We can say that we have been able to complete this task 100%. Long Haoyu spoke in a deep voice, and every word spoke to everyone's hearts. For others, arriving here is where the real test begins. After all, exploring the depths of this cave is not as easy as imagined. The screams are enough to make people go crazy and completely fall into it. But unfortunately, among their team, there are two beings who can enter it safely. He is one of them, and his younger brother Long Haochen is also one of them. The physique of the Sons of Light is the key to their ability to enter it safely. With the presence of the two of them, it would be very easy for Lin Xin and others to follow them and stay safe in the cave. Lin Xin and the others were all numb, looking at Long Haoyu's answer in disbelief. hearing that the king-level mission could be completed 100%. Every one of them is terrifying. What is all this about? When could a king-level mission be completed so easily? Although some of you don't dare to believe it, you said this, boss, so I think you can still believe it. It's just that when I think that a king-level mission can be completed like this, why do I feel so unreal? Lin Xin felt a little numb and his breathing became very heavy. Sima Xian and the others were not doing much better. Like Lin Xin, they all felt disillusioned. As a new member of the demon hunting group, it will be very difficult to complete general-level tasks. And now, the king-level mission, which was 2 levels higher than the general-level mission, was completed so easily. The feeling of unreality was really strong. Etc. Boss, I suddenly thought of something. If everything is as you said, this mission is a king-level mission, and we can complete it 100%. Then next, can we make a fuss about this matter? Lin Xin's eyes suddenly lit up. After gradually convincing himself that he could complete the king-level mission, a very bold idea suddenly arose in his heart. Long Haoyu looked at Lin Xin thoughtfully. What article do you want to write? It's not a big deal. Since we can complete it 100% and still mistakenly believe that this is a general-level mission, then we can make a fuss about this mission as it is a king-level mission. When we go back, what happened this time will definitely be announced. We can completely portray ourselves as being cheated. After all, when we accepted the mission, we only thought it was a general-level mission. Otherwise, we will definitely not be able to obtain the merits required for a king-level mission. If we want to obtain the merits required for a king-level mission, we must announce all of this. At that time, maybe we can get some other benefits, which will definitely be of greater help to our entire demon hunting group. Long Haoyu was speechless on the spot, listening to Lin Xin finish all his thoughts, but he still didn't understand what Lin Xin was planning. Just now I was thinking about taking the blame for the mission tower. Now it seems that I can take the blame, but I still want to blackmail a wave of mission towers. This feeling. Long Haoyu felt a little weird in his heart. He didn't think he was a good person, but he intercepted this mission even though he knew it was a mission, and finally went to cheat the mission tower. It was somewhat inappropriate. But what Lin Xin and others said is indeed heartwarming. The other people were a little moved by Lin Xin's words at this time, and their eyes brightened up. Even Long Haochen, this very honest young man, had exquisite rays of light in his eyes at this time. It seems that it can be done in this way. If we make ourselves feel aggrieved, the mission tower will definitely subsidize us a lot. By then we will definitely be able to win all the merits of the king-level mission. At this time, Wang Yuanyuan said, not only do you get meritorious service, but you can even get awards. I just feel that this behavior is a bit unkind. After all, the leader knew in advance that this was a king-level mission. Lin Xin looked at Wang Yuanyuan with hatred. I say Yuanyuan, you are obsessed with money. Do you know how hard it is for me to be the wealth manager? You really don't know how expensive food, rice, oil and salt are. How can we have anything to do with being unkind? We just want to simply improve the strength of the demon hunting group. Besides, how can we be called unkind when it comes to demon hunters like us? We demon hunters also need resources to develop. Without development, how can we deal with more demons? Long Haoyu looked at Lin Xin's salivating explanation. Unprecedentedly, his expression showed a very strange flavor. Wrong, Lin Xin is completely crooked. Chapter 342. Long Haoyu was speechless. In my memory, although Lin Xin was a little out of character, he was still more or less a very reliable person. But now I can hear these words. Long Haoyu suddenly felt that his previous evaluation of Lin Xin was biased. Only then did you realize that Lin Xin had the potential to be a deceiver. Wang Yuanyuan was also speechless by Lin Xin's words. He rolled his eyes and said, come on, you'd better stop being sophistical here. This matter ultimately depends on the arrangement of the group leader. After all, the group leader knows that the mission here is very dangerous, but he still bites the bullet and takes over the task. If you mess around like this and end up affecting the leader, then don't do it. Lin Xin nodded, and after Wang Yuanyuan reminded him, he immediately looked towards Long Haoyu. Boss, what do you think of my proposal? This is a king-level mission. This meritorious service must be many times more than that of a general-level mission. If we get all these meritorious deeds and get some compensation, we can definitely take off on the same spot. After all, such a mission will definitely require 6 figures of merit. Such merit is enough for everyone in our team to wear a piece of brilliant level equipment. Hiss, that scene must be the envy of other demon hunting groups. The corners of Long Haoyu's mouth twitched. Hearing that Lin Xin was beginning to look forward to a bright future, he no longer wanted to continue discussing this issue with Lin Xin. Okay, let's think about this after we get back. Next, we will focus on the horror and howling cave. The old knight said that there are benefits to all of us here, so don't waste time here. Achievements, equipment, all these are just external objects. Consolidating our own strength is the fastest way, so there must be no delay at this time. Long Haoyu stopped talking nonsense, gestured to everyone, and immediately approached the cave of fear and sorrow. Lin Xin quickly put away the frivolous look on his face, and suddenly became very serious, which was completely the opposite of what he looked like just now. Set off. Soon, everyone was ready. After seeing that everyone was ready, Long Haoyu glanced at Long Haochen. The tacit understanding between the two brothers has always been perfect. Seeing Long Haoyu looking over like this, Long Haochen hurriedly chanted a few words softly in his mouth. One by one, the holy light shields fell on everyone. Holy light mask is a 3rd level guardian knight skill. Long Haochen now has a 5th level strength. It is still very effortless to use, and it can be released in almost a second. Under the shield of holy light, everyone moved closer to the crack. He completely disappeared outside the cave, and after entering the cave, a mournful howling sound suddenly sounded. Click. In an instant, the holy light shield shattered under the loud roar. Long Haochen's eyes condensed, and the holy light shields emerged one after another, and the coefficients were placed on everyone. Everything happened in a blink of an eye, without any hesitation. Long Haoyu was much better off, and Kair was under much less pressure. Both of them have reached the 6th level of strength, and both have their own spiritual orifices. The existence of spiritual orifices can transform all different energies into what they need at this time. It is precisely because of this factor that the two of them did not even feel the excessive consumption of spiritual power at this time, and the recovery speed was faster than the consumption speed. Long Haochen was not allowed to bear all the pressure. When Long Haoyu led everyone deeper and deeper, he was also helping to share the pressure. Including Kair, at this time, she was using her own abilities to help Wang Yuan and others reduce the harm caused by the harsh roars they needed to face. Brother, why don't you call the little guy out? At this time, after another round of the holy light shield was broken, Long Haochen replenished the holy light shield again and hurriedly suggested to Long Haoyu. Long Haoyu was slightly surprised. He really didn't expect that his little brother would suddenly make such a suggestion. Long Haochen thought Long Haoyu was going to refuse, so he quickly explained, "Brother, there are very few light attributes here, but the little guy doesn't seem to be affected by the environment here. Last time in other places, the little guy was not affected at all, so I thought about asking the little guy to help me temporarily. This way I don't need you to help share the pressure, brother, and I can use the holy light shield continuously. That way, maybe it will be easier for all of us." Long Haoyu smiled slightly. "I understand what my little brother means. The last resting place of the eternal hero in the holy mountain of nights. There was also not much light element in that position, but the little white beast was indeed not affected. And here, although I haven't found out how different it is from the resting place of the eternal hero. But the little white beast in his arms at this time indeed looked unaffected. There's no need to explain so much. You really should let the little guy come out and move around. He should sleep when he is full and eat when he is full. Sooner or later he will grow into a pig." Long Haoyu easily grabbed the little white beast out of his clothes. In fact, without Long Haochen's reminder, he would get the little guy out after continuing to go deeper. But he remembered what he had just said, this place would no longer be in danger. Now that such words have been spoken, it is natural for them to be fulfilled. Without the help of the little white beast, what I said just now would be much distorted. The little white beast rolled its eyes, understood what the two brothers Long Haoyu and Long Haochen meant, and kept chirping. After complaining for a while, he still lied down on Long Haochen's head. A supplement of light elements that was even more terrifying than Yating's instantly shrouded Long Haochen's head. At the same time, everyone was surrounded by the milky white light emitting from the little white beast. Even without Long Haochen releasing the holy light shield, everyone no longer needed to worry about the impact of the mournful howls in the cave on themselves. Haoyu followed Long Haochen and saw the little white beast looking angry, with its 3 heads opening its mouth at the same time. An expression called smile hung on Haoyu's 3 heads. The corners of Long Haoyu's mouth twitched, and the corners of Long Haochen's mouth twitched at the same time. The 2 brothers looked at each other with tacit understanding and began to mourn Haoyu in their hearts. The little white beast jumped down from Long Haochen's head and sat on Haoyu's head. Just like when they met for the first time, the little white paws greeted Haoyu like a big butt bag. Chapter 343. Pang! A dull voice suddenly sounded. A big slap hit Haoyu's head, and the little white beast was so angry that it stepped on Haoyu's body again. After venting his anger, he climbed back onto Long Haochen's head again. Returning to Long Haochen's head again, he still didn't forget to look at Haoyu fiercely. "You little guy, you really have a big temper. Okay, and safely protects us to the bottom. When the time comes, should you continue to fish?" Long Haoyu gently flicked the little white beast on its forehead, and after making arrangements in a deep voice, he led everyone back into the cave and continued deeper. Haoyu now calmed down and whined non-stop against Long Haochen's legs, with a look of aggrievedness on her face. Long Haochen laughed dumbly. "Haoyu, I can't help you with this matter. Since you just laughed at the little guy, you should just accept your fate. If you don't want to be bullied, don't mess with the little guy, do you understand?" Haoyu's whole body felt weak. Hearing what Haochen said, she couldn't help but lower her head. She no longer looked so happy as before. A big butt bag, seriously making its head buzz. These are just some episodes. Long Haoyu's expression began to become solemn as he watched his little brother educating Haoyu in this way. With the help of the little white beast, the roaring sound has no influence at all. Along the way, the progress was still very fast. Soon, a group of 8 people successfully reached the deepest part of the cave. As the scene deep in the cave came into view, everyone froze on the spot. Long Haoyu was speechless. He stood in the open space and narrowed his eyes slightly. Even though he was well prepared, he still couldn't help but feel shocked when he actually saw the tower standing deep in the cave of fear and mourning. Even at this time, with the little white beast protecting them, they could still vaguely feel the aura of death. Different from the murderous aura on Kai's body, the deathly aura here seems to be without any life, which is enough to make people miserable under such aura. "Boss, are you sure that there is no danger?" Lin Xin swallowed hard. There is such a high tower deep in this cave. This high tower is not a simple thing at first glance. If there's no danger, I can get the head off and use it as a ball. Lin Xin's voice was full of shock, and while he said these words, his eyes were full of horror. Sima Xian, Wang Yuanyuan and Chen Yinger were also looking at the tower in front of them in horror. Just by looking at it, a kind of throbbing originating from the depths of their souls caused their limbs and bodies to be enveloped by a coldness. Even at this time, he was still shrouded in the milky white light of the little white beast, but the feeling deep in his soul could not be concealed. "Don't worry, there will be no danger. Next, you will know after you follow me in and take a look." Long Haoyu came to his senses. Looking at the majestic gate of the tower in front of me. In the depths of his pupils, a superb light flashed fleetingly. For others, it's not too dangerous to get here from outside the cave. The real danger is within this high tower. All creatures among the demons will definitely perish completely in it. But for them, after arriving here, there is really no danger at all. The light of God's favor. Such a physique is the person waiting for the great being who sleeps here. As long as no one in their group has dark attributes, there will be no danger here. Long Haoyu remembered it very clearly. As long as it can get Yi Lao's approval. Those who are recognized can bring everyone who is trustworthy enough to come here. Moreover, this tall tower also has its own magical power. Anyone else who has evil intentions will be completely silenced by this tower. With such ability, Long Haoyu is still very relieved. So, there is no possibility that we might encounter some powerful demons here. Even the demon god emperor may not be able to truly take advantage here. Believe me, brother, he must have his reasons for doing this. Although I feel that it is dangerous here, deep down in my heart, it doesn't seem that dangerous. Moreover, Haoyu is also telling me right now that we can definitely enter the first floor and have a look. Maybe it's true what my brother said, there are opportunities for all of us in this tower. At this time, Long Haochen suddenly spoke. He provided some support for Long Haoyu's words, and his eyes became very intriguing as he stared at the tower. Recalling what Haoyu had just told him, the curiosity in his heart reached its peak. Long Haoyu looked at Long Haochen with a smile, and with just one glance he understood that his little brother must have been reminded by Haoyu at this moment. He glanced at everyone, saw the hesitation in everyone's eyes and became completely firm, and immediately called for everyone to move towards the tower in front of him. But, unlike Long Haochen and others, they were thinking about what kind of opportunities they would get from this tower. Long Haoyu's mood at this time began to become serious in a real sense. This kind of solemnity was something I had never felt when I was outside. It was only after I got here that I began to see such a change. Eternal sleep. This is the name of the tower in front of you. Thinking about the name of this tower, Long Haoyu looked at the tower more deeply. Under normal circumstances, we will definitely not be able to see Yi Lao when we enter it now. At most, I can only hear Yi Lao's voice. It would be extremely difficult to actually meet him. But this time the little guy is here. I wonder if with the help of the little guy, I can really see this Yi Lao. Holding the sun, moon and stars in my hand, there is no one like me in the world. The Yi Lao who can say such words really makes people want to meet him urgently. Long Haoyu thought secretly in his heart. Thinking of Yi Lao's name, he immediately began to feel excited deep in his heart. Electrolux, the holy god of the dead who created the eternal sleep, the real natural disaster of the undead. It will definitely be a regret in life to not be able to meet such a being when we come here. That's all, let's get into it first. Anyway, there will definitely be no problems in the future. As for the follow-up, I'll leave it to fate. If fate comes, we will definitely be able to meet each other. Long Haoyu whispered in his heart again. Completely put away the distracting thoughts in my mind, and completely stepped into the eternal sleep. At the same time, Long Haochen and others also followed his steps and stepped into the tower. Everyone's expressions were completely tense at this moment. Chapter 344. The tower is divided into 7 floors, each floor is filled with simple gray. On the gray tower, there is a lot of deathly silence hanging over it, which is heavier than the surrounding deathly silence. It is precisely because of the existence of such a deadly atmosphere that everyone did not dare to take it lightly at this time and kept a serious attitude. After entering the tower through the gate, resentful spirits suddenly appeared and charged towards Long Haoyu and his party desperately. Every resentful spirit has the attitude of wanting to devour Long Haoyu and his party here. I'm going to scare you to death. Why are there so many resentful spirits in this place? It's really evil. This tower is very evil. Once you enter it, it's as evil as ever. Lin Xin was startled and couldn't help but tremble. Sima Xian shook the weapon in his hand and slapped his shiny bald head. Get out of the way, let your uncle Sima Xian come and purify these resentful spirits. Sima Xian shouted and stepped forward. The aura of light on his body began to overflow, as if he wanted to show that he was still a genuine priest at this time. Boom! Don't wait for Sima Xian to make any move. Suddenly, Haoyu's 3 heads shook one after another. After getting rid of the depressed mood caused by being slapped by the white beast, his whole body suddenly turned towards purple. The purple light is very noble, and the moment it appears, it blocks all the resentful spirits that rush towards her. Even the purple light formed a huge magic circle to protect everyone within it. No matter how desperate the resentful spirits outside were to charge, they could not truly break through to the crowd. Chichichigugu. The little white beast looked at Haoyu's actions with great satisfaction, and the milky white light on its body began to slowly dim. The 2 small eyes looked at Haoyu with an expression like, a child can be taught, and he was about to enter into the mess again very neatly. Long Haoyu saw all this in his eyes, but he didn't care whether the little white beast was fishing or not. Haoyu is starting to make a difference here, but there is no need to expect the little white beast to continue to make a difference. The little beast that catches fish does not deserve its reputation for nothing. If you catch any suitable opportunity, you will definitely start fishing. Seeing that Long Haoyu didn't say anything about him, the little white beast got back into his clothes and changed into a comfortable position. Not long after, slight snoring came from the clothes. Along with the snoring, an old and hoarse voice suddenly sounded in this high tower. The sudden sound shook everyone's ears. Listening to this hoarse voice, the exquisite light in Long Haoyu's eyes became even brighter. It wasn't until Electrolux's voice fell completely that he restrained himself again. Long Haoyu was fully prepared and did not panic too much. However, Long Haochen, Lin Xin and others were breathing much heavier at this time. I'm in a big hole. Necromancer, are you sure this is not a joke? No, it's still the holy law god of the dead. Could this be? Lin Xin couldn't believe it, his breath stuck in his throat, which was very unnatural. The same was true for Sima Xian, Wang Yuanyuan and Chen Yinger. Everyone had a look of horror in their eyes. As this batch of princes, Long Haoyu, Lin Xin and others received relatively top education. Everyone knows what the necromancer is, including some things in the glorious era, as well as the tragedy of more than 7,000 years ago, everything is clear. Long Haoyu was prepared and was not surprised at all. But when Lin Xin and others heard the name necromancer, they didn't dare to take it lightly. This is indeed a trial place left by a powerful necromancer. Don't make a fuss about it for the time being. At this time, Long Haoyu reminded in a deep voice. There was no excessive agitation, and everyone's thoughts were forcibly brought back to reality. Everyone's expressions were gloomy and uncertain. They tried to control their emotions, but they couldn't do it as naturally as they imagined. Long Haoyu watched all this with his eyes. The reputation of the necromancer was indeed terrifying, but he did not continue to force himself on this matter. At the same time, Electrolux's voice sounded in the tower again. Then, let me test your attributes and see what kind of necromancer you are. It's enough to scare Electrolux's identity. This time, the voice that Electrolux wanted to test everyone's attributes sounded again, which once again tensed everyone's nerves. Oops, brother, we seem to be in trouble this time. Long Haochen said in a low voice, we are not necromancers at all. Once we start checking these attributes, we will all be exposed. The holy god of the dead, the natural disaster of the everlasting sleep, once he knows that we are not necromancers, then we will all suffer here. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of Lin Xin and others fell on Long Haoyu. Regarding the things here, they only believed that Long Haoyu knew, and focused all their hopes on Long Haoyu. Long Haoyu saw everyone's gaze and said in a low voice, don't worry, that old knight won't harm me, and naturally he won't harm you either. Since the old knight guided me to lead you here, you can rest assured. Furthermore, if the old knight intends to harm us, there is no need to use this method at all. He is a being of level 9 or above. Those who are harmful to us can completely wipe us out on our way here. The low words echoed in everyone's ears. Listening to Long Haoyu's explanation, the expressions in everyone's eyes softened slightly. The unknown has always been the greatest fear. Rao relaxed, but was still wary of the unknown future. Long Haochen frowned and his eyes became firm. Long Haoyu understood the firm look in his little brother's eyes at this time and gently patted him on the shoulder. Haochen, let's go. Since there is no danger to us here, then we can accept the attribute test here with peace of mind. Long Haochen hummed, and under Long Haoyu's gaze, he took a step forward unswervingly. When Long Haoyu saw this, he also took a step forward. Lin Xin and others did not hesitate and followed their own steps at the same time. In the moment everyone stepped out, streaks of gray-white light fell from the sky. Every ray of gray-white light falls on everyone accurately. Filled with an unstoppable terrifying aura, raging within the gray-white light. Chapter 345. Concentrate and meditate. Seeing that everyone wanted to resist the gray-white light, Long Haoyu shouted in a deep voice. Under the loud shouts, everyone was shocked and calmed down. Just when everyone calmed down, Electrolux's voice sounded again. At the same time, the gray-white light that enveloped everyone slowly disappeared. Is this true? Is this message of mine really triggering? If this is really the case, then I am so happy. It seems that the hateful heaven has not completely abandoned me. Dear disciple, I think I can already call you that. I will never allow you to die before becoming my successor, because you will be my most ideal disciple. The necromancer has the same light attribute as me, ha ha ha, this will be a perfect inheritance. God's favor, it turns out to be the light of God's favor. The roaring sound again no longer shocked everyone as it did just now, but instead made everyone's heads buzz. His messy mind couldn't think about it anymore, and then his ears were filled with Electrolux's voice again. At the same time, a necklace composed of white transparent gemstones the size of soybeans slowly fell from the sky. The soft light breath made everyone feel extremely comfortable at this time. The surrounding space filled with the aura of death turned into light with the appearance of this necklace. The rich and somewhat sticky light element made everyone moan softly. All the spiritual energy consumed in coming here has been replenished at this moment. Feeling the changes in themselves and listening to Electrolux's voice in their ears, everyone felt a sense of confusion. Come on, what kind of joke are you kidding? Necromancers usually wander between evil, but they even have a holy word attached to them, and they also have such a strong element of light. Lin Xin and others felt that the shock in the past many years was not as great as at this moment. What Electrolux had just finished saying continued to echo in their ears. At the same time, everyone was stunned on the spot when they saw the necklace named Eternal Melody floating in front of them. Boss, am I sure you heard me correctly? This necromancer actually needs the physique of the Son of Light to inherit his mantle. Also, this necklace was actually made from the skull of the original Pope, and was it obtained by the holy god of the dead when he dug a grave? Lin Xin couldn't help himself, and the corners of his mouth twitched crazily. Not only him, but everyone else's mood at this time was extremely complicated. They should not be too clear about what kind of physique the Sons of Light have. The two brothers Long Haochen and Long Haochen have the physiques of Sons of Light. In their inherent understanding, the Son of Light represents kindness. But now, the sound of Electrolux's voice made them all feel bad. The Son of Light actually dug the Pope's grave. Who would believe it? What you heard is true. This old man from Electrolux was indeed the Son of Light back then. The old knight told me this. Although he fell into the darkness and was a necromancer, he rejected the darkness. These are the most powerful proofs. You have all heard what Yi Lao said just now. As long as he does not have a dark attribute, he can practice here, because although he has fallen into the darkness, he will not collude with any darkness. Long Haoyu explained in a deep voice. While explaining, he mentioned the name of the old knight again. He certainly couldn't explain everything in front of him by himself, but once it got involved with the old knight he made up. Then all things can become much more natural. After all, in everyone's heart, the old knight was a truly majestic being. What Long Haoyu finally said to Yang Haoyu and others finally reached their ears. That was a person who was very confident that he would take action against the Demon God Emperor at a critical moment. What kind of existence is the Demon God Emperor? The first person on the Holy Demon Continent. The reason why humans and demons have been in stalemate for thousands of years is because of the existence of the Demon God Emperor. Such an existence, the old knight is very confident that he can deal with it. If you don't admire or believe it, it must be fake. Boss, who is that old knight related to? Lin Xin asked in shock. This is a secret from thousands, even tens of thousands of years ago. I'm afraid these secrets have not been recorded in the holy city. How can that old knight know these? Long Haoyu shook his head. I don't know the true identity of the old knight, but I can trust what the old knight said. The reason is still the same as the reasons I just told you. But these things are things that we should consider in the future when we become truly powerful. At that time, we can also investigate this matter. Before that, we can use this place as a very good place for training. This is what the old knight told us. According to the arrangement of the old knight, this four-party association will greatly improve our strength. Let us all cherish this place more. Experience. In a place like this, Lin Xin didn't understand, and neither did Sima Xian and others. Even Long Haochen was a little confused at this time, although the light element in this place began to become very strong. But, after practicing in a place like this, I felt something strange deep in my heart. Captain, does the old knight want us to meditate here? Or should we deal with those skeletons? What's the point of just cutting down these skeletons? If this is such an experience, I feel it would be more useful for us to fight the demons directly. At least we can kill more demons. This time, it was Wang Yuanyuan who said that the resentment against the demons broke out at this moment. After hearing what Wang Yuanyuan said, everyone looked at Long Haoyu with puzzled faces. Their thoughts coincided with Wang Yuanyuan's. It's really better to chop down a few more demons than to chop down the lifeless skeletons. They are also actual combat, directly fighting the demons to the death, and the effect will definitely be more significant. Long Haoyu saw everyone's reactions in his eyes, and already expected that everyone would have such an answer. He continued. There is another thing that you don't know. The old knight also said that this place is a very good place for training. The most important thing is that after practicing here, we can all be endowed with spiritual power and skills. These are the real gains from our experience here. Chapter 346. The air suddenly became very quiet. Lin Xin was confused. Sima Xian was confused, Li Xin, Chen Yinger and Wang Yuanyuan were all confused. Including Kair and Long Haochen, they all looked at Long Haoyu with surprised eyes. Without exception, everyone maintained a certain degree of surprise and could not believe what they heard. "Boss, what are you talking about? You just said that practicing here can improve our spiritual power and directly give us skills. According to this meaning, wouldn't it be the same as making 1,000 miles here for us? While improving our spiritual power, we can also learn more skills. From now on, won't we be able to kill indiscriminately on the demon battlefield?" Lin Xin swallowed hard and looked at Long Haoyu in disbelief, as if he had heard wrongly. Long Haoyu smiled slightly and said, "The old knight told me so, and he also confirmed that there is indeed such an ability here. That's why I am very determined to take on this mission, and I will not hesitate to take you deep into the demon territory for the sake of experience here." Hiss! Lin Xin gasped, and Sima Xian also gasped. The two of them looked at each other in unison and understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Suddenly, the two of them rushed toward Long Haoyu at the same time. One left and one right, Lin Xin hugged Long Haoyu's left leg, while Sima Xian hugged Long Haoyu's right leg. "Boss, you are so kind to us. Captain, you can still bring us to this great place, how can we thank you so much?" The two of them burst into tears, looking like they were letting themselves go and showing off their talents. As he said this, he pretended to look pitiful. Wang Yuanyuan patted his forehead with one hand, and Chen Yinger rolled her eyes at the same time. They couldn't bear to look at Lin Xin and Sima Xian's charade. Li Xin didn't move too much, just looked here suspiciously, and tightened her épée tightly. "Brother Haoyu, can we do the trial here? Is it enough to fight the skeletons that are forming?" Li Xin suddenly spoke, looking at the skeletons starting to pop up one by one around him, and asked very steadily. Long Haoyu hummed. "That's right, just fight those skeletons. They can use some skills, and those skills will be given to you in the end. You still need to know the specifics after fighting these skeletons on your own. Only then will you know what your ultimate benefit is." After being reminded again, Long Haoyu forced his legs to free themselves from the crying of Sima Xian and Lin Xin. These two talents, really, it's really stupid to start messing around like this after just a disagreement. Lin Xin and Sima Xian did not continue to play tricks. They stood up again and followed Li Xin's reminder and looked at the many skeletons forming around them. "Brother Yuyao, do you want to see which of us succeeds in training first?" Sima Xian chuckled and asked while patting his shiny bald head. Lin Xin rolled his eyes. "I'm afraid I'm not sick if I compare with you. If you were a real pastor, I would just compare with you, but if you touch your conscience, are you a serious pastor?" Sima Xian curled his lips and said, "If you ask me whether I am a serious priest, why don't you touch your conscience and ask yourself, are you a serious magician?" Lin Xin, after continuing to bicker for a while, the two separated their positions. Many skeletons have been formed, and they have already felt which skeleton they are going to face. Lin Xin, Wang Yuanyuan, Long Haochen and Kair also finished their positions and looked at the skeletons walking towards them. At the beginning, the skeleton was not very fast. In a matter of seconds, these skeletons walking slowly over seemed to have motors in their bodies, and they flew towards the crowd with a whooshing sound. The sudden increase in speed shocked everyone. Long Haoyu looked at this scene without any worry. Everyone had had many actual battles on the way here. There is no need to worry about big problems when you try it out here. Watching everyone begin to enter the trial and fight with their respective skeletons. Long Haoyu's frown was slightly relieved just now. They have all started, so it is time for me to start my experience. I don't know what my experience will be like. I've heard of this place, but when you actually come here, you still have to judge it based on the most substantial improvement. I don't know how much I can improve here. Long Haoyu whispered in his heart, while looking in the direction of Haoyu. He knew very well what kind of place the Holy Demon Continent was. If you don't become a god, everything is just a cloud. Even if you become a god, you will also become a cloud. Not only that, even if he becomes his own grandfather's special state, he still needs to face the threat of Haoyu. But, Long Haoyu still knew very well that although he had to face many difficult choices whether to become a god or not. But the pace of becoming a god must not stop because of this. No matter at any time, it is very necessary to improve your strength. Furthermore, there are special rules in the Holy Demon Continent. After breaking through 1 million spiritual powers, one can truly step into the threshold of God level, and after obtaining the so-called God status, one also needs to become a nominal conceptual God. This deity will not exist, but will only supervise different planes in a special way. This is the current inherent rule. But there is a saying that goes like this. Rules are meant to be broken. Long Haochen doesn't know whether he will have the ability to break the rules in the future, but he cannot stand still just because of this unknown future. Slowly removing Wu Feng from behind, Long Haochen put all his unnecessary thoughts away and looked firmly in another direction. Just like the skeletons formed around Lin Xin and the others before the trial, there were also skeletons forming where he looked. The white bones are not forming very quickly, but anyone with a discerning eye can feel that the skeleton that is still forming is much stronger than the other skeletons. The test here is to see what the food is, so the test is a bit interesting. Let me see how extraordinary your slowly forming skeleton is. Similarly, let me see what kind of skills you have. I hope you won't let me down. Chapter 347. Click. Click. The rate of skeleton formation begins to increase. The sounds of bones intertwining suddenly became very obvious. The very jerky voice attracted Lin Xin and others who were trying with their respective skeletons to look sideways. However, everyone did not separate their thoughts too much and continued to refocus their efforts on their own trials. Each and every one of them seems to have been injected with chicken blood now. In particular, Li Xin, Lin Xin, and Sima Xian all showed their fullest state when facing their respective experienced opponents. Among them, Li Xin's attack method is more rapid and fierce, and she is the one with the weakest foundation among them. Although he had received the Ring of Inheritance as a gift from Long Haochen, he had a teacher like Long Xingyu in disguise. But she still remembers that she shouldn't be so proud and complacent, and that the best choice is to constantly strengthen her own foundation and strength. The two heavy swords intertwined their skills one by one, and they were even more fierce when facing the skeleton they were targeting. Long Haochen saw this in his eyes and saw that no one was affected by him, so he continued to look at the formed skeleton. Gradually, the skeleton finally took shape. It was twice the size of the other skeletons. It already had the abilities of the skeleton king seen before in the world of the undead, and was even stronger. Looking at it like this, it seems like I'm being treated specially. Normally speaking, I should just be the same experienced opponent as Haochen and the others. Now it's obvious that this is not the case. It can't be because of my innate spiritual power, and it's definitely not because of my talent. The factor of Wu Feng as a weapon should not be within the scope of these speculations, so it seems that the only thing left is the little guy. As expected, this little guy will give me a big surprise. Long Haochen whispered softly, looking at the skeleton king who was finishing his formation and rushing towards him. Excitement gradually appeared on his face. No longer willing to think too much about this or that, Wu Feng was already raised at this moment. Boom! Long Haochen stomped his feet hard on the ground, and in an instant, his whole body was like a cannonball heading towards the skeleton king. Experience, experience. Skeletor is indeed something special. Here, he will definitely not suffer from stage fright because of this. If you don't care about life and death, do it if you don't accept it. Implementing this concept, the main thing is to do it. Boom! Long Haochen rushed to the skeleton king. Wu Feng slashed his sword from top to bottom, and a terrifying spiritual storm erupted on Wu Feng. The skeleton king raised his bone knife and faced Wu Feng steadily. The towering body only fell slightly, but did not retreat even a little bit. Breaking waves. Long Haochen shouted softly, unable to continue the stalemate with the skeleton king. When the dull shout broke out, a circle of blood-red light surged out of Wu Feng. The blood-red light instantly transformed into a long dragon, falling from the sky and engulfing the skeleton king. Chang Chang. The bone knife held by the skeleton king's other hand was raised. The two bone knives intertwined and emitted a burst of sword light. The sword light looked like a cross-cut, but it was different from the cross-cut among the knight's skills. The bright green light erupted in the intersecting cross-cuts of bone knives, and crashed into the long bloody dragon falling from the sky. Boom! A terrifying explosion suddenly sounded on the bloody dragon. The bright green cross-slash struck ruthlessly from the head of the bloody dragon, and finally disappeared when it reached the tail. After the cross-slash disappeared, the long bloody dragon formed by the skill-breaking waves instantly became 4 parts. Each part is very even, and the surging spiritual power connects the 4 parts together, but there is no ability to repair them. Is this the skill that can be given to me after I successfully experience it this time? This skill looks very simple, but it doesn't seem to be very powerful. Long Haoyu's eyes jumped, and he could see at a glance that the Skeleton King's cross-cut was extraordinary, and the cells in his limbs began to boil completely at this moment. His own speed also exploded to the extreme in an instant. The Skeleton King did not slack off because of his performance in the cross-slash. The two bone knives were intertwined again, and the same cross-slash was used again towards Long Haoyu. This reaction speed, sure enough, I still received special care. That Yi Lao should still be sleeping now. Is it because of the little guy that he has woken up at this time? If that's the case, wouldn't it be that he was arranging all this? Long Haoyu secretly thought in his heart. While dodging the oncoming cross-slash, he stepped on several afterimages and rushed towards the direction behind the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King did not let Long Haoyu succeed so easily. He felt that Long Haoyu was approaching behind him, and suddenly two white bone arms appeared behind him, with the same two bone knives. Crunch. The Skeleton King made a very jerky sound. The hands behind him also used a very special cross-slash at this moment. Not only that, the cross-slash used this time was many times faster than before. From the moment when the bone knives crossed each other and emitted light, the next second the cross-slash was already approaching Long Haoyu. What a difficult guy, but I've already gotten behind you, but it won't be so easy for you to gain the absolute home court advantage. Long Haoyu shouted softly, and moved his body slightly for an instant, allowing the aftertaste of the special cross-slash to draw a bloody gash on his arm, and the figure bottomed out and approached the Skeleton King. Before Skeleton King's two bone knives could continue to use their skills, half-airborne body, one hand held Wu Feng steadily, and the other hand gently pressed against Wu Feng's blade. Seamless gaps pierced Long Haoyu's palm, and a cold feeling swept through his body instantly, but his limbs seemed to be completely revived at this moment. Feeling the changes in his body, Long Haoyu showed a calm smile on his face. Wu Feng collided with the bone knife again, but there was no harsh feeling like the initial collision with the bone knife. Wu Feng even cut a few centimeters into the bone knife. On the bone knife, the gap visible to the naked eye began to be opened to the size of the gap on Wu Feng. At the same time, the spiritual orifice in Long Haoyu's heart burst out with billowing spiritual power, and the surge of spiritual energy in his body reached the peak of his current state. The state of semi-perfect body is also activated in an instant. The slightly modified 9 demon slaying styles were displayed from Wu Feng. Along with the explosion of spiritual power above Wu Feng, Long Haoyu's voice also sounded, Zuju Qingtian break. Chapter 348. Boom. The sword wave erupted. In the past, when fighting against Po, he could split a crack in the sky with one sword. Now, after the surging sword wave erupted, there was no gorgeous collision of moves. Wu Feng just pressed against Skeleton King's body unremarkably, and Skeleton King did not make any more moves. He could even use the two skeletal arms behind his back to perform a very special cross-slash, but he didn't make any move at this time. It was as if everything was frozen. Long Haoyu just stood like that, and the Skeleton King also stood like that. A chilling silence enveloped the world, and everything seemed so desolate. Zuju Qingtian reverse. At the right time, Long Haoyu spoke again. Witnessing the Skeleton King's inaction at this time, I also felt the strange power of the Skeleton King at this time. The wave of swords that had been very turbulent just now but had not erupted instantly erupted from the Skeleton King. A very small crack opened from the Skeleton King. The speed of this crack was very slow, but this crack gave all the boiling sword waves a place to vent. Rumble. The sword wave, which was enough to kill a 6th-level professional in the same realm dozens of times, was instantly poured into the bones of the Skeleton King. At the same time, the sword waves pouring into the white bone body burst out from the Skeleton King's limbs like bright smooth streaks. The Skeleton King's body seems to have become a temporary transfer station for all sword waves at this time. Boom. A moment later, the Skeleton King collapsed to the ground. The gap in the crack on the body has expanded to the size of an arm. At first glance, this crack is very similar to the crack that appeared in the sky when Long Haoyu and Abao fought. Only, the crack at that time was in the sky, but now, this crack is all concentrated on the body of the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King withstood all the power of Zanju with the power of his own body. Not only that, but also Zanju after being improved by Long Haoyu. With the power of breaking, he forcefully opened a crack, and with the power of reversal, he forcibly burst out all the power from it. Come and go, you can be said to be invincible under the same circumstances. I didn't expect that the first actual combat of Zanjo's improvement would be used for the experience here. I originally wanted to save this technique to deal with my uncle. It seems that I still need to improve my other skills in the future. I can never fully show my trump card. There will be no sense of security in a battle without a trump card. Long Haoyu whispered in his heart. Looking at Skeleton King's appearance at this time, I realized that Skeleton King no longer had the ability to continue fighting. This experience should also be considered as completing the present. Although it was the experience of winning this battle, there was always a slight feeling of unnaturalness in my heart. Just as he imagined, having all your cards revealed is not a good thing at all. This trump card is not that trump card. Long Haoyu knew very well that he had other trump cards, but those trump cards were all learned from others. The 9 demon slaying styles are all his truly self-created skills. Only with such truly self-created skills can you know the advantages and disadvantages of everything, and can you use these advantages and disadvantages to solve all emergencies. This is unmatched by other trump cards. That's all, let's suppress these unnecessary thoughts for the time being. Now is not the time to imagine these things. The Skeleton King has been defeated, and I have also passed this experience. Although it is very likely that I am receiving special attention, the skills that I should be given after winning these experiences should not be less. That very special cross/ just now, I don't know what kind of skill it will be. Long Haoyu was very suspicious. They are also cross-cuts, but the cross-cuts used by the Skeleton King are very unusual. Even though he had defeated the Skeleton King, he would not classify this ability into the ranks of ordinary cross-cutting. Having had actual combat experience, he was completely sure that there would be many unexpected aspects to this cross-cut, which were mysteries that he didn't know yet. Just as Long Haoyu was pondering this matter, the strange throb given by the skill begins to appear. As if he were in a very strange place where magic was transmitted, the very raw voice of the Skeleton King sounded in this place. He couldn't tell where the sound came from, but he was absolutely certain that it was the voice of the Skeleton King. Crescent Cross Rush. Use the power of the crescent moon to cut off the heaven and earth, and use the shape of the cross to cut off the past, present and future. The jerky voice echoed in Long Haoyu's ears. Listening carefully to the voices of Skeleton King, Long Haoyu's eyes suddenly burst out with a superb light. Just listening to these voices of the Skeleton King and the description of cross/ my blood surged for no reason. Crescent Moon Cross Rush, cutting through the world in the past and present, this ability sounds very domineering. It seems like the Skeleton King didn't really unleash the power of this skill just now. Is it because it's just a skeleton? Long Haoyu whispered softly. Looking around, Lin Xin and others seemed to have disappeared from here. In the vast expanse of white, he was the only one left here, unable to see any living beings from around him. But it's just like this in a vast expanse of white. Long Haoyu felt as if his consciousness was being pulled. In the dark, it seems that there are countless people here practicing and comprehending this special cross/ called Crescent Cross Chong. From nothing to something, from something to essence. Everything is here. Long Haoyu watched carefully, then slowly closed his eyes, looking at everything around him. His mood became very peaceful. His body started to move, and Wu Feng in his hand also started to move at this moment. This weirdness lasted for a long time, until the white surroundings disappeared, until Lin Xin and others reappeared in the field of vision. Regardless of looking around, Long Haoyu quickly calmed down and sensed himself, and his smooth breathing became rapid. It's surprising that I was able to master the Crescent Cross Rush in such a short period of time. Moreover, as I master it, I can really realize how unusual the Crescent Cross Rush is. The ancestor who created this skill must have been the most outstanding knight of that era. This Crescent Cross Rush may be his last success in the Holy Demon Continent. Long Haoyu thought to himself, feeling in control of the Crescent Cross opposition. The light in his eyes surged even more at this moment, and Wu Feng's hand began to itch uncontrollably. Chapter 349. Crescent Cross Opposition. Long Haoyu was very satisfied with this skill. After truly knowing the details of this skill, I couldn't help but feel an impulse in my heart. Because of these impulses, He now really wants to find an opponent to experience the power of Crescent Cross Rush. Or, through real actual combat, you can take a good look at how much you have mastered the Crescent Cross Punch ability. Although there is no guarantee that it will be possible to achieve the point where Skeleton King just casually performed the Crescent Cross Rush, there is also no guarantee that the skill will explode instantly the moment the move is completed. But after the very special teaching situation just now, his understanding of Crescent Cross Chong has been significantly deepened. Long Haoyu feels that he still has a lot of confidence in some of the most basic things. Let me go, is this skill granting? I was shocked for 100 years. I didn't expect that I, Lin Xin, would have such an opportunity. If I can continue this way, when I reach the 9th level in the future, then I won't directly arrange a large wholesale of forbidden spells for the demons. At this time, Lin Xin and others successively completed their respective experiences. Lin Xin's performance was the most exaggerated. It was obvious that he was very excited after going through the skill conferring level. He was whirring, as if he was already the kind of majestic being in the future who could cast forbidden curses at will. This skill is very unique. I also got skills that are very suitable for the discipline priest. I feel that this experience is tailor-made for me. It is more professional than what my teacher taught me. Sima Xian couldn't help but mutter at this time, touching his shiny bald head. The excitement in his eyes was no less than that of Lin Xin. The same was true for Chen Yinger, Wang Yuanyuan, and Li Xin. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. The most advanced among the three is Li Xin, who originally did not have much background. After being given the skills here, she feels that her whole person has been sublimated. It is indeed a rare treasure. I didn't expect that the place you brought us to, Brother Haoyu, actually has the skills to confer such magical effects. If we can continue to practice here, our strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Li Xin was very emotional, her eyes were shining brightly, and she couldn't wait to start the next round of training immediately. After the completion of the first round of training, the granting of spiritual power and skills, not only did she obtain the most suitable skill for her, but she also made a breakthrough in spiritual power. Such a feeling made her somewhat obsessed with it. Kair was speechless. After the training, she just looked down at her sword of reincarnation. His brows furrowed slightly, and he looked at the dagger in a daze. Kair, what skills have you received? Long Haoyu noticed Kair's strangeness and asked with concern. Kair suddenly came back to her senses. It seems to be a unique skill created by a senior assassin in the glorious era, but there are still some gaps in mastery. But even if I don't have complete control, I feel that it should be a skill that can greatly improve myself. At least when I am secretly waiting for the opportunity to take action, I can have more one-hit kill abilities. A senior assassin from the glorious era. Long Haoyu's expression was slightly startled, and when he heard what Kair said, he suddenly became silent. The glorious era, is the experience here based on the ancestors of the glorious era? The skeletons that appear here can be used by Yi Lao to train us. Could it be that they were all obtained by him when he dug graves? In other words, these ancestors are all glorious beings from those glorious times who died under his hands. Long Haoyu couldn't help but whisper in his heart. Just now I felt something weird and strange in my heart. When Kair said this, many ideas seemed to open up at once. Crescent Cross Rush, this is a very good skill. It can even be said that it is much better than his cheap dad Long Xingyu's Dusha Xuanyuan sword. However, such skills are given by a skeleton king here. To be honest, it is a very strange thing. But now combined with Kair's words, his suspicions began to become clear. Perhaps this is indeed a possibility, but whether it is digging graves or killing people is still unknown. But one thing is certain. The skills gained from the experience here are all abilities that can make one famous in the glorious era. The natural disaster created by Yi Lao killed so many people in the glorious era that when the demons finally came, the human race didn't have much ability to deal with it. It seems that many inheritances are actually controlled by Yi Lao, but they are preserved through this special method. I just don't know whether these speculations are correct or not. I'm afraid we still need to meet Yi Lao to know the authenticity. Long Haoyu had strong thoughts in his heart, and his deep eyes couldn't help but look towards the entrance of the second floor. Only by climbing to the 7th floor can you truly see Electrox, the holy law god of the dead. Only, getting to the top is not as easy as imagined. Haoyu, what skills have you obtained? At this time, Kair suddenly said. Long Haoyu came back to his senses. Crescent Cross Rush is probably a skill left behind by an ancestor from the glorious era. The skill is a very powerful skill, but it should be more powerful when two heavy swords are combined. I only have one heavy sword, so I guess there will be some shortcomings, but the shortcomings shouldn't be too big. I won't be able to exert 100% of its power, but 90% of it should still be fine. After answering thoughtfully, Long Haoyu lowered his head and looked at his Wufang, feeling the itching sensation in his hands again. Kair noticed Long Haoyu's small movements, and she felt almost the same as Long Haoyu at this moment. Haoyu, shall I give you some tricks? You have gained new skills, and I have also gained new skills. How about we play against each other once and see how the new skills we have gained go? Kair pondered for a moment and asked in a clear voice. As he asked, he had already distanced himself from Long Haoyu. He only waited for Long Haoyu's answer before he could take action immediately. When Lin Xin and others heard what Kair said, their eyes brightened, and they all looked at Long Haoyu and Kair expectantly. Both of them are professionals who have broken through to the 6th level. Feeding each other new skills sounds very interesting. Long Haoyu sensed the interest of many of his companions, and saw that Kair was obviously excited about the idea of experimenting. With a faint smile on his lips, Wu Feng took a stance ready to take action. Then come on. Chapter 350, Chang. The sword of Samsara made a roaring sound in Kair's hand. Hearing Long Haoyu's voice, Kair's body moved instantly, and afterimages immediately appeared around her. At the same time, a series of almost substantial figures also appeared, and they were clearly the shadow clones of the assassin's many skills. Every clone is indistinguishable from Kair, and even the auras on their bodies are extremely similar, and they all have the power to hurt people. When Long Haoyu saw this, he held Wufang firmly in his hand and looked at the figures one after another. He did not take action immediately, but kept looking at these figures. The battle between the boss and the eldest sister is really not an ordinary excitement. It starts to get real from the beginning. With Big Sister's offensive method, if it were in the individual competition of the selection competition, I don't know how many people would say they can't stand it. But it doesn't seem like a loss after all. In the individual competition of the demon hunting group selection competition, the eldest sister didn't make many real moves, but this time she fought against the boss here. It can be regarded as a dream come true. The other members of the demon hunting group probably also wanted to see the battle between the eldest sister and the boss. Unfortunately, the eldest sister simply gave up defeat when facing the boss. It's a bit regrettable. Lin Xin was amazed. Seeing Kair move towards Long Haoyu without any hesitation, a look of sadness immediately flashed across his face. Sima Xian and Wang Yuanyuan looked at Lin Xin as if they were monsters. Chen Yinger couldn't help but tremble and tugged on Wang Yuanyuan's clothes. Sister Yuan, why do you suddenly feel that Lin Xin is weird? In his heart, has he always been looking forward to the fight between the group leader and Kair? He is just waiting to see who will be the final winner between the two of them. Question mark. When did I say that? Yinger, do you know that what you say can easily cause misunderstandings? This is related to the life safety of you, brother Yao and me. Lin Xin suddenly woke up, but he still remembered the kind smile Kair gave him. Every time he recalled Kair's kind smile, he couldn't help but shiver in his heart, and his limbs seemed to be wrapped in ice. Oh my God, if my eldest sister hears these words and remembers them, won't her life be miserable in the future? However, Kair's mind was not on Lin Xin at this time. She had agreed to give Long Haoyu some tricks, and she had already made all the decisions in her mind from the moment she started. A feeding move is a feeding move, but it must be suitable for a real fight. If a feeding move full of mistakes is used, it will not have the meaning of feeding a move. Haoyu, be careful. The skill I got is called Instant Shadow Ghost Air Kill. If you are not careful enough, you will be injured by my move. At this time, Kair's voice sounded, and the clear voice echoed in Long Haoyu's ears. He still couldn't bear to do it directly, so he reminded him neatly. Long Haoyu felt heavy, and when he heard the name, he realized how extraordinary this skill was. The instinct for countless battles in the shadow space was developed to its extreme at this moment. Without any hesitation, Wu Feng immediately stood in front of him. Long Haoyu had just finished his actions here, and each of Kair's clones began to exert force at this moment. In almost an instant, several clones were approaching Long Haoyu. At the same time, Kai's body was also approaching Long Haoyu. Waves of murderous intent erupted violently on Kai and her many clones. Attacks that were invisible to the naked eye exploded instantly on every clone. Dang, 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 dang. Dense sounds sounded. Every sound was the collision between Kai's sword of reincarnation and Wufang, as well as the collision between the weapons in the hands of other clones and Wufang. Like a storm gathering in front of Long Haoyu, Kai kept breaking forward, and the sword of reincarnation in his hand seemed to be emitting smoke at this moment. Purple arcs of light appear in these dense attacks, and every time they appear, there will be an ultimate explosion of killing intent. The instant shadow ghost kills in the air, which means to carry out a strong attack in this airtight way. In this way, Kai can have enough capabilities even on the frontal battlefield. Moreover, this ability is a skill belonging to an assassin. In addition to the attributes that an assassin should have, it also adds a different kind of explosion. Long Haoyu thought to himself, patiently analyzing Kai's skills, and just continued to defend with Wufang. Suddenly, a murderous intent burst out from above his head. That is, Long Haoyu suddenly raised his head and looked at Kai, who appeared directly above him as if teleporting. A cold temperament surged through Kai's body. After a series of dense attacks, Kai's final blow was concentrated directly above. Haoyu, this is the final move of my skill. This move is more powerful than all the previous moves combined. You must be careful. Kai's voice sounded at this moment, and while speaking, she kept the posture of holding the sword down. The falling movement was very fast, and he reached the middle position between the two of them almost in an instant. He only had the last moment to land the sword of reincarnation on Long Haoyu. If this was a fight with a demon, this move would be enough to easily kill a 6th level demon. Long Haoyu took a deep breath and did not continue to defend. There was a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. Kai, be careful. My skill is called Crescent Cross Rush. Although it is not as densely packed with attacks, it is equally powerful. Look down on. Kai was slightly startled. After hearing what Long Haoyu said, she couldn't help but think of what Long Haoyu just said. This skill is very suitable for 2 épées. But Long Haoyu only has one sword without a blade, which is no longer a secret among the entire team. At the same time, Long Haoyu doesn't have any spare knight's épée here. Where can he get an extra épée out of thin air? Lin Xin and others also looked at Long Haoyu with such surprise, but when they saw Long Haoyu, their heartbeats seemed to stop at this moment. That is, everyone's eyes were stunned, and they gasped at Long Haoyu's movements. Long Haoyu's fingertips lightly passed over Wufang, and a string of bright red blood turned into a string of pearls from his fingertips. The spiritual power in the spiritual orifice was fully armed like armor on this series of blood beads. The golden spiritual power mixed with the red blood began to generate black out of thin air. Until finally, a knight's heavy sword formed purely by spiritual power appeared in Long Haoyu's hand. It is almost exactly the same as the real Wufang. Chapter 351. Hiss. Lin Xin took a sharp breath and rubbed his eyes fiercely, completely unable to believe what he saw. Wang Yuan, Sima Xian and others all looked at the second, Wufang, that appeared in Long Haoyu's hand in disbelief. Can a single sword punish a knight still be used like this? Use spiritual power to form a heavy sword and directly supplement the shortcomings of a single sword under special circumstances. How much spiritual power do you need to squander it like this in the midst of a fierce battle? This is simply unbecoming of a human being. Long Haochen was speechless and just watched Wufang appear in Long Haoyu's hand quietly. He knew that Wufang had been by his eldest brother's side since many years ago. At this time, when he suddenly saw Long Haoyu doing this, he was still frightened. His brother had actually taken such a step without paying attention. Master, you look down on me a little. It makes me very sad when you do this. Isn't it enough for you to have me alone? Xiao Chocho's voice sounded aggrieved, and seeing Long Haoyu condensing a Wufang out of thin air, he started to protest. Quiet, Long Haoyu shouted softly, completely ignoring little Coal Ball's complaints at this time. One hand without edge and the other with spiritual power were intertwined in front of him. The golden spiritual power turned into a bright green at the moment when the two swords collided together, just like the Skeleton King had done when he charged with the Crescent Cross. Boom! The crescent moon's light burst out instantly. The cross-shaped bright green sword light attacked Kai at a speed that could not be supplemented by the naked eye. Kai did not stop her falling posture because of this. Looking at the oncoming crescent moon cross, her eyes became more dignified. The edge of the sword of samsara, the central intersection point of the crescent cross. In an instant, they completely collided together. The space seemed to freeze at this moment, Kaire's movements were stagnant in midair, and the crescent cross rush did not continue to rush forward. Between the two skills, the spiritual power seems to cancel each other out. Rumble. Just when everyone thought so, the real explosion sounded from the intersection of the crescent cross charge and the final blow of the Shuangying ghost air kill. With the intersection point as the center, the terrifying air waves instantly spread in all directions. The green light and purple light merged together, instantly enveloping the figures of Long Haochen and Kair, making it impossible to see where each other was. "Let me go, this explosion is too violent, isn't it?" Lin Xin said while clicking his tongue. Sima Xian patted his bald head and looked again and again. "If such a move were to fall on you, Lin Xin, you would probably melt instantly, right?" Lin Xin, Sima Xian, do you dare to hope for me? Sister Yuan, do you think the captain and Kair will get hurt in each other's hands if they fight like this? Chen Yinger felt the terrifying spiritual power erupting. Even though she was prepared, she couldn't help but take a few steps back before she could stand still. In fact, it was not just her who was in this situation. Wang Yuanyuan and others also took several steps back. Wang Yuanyuan frowned and muttered, "I'm not sure, the group leader and Kair used the skills they just obtained this time. It should be their first time using this skill. If you don't handle it well, maybe." Boom, boom. Before Wang Yuanyuan finished speaking, the figures of Long Haochen and Kair suddenly rushed out of the spiritual storm. Long Haochen is still the same Long Haochen as before, and Kair is still the Kair as before. Compared with before, the two of them were not injured in this fight, but each other's auras seemed much messier. Obviously, they all have talents with 100 points of innate spiritual power, they also have a good inheritance, and they also have broken through to the 6th level of strength. When they really got down to business, neither of them took advantage of the other. "Haoyu, are you okay?" Kair just stood up and rushed towards Long Haochen. He only noticed that Long Haoyu's breathing was a little messy at this time, but he didn't take his own situation into consideration at all. In her heart, Long Haochen was already the only one. Long Haochen supported Kair, who was rushing over, with a gentle smile on his lips. "It's okay. Have you been injured by the crescent cross?" "No, it's just that the breath is a little unstable. It should be that the mastery of the instant ghost air kill is not enough, so there are some mistakes," Kair explained. "But if I try a few more times, I should be able to completely master this skill. By then, it should give me a lot of head-to-head combat capabilities." Long Haochen hummed. He was analyzing in the same way in his mind, and when he saw Kair analyzing in the same way, he lowered his head and looked at his Wufeng. After the crescent cross charge broke out, he scattered the second Wufeng, carefully observed his palm, and at the same time tasted the release feeling of the crescent cross charge skill through actual combat. "My skills are not very proficient. I still need more actual combat to consolidate them. After consolidation, I should be able to improve greatly," Long Haochen replied in a deep voice. Kair refused to deny it. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Lin Xin and others. "It seems that the experience here is indeed of great help to us. The experience here can indeed save us a lot time. But now, there is a problem with the classification of this mission. We have taken over this mission as a general-level demon hunting group. If we never go back, the mission tower will probably make other countermeasures. Next, should we go back and hand in the mission first, or should we continue to practice here?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes were focused on Long Haochen. Everyone's eyes became very solemn at this time, and everyone felt the benefits of experience here. But considering the unusual nature of this mission, they were all a little undecided and were waiting for the leader, Long Haochen, to make more specific arrangements. Long Haochen remained silent and did not answer immediately, but began to think about this issue. After a long time, Long Haochen suddenly said, "Let's continue to practice here. Next, I also have some things to do. If I don't decide this matter this time, I will continue to retain a lot of memories here after I go back. Think about it." After speaking, Long Haochen looked towards the higher level. "I just had some analysis in my mind, but I haven't suppressed this idea yet. Everyone came to this place, and there was this special existence of the little white beast. There are also some small differences from what I just experienced. It doesn't feel right if I don't climb to the top to have a look. Thinking about these things, Long Haoyu looked at the higher-ups, and his eyes suddenly became profound. Chapter 352. Jijigugu, Jijigugu. Just as Long Haoyu finished his thoughts, the little white beast suddenly exploded. Originally, I was just trying to make a fool of myself, but because of the blood contract, I felt some of Long Haoyu's mood swings. The whole beast suddenly became uncomfortable, got out of his clothes, climbed onto Long Haoyu's shoulders with ease, stamped his feet anxiously, and shook his little head crazily. Not only that, the little guy grabbed Long Haoyu's collar with both hands, as if he wanted to drag Long Haoyu away from here. Haoyu, what is this? When Kair saw the little white beast's movements, a light suddenly burst out in her eyes, and she immediately asked with concern. Long Haoyu was confused. He didn't quite know what was going on with his little guy. He frowned and said, I don't know the situation. This little guy was sleeping well. Suddenly, I have never seen anything like this before. Goo-goo, goo-goo. The little white beast opened and closed its mouth at the fastest speed in its life. The way it opened and closed crazily and screamed crazily was even faster than when Haoyu first appeared in the Holy Mountain of Nights, when she screamed angrily for 18 streets. The little paws that pulled hard on the collar were also exerting all their strength, as if they had used up all their strength to suck the milk. Haoyu, the little guy seems to be stopping you. You said you have other things to do, and what you want to do is dangerous. Is the little guy trying to stop you? Kair asked keenly. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of Long Haochen, Lin Xin, Sima Xian and others immediately focused on Long Haoyu. The little white beast was very unusual. At first, no one felt anything strange about it. After all, the little white beast had always had an unconventional image. When Kair said this, everyone reacted and looked carefully at the way the little white beast was trying to pull Long Haoyu away from here. Boss, you don't really want to do anything dangerous, do you? Captain, you can't leave us behind at this time. Our demon hunting group is one. Even if there is a dangerous mission, we should go on it together. Quote. Everyone was very worried and tried to persuade him. Long Haoyu felt the sincere emotions of his partners, frowned and pondered for a moment. What I do may indeed be somewhat dangerous, and it is precisely because of the danger that I don't want you to follow me and put yourself in danger. Because, what I want to do is try to climb to the highest point of this tower and go to the real resting place of the holy law god of the dead, Electrox. Hiss. The sound of sucking cold air kept coming. Everyone was looking at Long Haoyu as if they were looking at a monster, and the sound in their ears was roaring like an explosion. The little white beast rolled its eyes wildly. Hearing Long Haoyu's truest thoughts, he became even more anxious. While tugging on Long Haoyu's collar, he looked towards Kair and others. His pitiful little eyes were completely gone from his previous arrogance. Haoyu, this matter is too dangerous. The holy law god of the dead must be an extremely powerful being. If we can easily reach his resting place, then this place will definitely not be able to exist for thousands of years. And if you look at the little guy's appearance at this time, he obviously doesn't want you to go. If you go rashly, you may not be in danger as you said, but you will definitely be entangled in danger. Kair's tone became much firmer, and the light in her eyes became very bright. Seeing that Long Haoyu didn't answer immediately, he continued, I know you won't give up so easily after having this idea, but you are now the leader of our team. Lin Xin also said just now that we are all one. Even if you still can't get rid of these thoughts in the end, it should be that we explore towards the top of the tower together when we become stronger, instead of you fighting alone. We are all your teammates and your most solid partners. Lin Xin and others listened to Kair's words. Although they did not speak their own words, their eyes were full of determination without exception. Long Haoyu didn't look up, carefully analyzing Kair's words, and sensing the extremely excited mood of the little guy on his shoulder. In a daze, the things he encountered in that world of the undead emerged in his mind. The little guy looks like this, he should be wary of higher level dangers. In that world before, although the little guy could temporarily restrain the undead knight, it was just a bluff. To put it this way, the little guy is now afraid, so he started to remind me like this. It seems that my idea of placing my hope on the little guy so that I can reach the top now is not realistic. Long Haoyu secretly thought that after the little white beast reacted like this, he really had no intention of continuing to climb to the top. He remembered clearly that this tower was not as easy to climb to the top as he imagined. In his memory, Kair reached the top only because he risked his life and used all the 7 skills of the God of Death. Kair at that time was definitely an instant kill for him now. What you said makes sense, but I am still a little too confident, so let's give up temporarily. When you are strong enough, try to reach the top again. When the time comes, let's climb to the top together. Long Haoyu sighed softly and returned his gaze to the higher place. Although there are still some thoughts in my mind, they are all under control at this moment. Kair breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Long Haoyu would have his own way. She didn't want to see Long Haoyu in danger. Everyone, please relax. Since I said I will give up temporarily, I will not continue to have this idea. But instead of climbing to the top, you can do other things, get the eternal melody first, and truly control the eternal sleep first. Long Haoyu comforted everyone, carrying Wufeng and walking towards the place where the eternal melody was suspended. Electrolux's acknowledgement, and actually holding the timeless melody in your hands, is the key to having some control here. It's impossible to get things done in one step, so it's not a bad idea to implement some of them first. When everyone saw what Long Haoyu said, they all turned their eyes towards the eternal melody that was floating not far away and exuding a rich light aura. Long Haoyu didn't hesitate, carrying Wufeng towards eternal melody, as if he felt an intruder. Skeletons appeared quickly on Long Haoyu's path to the eternal melody. Long Haoyu was calm and composed. He could still treat the skeleton king with ease. He had completed the test. The remaining skeletons could chop melons and vegetables with ease. Wufeng swayed with sword rays, and each skeleton disintegrated under Wufeng. Long Haoyu held Wufeng and slashed all the way to eternal melody. After he truly arrived in front of the eternal melody, the rich aura of light completely enveloped his body. Enjoy the hearty feeling surrounded by bright elements. Long Haoyu took a deep breath and reached out to grab the eternal melody. Chapter 353. From the moment the eternal melody appears, Electrolux has chosen who can control it. Long Haoyu did not encounter any resistance and easily grasped the eternal melody in his hands. Many memories appeared in his mind. Along with learning more about the eternal melody and the Tower of Eternity, all the knowledge in the past memory has been supplemented. Eternal melody, the real controller is always Yi Lao. I am just the controller with the highest priority besides Yi Lao. But even so, what I know can still be successful. It is completely possible to use the eternal melody to send people I recognize here to practice. Long Haoyu secretly thought about things that could be done in the future, and his eyebrows relaxed a lot. Only, after truly taking control of the eternal melody, the feeling of worrying about gains and losses arises in my heart again. It's a pity that it's still unrealistic to see Yi Lao directly. The only way is to continue practicing after returning, and only to continue to improve your strength. I hope that day won't be too long ago. Long Haoyu said secretly in his heart. Such a goal has been firmly established in his heart. To be truly qualified to climb the Tower of Eternity, one must have sufficient strength. As for what he originally knew, letting Kair risk his life to put him on the top of the tower would definitely not allow the tragedy to happen again. And if there is no such episode, then the ability to truly climb the Tower of Eternity will be very terrifying. Long Haoyu thought about the future, and the exquisite light in his eyes began to surge, full of hope for that day. It is absolutely certain that when he is truly capable of climbing to the top of the Tower of Eternity, his strength will definitely be enough to hunt down 9th level demons. At that time, whether he climbed to the top of the Tower of Eternity or not, it was a huge watershed for him. Well, let's not think about these future things for the time being, otherwise it will easily mess up our mentality. And there may be many variables in the future. I have the blood of the heaven-defying demonic dragon clan, and I still possess some dark attributes in essence. I don't know if there is any hope of trying to obtain Yi Lao's inheritance of undead magic. Long Haoyu narrowed his eyes slightly. After silently reciting these words in his heart, he slowly returned to his original state of mind. Haoyu, are you okay? Kair asked again. Long Haoyu woke up and shook his head. It's okay, I have been recognized by Eternal Melody. From now on, we can teleport here through Eternal Melody anytime and anywhere to practice. With such a convenient method, we can almost start back to the Holy City. After all, the demon territory is not a kind place. Going back early can avoid many uncontrollable things from happening. Kair responded softly without any objection. The same is true for Lin Xin and others, especially after hearing that they can be sent back anytime and anywhere through the eternal melody. They all agree with it with both hands and feet. Boss, it is definitely best to have such a convenient method, but I am suddenly very curious about one thing. After we return to the holy city, if we are teleported through the eternal melody, will the high-level officials of the holy city notice the aura of necromancy here? This is necromancy magic after all, and it is the inheritance of the person who caused the tragedy on the mainland. The breath of light and the breath of death will probably conflict immediately. Lin Xin muttered as he talked about these things. His eyebrows became more solemn, as if he had thought of a very scary scene. In the picture, all of them are in the holy city, trying to use the eternal melody to teleport to the eternal sleep. At that time, the aura of the dead erupted from the eternal melody. Before they could teleport away, many high-level officials from the holy city had already surrounded them. Although he obviously has no intention of betraying humanity, he might be labeled as such by then. Don't worry, eternal melody will only emit some weak light elements when it is transmitted, and there will not be any necromantic breath, so there is no need to worry about it. And when the time is right, I will also choose to inform many high-level officials about the existence of this place. Long Haochen answered in a low voice, trying his best to dispel everyone's worries. Hearing what Long Haochen said, everyone's eyes brightened. It emits a weak light element and will not detect the presence of any necromantic aura. That is really a good feeling. People can come here to practice every once in a while, but how can their strength be improved so fast? Lin Xin thought of this, Li Xin also thought of this, and Sima Xian and Wang Yuanyuan both thought of this at the same time. Everyone's eyes became very hot at this time. In the experience just now, they all reaped real benefits. By knocking over a skeleton, you can get 10 points of spiritual power, which is much faster than their own cultivation. If you can defeat tens of thousands of skeletons here, the speed at which your spiritual power will increase. No one dared to continue thinking about it, only the sound of very heavy and rapid breathing was left. Okay, let's control our emotions first. Now I will teleport us outside the cave through the eternal melody. After a short rest, we will set off back to the holy city. We will try to enter here after returning to the holy city. Long Haochen made a prompt decision and immediately decided on the follow-up matters. Lin Xin and others all agreed, and as the soft light enveloped them, their figures disappeared from the eternal sleep. Soon, a group of people appeared outside the howling cave of fear. Just like when they came, the cave of howling fear looked very bleak. After getting down to earth and truly ending the mission of the horrible howling cave, Lin Xin's mind began to become more active, and the ideas he had proposed before began to boil. Boss, how long shall we rest? This mission is too deceiving. After we go back, how about we go to a mission tower as I proposed before? Anyway, this matter is a foregone conclusion. We can't be too kind. It's not a scam, and it's nothing if you don't get the benefits. It's very exciting. Lin Xin's voice was full of excitement, and he mentioned this matter again and again, showing a very yearning look as he spoke, as if the following things had already happened before his eyes, as if this idea had become a dream. Long Haochen couldn't help but twitching at the corner of his mouth when he heard Lin Xin's words like, "If you don't cheat, you won't cheat." He was about to say a few words. Suddenly, a sense of vigilance instantly enveloped him. Instinct exploded instantly, and Long Haochen immediately looked in the direction of his vigilance. The emotion of being fully focused and ready to take action at any time suddenly dissipated when his eyes reached the end point. Within the field of vision, an old figure was sitting there very lonely, with many demon corpses beside him. Yang Haoyu, the chief demon hunter of the demon hunting group, actually appeared here at this time. The demon corpses around him had obviously died at his hands. Seeing Yang Haoyu sitting there, Long Haoyu looked at Lin Xin again from the corner of his eye. Lin Xin's excited words were still echoing in his ears. Speaking in front of the demon hunting chief about trapping the demon hunting group's mission tower. This incident suddenly happened by coincidence. Chapter 354. Well, Lin Xin was stunned. Looking at Yang Haoyu sitting on the pile of demon corpses, he was stunned in place as if he had been struck by lightning. The expression that was very exciting just now was completely muted at this time, and the corners of his mouth were twitching crazily and couldn't stop. He didn't know Yang Haoyu's specific identity, but he clearly remembered what happened in the exorcism pass. At that time, the three demon gods attacked Long Haochen. The knight's temple came to regain the ground and the two sacred thrones appeared together. He could never forget that scene. He remembered that although the old man Long Haochen did not have the divine seal throne at that time, he was no less powerful than the two divine seal knights, Long Xingyu and Long Haochen. In fact, even if the two divine seal knights, Long Xingyu and Long Haochen, unleashed the power of the divine seal throne, they were far inferior to Long Haochen. Such an old man is definitely a real fierce man, and he is definitely a high-ranking member of the Temple Alliance. Lin Xin, you are really crazy. Let me get you excited. It's okay now. Something big is going to happen. You are really young. You are really a talent when you talk about cheating the Temple Alliance in front of the senior leaders of the Temple Alliance. Lin Xin was madly complaining about himself in his heart, while making the expression on his face look a little more natural. But no matter how hard I try, I never dare to truly recover from this kind of thing. After trying to no avail, he weakly lowered his head and no longer dared to look at Long Haochen. Long Haochen glanced at Lin Xin thoughtfully, but he didn't have the same experience as Lin Xin, a junior, and his eyes slowly fell on Long Haochen. Seeing that Long Haochen had no intention of talking about this matter, Long Haochen breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He hurriedly stepped forward and saluted Long Haochen and said, "Grandpa Yang, why are you here? Are you here for us?" Long Haochen hummed, glanced at the cave of howling fear, and said lightly, "Your demon hunting group accepted the task of exploring the cave of howling fear, but someone later reported that there was a problem with the mission evaluation. A king-level mission. With the strength of your demon hunting group, it will be difficult to complete the king-level mission. Therefore, I came here to check it out. However, you had already entered it when I came, and I am waiting here for you to come out. But seeing that you are all safe and sound, I can feel relieved." Long Haochen was not surprised by Long Haoyu's answer, even though he knew that Long Haochen was the contemporary demon hunting chief, and the demon hunting group's mission tower was also under his jurisdiction. But it can be said that the assignment of some tasks did not alarm him as the chief demon hunter. Even a demon hunting group of their level was not qualified to know that there was another chief demon hunter. Obviously, the real purpose of Long Haochen coming to clean up the mess of this mission is still based on his own identity and Long Haochen's identity. The physiques of the two sons of light must be something that an old knight like Long Haochen pays close attention to. In the original memory, Long Haochen should be in retreat now. It is understandable that he did not come to clean up the mess of these things. But now, Long Haochen has woken up from seclusion. After knowing these things, it is naturally impossible to stand idly by. The two sons of light, if there is a problem with the mission evaluation of the demon hunting group's mission tower, they will eventually be lost in the demon territory. Such a loss is absolutely unbearable by the Knight's Temple, and even a loss that the entire Temple Alliance cannot bear. In particular, Long Haochen had high hopes for him here. Although several months had passed, he still remembered clearly what happened in Keeling Valley. So, in principle, a demon hunting chief like Long Haochen would not interfere in such trivial matters, but he still made corresponding efforts to cover it up because of these factors. A general-level demon hunting group wants to complete a king-level mission. No matter who looks at it, this is an impossible task. The gap between them is undoubtedly huge. So that's it. Thank you Grandpa Yang for coming all the way. Haoyu, on behalf of our General No. 21 Demon Hunting Group, would like to sincerely thank you, Grandpa Yang. Long Haoyu saluted again and did everything in etiquette very well. Long Haoyu stood up from the pile of demon corpses and said calmly, "These are the mistakes of the demon hunting group's mission tower. Since you are all safe and sound, I will take you back to the holy city, which saves you the trouble of returning to the holy city. At the same time, you can now come out of the cave of fear and screaming safely, which proves that you have also completed this mission. What I did is not considered a violation." As soon as these words came out, everyone felt happy. When I saw Long Haoyu appearing, I thought this mission was going to go to waste. They remembered clearly that Long Haoyu had said in advance that this was a king-level mission. If Long Haoyu's appearance ultimately led to the failure to receive a meritorious reward for this mission, then it would really be the loss to my grandma's family. Long Haoyu nodded and said, "Thank you very much, Grandpa Yang. Are we ready to go back now?" "Good," Long Haoyu answered very simply. Although he appeared very calm, he was still a little worried. He tried to enter the howling cave of fear after arriving here, but failed in the end. It was as if there was a very strange power rhythm in it, blocking him from the outside. At that moment, he was really worried about Long Haoyu and Long Haochen. Now that he saw that the two of them were not in danger, he didn't want to be stimulated again. Furthermore, it would not be difficult for Long Haoyu and his party to break into the depths of the demon territory and return to the holy city. What he planned to do was reasonable and logical. The golden spiritual power enveloped Long Haoyu and others, and Long Haoyu did not hesitate to protect them all by his side. Then, the golden spiritual power on their bodies was covered with a layer of gray again, and the group of people rushed back towards the holy city like a meteor. Under the protection of Long Haoyu truly embarked on the road back to the holy city, and part of the pressure in his heart also relaxed. With Mr. Long Haoyu's help, we can avoid some embarrassing things. Otherwise, we may really need to look for Yu Yi, and at that time, women's clothing will definitely not be able to escape. Now it seems that there is no need to worry about women's clothing. The only thing left to deal with is Yu Yi's unwillingness. Thinking of this, a superb light flashed across Long Haoyu's eyes. He was sure that Yu Yi still had a lot of unwillingness, but in his eyes, these unwillingnesses were just that. He has plenty of ways to make Yu Yi completely surrender. Chapter 355. One day later, the holy city. Long Haoyu returned here with Long Haoyu and his party. It took a long time to go to the howling cave of fear and sorrow. But now that he has returned to the holy city, with the help of the old man Long Haoyu, he returned in just one day. Once again down to earth in the holy city, Lin Xin and others breathed a sigh of relief. Although he acted as relaxed as possible along the way, when he was really in the demon territory, all the ease was actually covered with a layer of disguise. Only now, after truly coming back, can these disguises be restrained in a real sense. Haoyu, I will continue to urge you on this mission, and I will also urge the people below to take care of the merits of the king-level mission. As for other aspects, Long Haoyu patted Long Haoyu's shoulder gently, and looked at Lin Xin thoughtfully. There was a serious mistake in this matter. It was the mission tower staff who were irresponsible to you demon hunters who are on the front line. I will deal with this matter. After everything is arranged, I will arrange for public accountability. So, you don't have to go to the demon hunting mission tower to cause trouble. Lin Xin smiled awkwardly. Meeting Long Haoyu's scrutinizing gaze, he revealed a very unnatural smile. Understanding that the old man Long Haoyu was nodding at him, he drooped his head again. Long Haoyu hummed, "Grandpa Yang, don't worry, you have decided to deal with it seriously, so there is no need for us to make trouble. We all know how to do these things." Long Haoyu was very satisfied with Long Haoyu's answer. He smiled slightly and said, "Then you should go back and rest first. After I have arranged everything properly, I will order someone to come and hand over the task to you." "Understood, thank you Grandpa Yang for bringing us back this time." "No problem." Long Haoyu left neatly. Long Haoyu and his party watched Long Haoyu leave and just returned to their residence. After returning to the small white villa, everyone's hearts, which had already relaxed, completely dropped at this time. Compared with the days in the demon territory, after returning to the holy city in this small villa, the gap suddenly appeared. It's so comfortable now that I'm back. This sofa is so comfortable no matter how I sit on it. I don't know how much more comfortable it is than when I was on a mission, using the sky as my quilt and the ground as my bed. Lin Xin was lying on the sofa very comfortably, looking at the ceiling and couldn't help but sigh. The same was true for Sima Xian and others, and Chen Yinger even lay down on the sofa without any appearance. Suddenly, Lin Xin suddenly turned over from the sofa. The huge movement shocked Sima Xian and others, and they all couldn't help but complain to Lin Xin. "Brother Yu Yao, are you crazy with cramps? We are all back now, why are you so surprised?" Sima Xian couldn't help but complain, which almost caused Lin Xin to have a myocardial infarction. Lin Xin completely ignored everyone's depression and looked at Long Haoyu with intense eyes. "Boss, we seem to have forgotten something very important. That Mr. Yang should be the senior manager of the demon hunting group's mission tower, right? He said that he would arrange someone to hand over the mission to us later. Moreover, he seems to have said that this mission will reward us with meritorious deeds according to the king-level mission. Doesn't this mean that 200,000 meritorious deeds will be received soon, and we will become rich?" Lin Xin asked with a money-obsessed look. As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted the attention of Wang Yuanyuan, a money fan. Although Sima Xian and others were not too obsessed with money, 200,000 meritorious deeds was not a small amount. At this time, everyone was looking at Long Haoyu, including Chen Yinger, who was lying on her stomach and preparing to fall asleep, and sat up again. You can believe Grandpa Yang's words. He said that this mission will be rewarded according to the king-level mission, so it will definitely be the case. 200,000 meritorious deeds are already 100% obtainable. Long Haoyu answered affirmatively. Following Long Haoyu's answer, the small villa seemed very quiet. There was no cheering as expected, and everyone fell into silence at this time. Every breath became rapid at this moment. Then I can rest assured. I'm really worried that I won't be able to get this reward in the end. After all, the old man also nodded to me. Lin Xin said with lingering fear, it seems that we are really rich now, 200,000 such meritorious service, how can we spend it? Sima Xian shivered and swallowed thickly. Brother Yuyao, why do I feel that everything is unreal? This suddenly became certain, and I feel that my heartbeat is a little faster. Your heartbeat is speeding up. It sounds like my heartbeat is not fast. Lin Xin rolled his eyes and said. Sima Xian twitched his lips and saw that Long Haoyu was still standing, so he hurriedly said, Boss, please sit down quickly. You have contributed the most to this mission. Why are you still standing here? Brother Yuyao, my hands are shaking a little. Please help me pour a glass of water for the boss. Lin Xin, okay, it's enough to be excited for a while. Next, you can discuss the change of clothes. Long Haoyu said with a smile. This meritorious service can update our equipment, which will help our overall strength. Now you can plan ahead. Dress up, this is good. When everyone heard what Long Haoyu said, their motivation suddenly became full. All the excitement started to be discussed at this moment. When it came to dressing up, they were no longer sleepy. 200,000 meritorious deeds made all of them feel a bit like nouveau riche at this time. Discussions about changing clothes were happening one after another with such enthusiasm that it was a bit scary to see them. Long Haoyu watched everyone discussing these things with a smile on his face, including his little brother who was also discussing this matter. Sitting alone, the smile on his face slowly faded. Unlike Lin Xin and his group, he could not allow himself to indulge in the joy of changing clothes. And at present, he has no need to change his clothes. Wu Feng will not give up. The armor he wears has been given as a gift by Mr. Yang Haoyu before. There is no need to change the brilliant level armor. The prophetic memory reminded him all the time of what would happen next. The matter of the Tower of Eternity has been solved, but next there is the task of Zhenan Pass. We still can't relax here. After we head towards Zhenan Pass, there will be a real bloody battle. I don't know if my existence will cause a butterfly effect on the Zheningguan mission. If there is, then it is a bloody battle among bloody battles. Chapter 356. 3 months passed quickly. Within 3 months, Long Haoyu did not tell anyone about Zhenan's forced war mission. I kept all these things in my heart alone, and just urged everyone to retreat and practice in order to advance further to the 5th level. The results are very remarkable. 3 months of retreat has made everyone in the team improve a lot. They watched Lin Xin being surrounded by people buying brilliant level equipment in the trading center. Long Haoyu's face only showed a slightly smoother smile in 3 months. His smile became smoother, but the imminent start of the compulsory war mission at Zhenang Pass still did not allow him to truly relax. Although he is not afraid of war missions, he is even very eager to go to the battlefield and start real killings. But as his bond with the demon hunting group became deeper and deeper, the invisible pressure still made him feel a little uncomfortable. I hope there are no surprises. At least compared to the strength they should have at this time, it has improved a lot now. Originally, everything was fine in the end. Now even though some additional factors have been added, the strength has improved a lot, so there won't be much of a problem. I didn't expect that I, who upholds the concept of taking life and death lightly, would now have such a profound impact on me. Long Haoyu sighed softly, seeing that everyone in the team had purchased the equipment they needed, and suppressed some of the unnaturalness on their bodies. However, although these expressions disappeared very quickly, Kair still noticed some depth on Long Haoyu's face for the first time. In the past 3 months, she had noticed Long Haoyu's profound expression many times. This time, Seeing that even the change of clothes in the trading center did not dissipate Long Haoyu's profound expression, the worry in his heart reached its peak. Haoyu, in the past 3 months, I have been feeling like you are thinking about something. What are you worried about? Kair couldn't help but ask. Kair's voice attracted the attention of Lin Xin and others. After being reminded by Kair, everyone belatedly recalled what had happened in the past 3 months. Long Haoyu, who was originally crazier than them in cultivation, although he did not give up on cultivation during the 3 months, he often looked outside the holy city while practicing. I thought it was nothing at first, I just thought that Long Haoyu was eager to go back to the demon territory to fight with the demons. But this time, they no longer think so. Boss, you have been acting a little abnormal these past 3 months. Are you really worried about something? If you have anything to worry about, you have to tell us. Lin Xin asked in a deep voice. While asking, he looked at Long Haoyu with great concern. Long Haoyu smiled slightly. It's nothing, I just have an intuition that something big will happen. But after all, it's just intuition. Until everything is truly verified, it's still unknown. Just do whatever you want. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that something happened to Long Haoyu, but when they heard that it was due to intuition, they all relaxed. So that's it. If this is the case, boss, you are thinking too far. If something big happens, there will definitely be corresponding tasks. Once there are tasks, we will be able to make more achievements. If there is really a very challenging mission, the merit we can get in the end will definitely be very generous. Lin Xin said in a very relaxed voice. The Hanging Heart, after landing at this time, returned to his usual careless appearance. Kair was not like that. She listened quietly to Long Haoyu's words and Lin Xin's pretending to be relaxed at this time. A cold and stern temperament suddenly enveloped everyone. No mission of the demon hunting group is easy. Don't be complacent just because we completed a king-level mission by mistake. Don't forget how we completed this king-level mission. If we accept the mission of the demon hunting group with such a relaxed attitude, we will only end up dying within the territory of the demons. Furthermore, you all have witnessed Haoyu's strength. It can make Haoyu feel uneasy and can sense it intuitively. Do you think that if there is a mission, it will be an easy one, a mission that can be easily accomplished? Kair scolded her coldly. Her absolute calmness prevented her from being affected by Long Haoyu's ambiguity and brought everyone's thoughts back to reality. Frowning, he thoughtfully analyzed what Long Haoyu said. Lin Xin fell silent, listening to Kair's scolding. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, and a cold sweat broke out on his back, and then he realized how dangerous his idea was. Everyone's emotions were completely affected by Kair's words at this moment, and they all began to meditate on Long Haoyu's intuition, this time. Within 3 months, although most of the time was spent in seclusion, I had some free time. After discussion, I would form a team and go to the mission tower to see if there were any suitable missions. Long Haoyu did not stop them from doing so, and allowed them to do so. There was no need to worry about the check task consuming too much merit. Looking back at the missions that appeared in the mission tower in their minds, whether it was Lin Xin or Sima Xian, or Wang Yuanyuan and Chen Yinger, they all began to analyze them at this time. This was especially true for Long Haochen, who was already very smart and racked his brains to dwell on these things. But, no matter how they speculated, they could not figure out a reason for this matter. With such a heavy heart, I returned to the small villa absent-mindedly. Long Haoyu saw that everyone was still silent in his intuition, and the spiritual power gently vibrated around everyone. Okay, don't worry too much. After all, this is my sixth sense. It doesn't matter whether it will happen or not. I just do whatever I need to do. Long Haoyu scolded in a deep voice. Silently calculating the time in his mind, he knew that the mandatory war mission at Zheningguan would start in the next few days. But the specific day cannot be determined. It is obviously not possible to keep Lin Xin and others in silence with such worries. I originally wanted to let Lin Xin and others recover, but it backfired. God seems to like to joke like this. As soon as Long Haoyu finished speaking, a staff member from the mission tower came outside the small villa where they were. Seeing Long Haoyu, the staff saluted. Long Haoyu, leader of the 21st General Level Demon Hunting Group. Mission Tower Notification, Mandatory War Mission. In 3 days, all demon hunting groups stationed in the Holy City will participate. Chapter 357. The words of the Mission Tower staff sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Long Haoyu's expression was slightly astonished. He knew in his heart that the mission at Zheningguan would be within these few days, but he did not expect that it would be such a coincidence that he would report it today. After the staff reported these things in place, they did not stay at Long Haoyu's place for too long, and immediately went to report to the residences of other demon hunting groups. There is no room for sloppiness in compulsory war missions. I'll go, boss, your intuition is really amazing. I didn't expect that all the mandatory war missions have come, and all the demon hunting groups staying in the Holy City must participate. I remember that there are about 30 or 40 demon hunting groups stationed here now. All of them have participated. The difficulty of this mission. Lin Xin shouted loudly. Thinking back to what Kair said in the trading center, everyone calmed down. Sima Xian and others were also like this, and they all looked at Kair with admiration. The forced war mission is definitely not a simple mission. Now that the mission has been reported, preparations will begin immediately. We will set off in 3 days. In these 3 days, we will purchase some supplies we need, and also buy some equipment for emergencies. It just so happens that today we have all just completed the brilliant level outfit change, and we are going to show off the style that truly belongs to our general level demon hunting group number 21 in this forced war mission. Of course, we can't slack off on this matter just because we have all changed our clothes. We must still remain vigilant. Long Haoyu interrupted everyone's imagination and forced everyone to return to reality. Lin Xin took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, boss. I will start purchasing materials immediately to ensure that there will be no mistakes in the mission. Although I am usually aloof, I will definitely be more reliable when it comes to business, and I will ensure that I will perform as well as the 21st General Level Demon Hunting Group in this mission." Lin Xin made a guarantee in a deep voice. After making these guarantees, he immediately walked outside the small villa. 3 days was not a short time, but it was definitely not long. He did not dare to slack off on this kind of thing. "Captain, let's go and start preparations." Sima Xian, Wang Yuanyuan and others spoke one after another, but they did not slack off at this time and devoted themselves to what they should do. Watching everyone begin to prepare for their own affairs, the deep color in Long Haoyu's eyes became more intense. Kair accompanied Long Haoyu. "Haoyu, these are the things you have been worried about. You must have guessed these things from the beginning, right? Or did you notice it?" Long Haoyu did not continue to hide Kair. Kair nodded and said, "In my impression, you are not the kind of person who would worry just because of your intuition, so you should have finally sorted out these things through other intelligence, and made some predictions about what might happen, made predictions. It is precisely because you predicted these things, and these things were not simple in your predictions, that you were always preoccupied and did not choose to tell us in the first place." Analyzing these in an orderly manner, Kair showed her wise side. Long Haoyu listened to Kair's words and said with a smile, "I thought I could fool you with intuitive explanations, but it seems I thought too much. I did predict such a thing from other information, but it is an unknown thing after all, and I can't mess with the team's mood because of these things. Now it seems that my prediction was not wrong, and the 3-month retreat was arranged just right, which just happened to improve the strength of all of us. If not, the consequences may be disastrous. If the mission tower can issue such a mandatory war mission, you can imagine how dangerous the situation on the battlefield is." Kair listened to Long Haoyu's words silently, leaned against Long Haoyu gently, and replied firmly, "No matter how dangerous the battlefield is, I will always be by your side." Long Haoyu gently held Kair's hand. "I will always be by your side." 3 days passed quickly. There are a total of 42 demon hunting groups stationed in the Holy City. Everyone gathered in front of the mission tower, and Han Qian, as the spokesperson, explained the mission in detail. Considering that the war at Zhenang Pass was tight, there was no need to waste too much time. After saying what needed to be said, all the demon hunting groups were mobilized. Carriage after carriage drove out of the Holy City. The potential of the iron-maned horses was squeezed, and the speed of each carriage was very fast. The war is intense, and no one can truly relax at this moment. Long Haoyu and his party were sitting in the carriage, watching the carriages of other demon hunting groups not far away also driving hard, and the solemn expressions on their faces did not fade at all. While watching the situation of other carriages, he also started to meditate. Long Haoyu did not meditate, but looked further away. As far as the eye could see, a carriage rushed to the front, and 6 people could clearly be seen sitting in it. However, No one knew the identities of the people in this carriage, or even which demon hunting group they belonged to. Others didn't know the situation of this demon hunting group, but Long Haochen knew it very well. The Imperial Demon Hunting Group is a powerful team second only to the titled Demon Hunting Group. Sergeant level, General level, Commander level, King level, Emperor level, Title level. Although normally divided according to strength, the members of the Emperor-level Demon Hunting Group can be upgraded to this level after all members reach the 8th level. But in this Emperor-level Demon Hunting Group, Long Haochen knew very well that 6 of them had reached the 9th level of cultivation. In other words, the strength of these 6 people is not much different from that of the title-level Demon Hunting Group. The reason why they haven't become a title-level Demon Hunting Group is because they haven't completed the upgrade of the title-level Demon Hunting Group. It must mean that all 3 conditions for the title-level Demon Hunting Group's upgrade qualifications have not been completed. Looking at such a Demon Hunting Group, Long Haochen couldn't calm down his mind. We will be level 21 Demon Hunting Group. We still have a long way to go before we can become a Demon Hunting Group of this level. But it's not bad to have such a goal. If you want to become a title-level Demon Hunting Group, you have to reach this point. At least, before becoming a title-level Demon Hunting Group, they must at least reach the Emperor level. They still need to be at the same Emperor level as the seniors in that carriage. This bloody battle at Zhenan Pass may also be regarded as the real launch of our general-level Demon Hunting Group No. 21. Chapter 358, 97.3%. 9 days later, the smell of blood wafts in the air. We haven't even gotten close to Zheningguan yet, but we can already smell these smells in the air. The people in the 3 carriages at the front all moved, turning into afterimages and galloping towards Zhenan Pass. As the person leading the team this time, Han Qian announced that all demon hunting groups were free to move, and then rushed towards the Zhenan Pass. The direction everyone is heading towards is in the haze of light above Zhenan Pass, where the high-end combat power of the human race and the high-end combat power of the demon race battle. The naked eye can't see clearly what's going on, but you can feel how exciting the battle is. Long Haoyu's breathing slowly calmed down. He glanced at the sky above Zheningguan, and slowly controlled his emotions. No longer paying too much attention to the high-end combat situation, all thoughts were directed towards the Zheningguan Pass city gate not far away. There was a lot of blood on the dark city gate. Human corpses and demon corpses were piled inside and outside the city wall. Long Haoyu knew his position very well and knew what he should do most at this time. The battlefield of high-end combat power was not something he could intervene in. The high-end battlefield cannot intervene, but it cannot be slacked off because of this. This is where the war has broken out, and everyone has the same idea at this time. Not for anything else, just because the demons have rushed into Zheningguan, and the entire Zheningguan seems to be crumbling. The demons have not been able to completely defeat Zhenan Pass, but they are not far away from it. So, Long Haoyu knew very well what they were going to face next and did not dare to be distracted too much at this time. Brother, the fighting here is very fierce. The demon army has already rushed into Zheningguan. I'm afraid there are many demons in the city. Are we going to follow them into the city now? Long Haochen's voice was low. Lin Xin's voice was also low. Boss, you make up your mind now, you are the leader and we all listen to you. Everyone was in full preparedness at this time. No one could relax their emotions at this time. Seeing the real situation at Zhenang Pass, everyone entered war mode. Long Haoyu looked solemnly, looked at the situation at Zheningguan, and said in a low voice, "Go directly to the city. Although there will definitely be demons coming from other places to support us, the current situation in the city is the most important. No matter what, we still need to use fast speed to deal with all the demons in the city, otherwise Zhenan Pass will definitely not be saved. Although the Lord Paladin said that we can move freely, under the circumstances of freedom, I hope you all can control your emotions. For example, Wang Yuan, I know you have been controlling this emotion in the past few months, but Zhenan Pass is about to be breached, and the situation in the city must be quite tragic. Remember, no matter what you see, you must keep your cool." Quote. Long Haoyu didn't relax at all, and told everyone sternly. Until the end, his extremely serious eyes fell on Wang Yuan. Although I don't want to place excessive demands on Wang Yuan at this time, after all, Wang Yuan has been working hard. But there was no way. As the leader of this demon hunting group, he had to take all uncertainties into consideration. It's not that he doesn't believe Wang Yuanyuan, but that he should be vaccinated in advance. Otherwise, when something he doesn't want to see happens, his demon hunting group will really fall into a situation of no return. Wang Yuanyuan nodded seriously. Captain, don't worry. I will definitely control my emotions. Although I really want to kill more demons here, I know my identity and I know that I am a member of our demon hunting group. No matter how high up I am, I will never affect the entire team because of my affairs. Wang Yuanyuan answered very definitely, looking at everyone with very firm eyes while answering. Long Haoyu looked at Wang Yuanyuan's reaction and frowned for a while before saying anything more. Okay, then let's go. Entering the city, Long Haoyu shouted softly, and immediately began to arrange for everyone to integrate the camp, and everyone cautiously entered Zheningguan city. The battlefield situation in Zheningguan is very tragic. The most normal offensive battle at this time is you and me on the city wall. But now Zheningguan can no longer meet this condition. The city gate has been breached and the demons have entered the city. Unlike the previous exorcism pass, which represented safety after entering the city, the real danger of the current Zhenang pass begins after entering the city. A rash action will definitely cost you blood in the end. Many other demon hunting groups also started to take action at this time, approaching Zhenan Pass cautiously like Long Haoyu and his party. It's impossible for people like Han Qian and others to just ignore everything else and rush in. They still need to be more steady. As they get closer to the city wall, everyone's hearts are hanging. Soon, many demon hunting groups entered the city wall one after another, and the smell of blood in the air became heavier. Human corpses were everywhere, broken limbs and arms were visible to the naked eye, and many human warriors had expressions of reluctance on their faces when they were about to die. When death comes, although you are prepared to face death, you will still be frightened for a moment. The many corpses now show all this. Damn it, these demons. Wang Yuanyuan shouted softly. Although he had a lot of guarantees, he still couldn't help but feel a little passionate at this time. Calm down. Remember what I just said, don't have any superiors. Long Haoyu's face was extremely solemn, and his low voice echoed in Wang Yuanyuan's ears. Wang Yuanyuan woke up in an instant and realized that he had really come close to being fucked. He couldn't help but apologize. Long Haoyu didn't pay attention to Wang Yuanyuan's apology, keep the formation and continued to explore deeper. Remember not to get ahead. After encountering the demons, don't mess up the formation and fight separately. Use the strength of the team to give full advantage. As Long Haoyu said this, he took Wu Feng out from behind. With the bandage wrapped around his arm, Long Haoyu arranged everyone's affairs properly, and his breathing slowly slowed down at this moment. He looked into the depths of Zhenan Pass with slightly squinted eyes. Although he had not seen the demons yet, all the cells in his body began to become active. This time, we can really start killing. I can't just remind Wang Yuanyuan, I must also take the lead. But as long as the time comes, we can still take action. By then, Wu Feng should be able to upgrade again. With a 50% increase in spiritual power, mine should be able to reach a higher level by then. Chapter 359. 97.6%. Long Haoyu secretly analyzed these things in his heart. While observing the surrounding situation, he lowered his head and looked at Wu Feng. The small coal ball turned into a wrist guard and connected Wu Feng's and his wrists as before. The frequency of the tremors all tells its excitement at this moment. Killing was the nourishment it needed most, but Long Haoyu's identity was relieved and he was still bound by the leader of the demon hunting group, so he couldn't kill at all. It complained many times about this, but in the end it had no choice but to let it go. It's different now. Such a tragic battle occurred in Zheningguan. The demon army has invaded Zheningguan, and all major demon hunting groups can move freely. Let go killing is easily met here. Long Haoyu knew what Xiao Maicho was thinking at this time, but he did not focus on Xiao Maicho at this moment, nor did he have any conversation with Xiao Maicho. After sensing little coal ball's emotions, all his thoughts returned to the battlefield. A group of 7 people maintained their pre-arranged formation and continued to move towards the city. Wang Yuanyuan walked at the front, with a huge shield in front of him, and his eyes were always looking around. Although she saw many corpses of humans and demons, her emotions were extremely explosive at this time, but she still took deep breaths to control her emotions. After Wang Yuanyuan, Chen Yinger followed, and began to talk at a much slower pace, preparing for the summons of the Gate of Life. Long Haochen and Li Xin were guarding both sides of the team. Li Xin was a disciplinary knight with very good offensive ability and was guarding the right wing. Long Haochen is a dual cultivator of punishment and protection. His abilities in both punishment and protection are very good. In punishment, he has reached the 5th level, and he is on the right wing. As the magician of the team, Lin Xin followed at the end, followed by Sima Xian. Any demon hunting group will have such a formation after entering the battlefield, ensuring the survival space of summoners, magicians and priests. This is a common feature of all demon hunting groups. The only flaw was that Sima Xian was holding 2 big guys in his hands, which seemed incompatible with a real priest. Time was very tight, and the entire team's ability to advance was very strong, so Long Haoyu did not re-divide on this matter. Sima Xian was allowed to follow at the back of the team, while he and Kair were on the left and right wings of Li Xin and Long Haochen. The positions of the two are very particular. Although they are not with the team, they are guaranteed to be able to support every teammate in an instant. Among them, Kair's position is where the strongest member of the normal demon hunting group provides support, and Long Haoyu's support is all added separately. Kair, you are in charge of the coordination. Although I am also in the position of coordination, I will adapt to changes, but don't act rashly here. Everything is focused on supporting the entire team, remember. Long Haoyu said to Kair. Kair nodded. Yes, I will protect the team well. Just do whatever you want. Long Haoyu hummed and said to Long Haochen again, Haochen, if an emergency occurs and I leave the team to take action, then you will take over the command of the entire team. Everything is going according to the original arrangement in the exorcism pass, ensuring that the team always has a backbone, you know it or not. Long Haochen also nodded seriously at this moment. Brother, don't worry, I will definitely shoulder my responsibilities as deputy leader. Long Haoyu was very satisfied with this answer and was always preparing for subsequent changes. Although as the leader of a team, it is unrealistic to act independently of the team. This will cause the entire team to make coordination errors, which will eventually cause very heavy losses. But Long Haoyu knew very well that he was an accident. When he was in the Exorcist Pass, he had almost given all the authority of the group leader to Long Haochen. In other words, even if he is separated from the team, it will not affect the overall cooperation. From beginning to end, he behaves more like a lone ranger. Of course, he would definitely not do this unless it was absolutely necessary. This was what he had always told himself in his heart. However, just as Long Haoyu was thinking this, a human warrior suddenly flew over from a distance. It was not a normal flight, but it was directly killed by the demons from a distance. There was a blood hole on his chest, and blood was constantly spurting out. It looked like he couldn't survive. But despite this, the human warrior ended up taking a bite of the demon's flesh and blood, which was different from the bright red blood that humans should have dripping from the demon's flesh and blood. The spiritual power was exhausted and the body could no longer bear it. Before death, the bite was meant to bite off a piece of flesh and blood from the demon. Several Nubo clan demons chased over from a distance. One of the Nubo clan's ears had a gap. The missing part was bitten off by this dying human warrior. Haochen, take over the command of the team. Long Haoyu watched this scene and was deeply touched in his heart. After watching the human warrior close his eyes and reveal a trace of regret and unwillingness, the emotions in his heart completely exploded at this moment. Without a real boss, Long Haoyu immediately rushed out of the team and rushed straight towards several Nubo tribesmen. Several Nubo clan members discovered the existence of Long Haoyu and his group. They all rushed towards Long Haoyu with crazy smiles and worried that they had no next opponent. Among them, the Nubo clan whose ear was bitten off took the initiative to rush towards Long Haoyu. Die! Long Haoyu shouted loudly. Wu Feng suddenly burst into light, and the black brilliance enveloped the entire Nubo clan. This angry wave tribe didn't have time to make any reaction, and was instantly covered by the sword light erupting from Wu Feng. Lines of light and shadow erupted in the surging sword light, and not a single scream came out from it. After a moment, a bunch of broken pieces fell to the ground from these sword lights. The remaining Nubo tribe were all dumbfounded on the spot, completely unable to believe that Long Haoyu could kill their companions so easily and quickly. Lose. Realizing that Long Haoyu was not a simple man, he rushed towards him faster and faster, with a terrifying roar coming from his mouth. After Long Haoyu dealt with the demon and avoided the tragedy of the human warrior dying without a body, he quickly returned to the team. Long Haochen watched Long Haoyu come back and made a few gestures to everyone. After seeing these gestures, the spiritual power in each person surged up. Long Haoyu also shouted, "Keep the formation and start attacking." Chapter 360. Good. Start the attack. Long Haochen shouted loudly, with his brother's arrangements ringing in his ears, and he immediately began to take over all command rights of the team according to the initial deployment. After taking over all the command rights, Long Haochen began to truly show the brilliance he should have. With the same physique as the Son of Light, Long Haochen is not as good as Long Haoyu in terms of offensive ability, but in fact no one in the team has denied Long Haochen's ability. It's just that he didn't show much dazzling performance in the past, all because his own light was overshadowed by Long Haoyu. Now, the battlefield was completely in chaos, and after being able to take control of all the command rights, Long Haochen began to exercise all the authority of the team as the deputy leader. Brother Lin Xin, prepare your magic spell. Sister Yuan Yuan, you advance forward to ensure the frontline defense. Sima Xian, Sister Exener, you assist Sister Yuan Yuan and rush in together. Sister Kair, the task of guarding against raids has been left to you, please. Long Haochen made a prompt decision, and the blue rain light hibiscus burst out with bright light in his hand. After arranging these battle strategies, a milky white light immediately released from his chest. The next second, the holy spiritual furnace was released from his chest, and the milky white light immediately drew towards several bloodthirsty demons from the Nubo clan. The bloodthirsty demon is not the highest-end combat power among the Nubo tribe, but its strength should not be underestimated. Long Haochen did not relax at this moment, and urged his spiritual power to complete the pulling of the holy spiritual furnace. One of the bloodthirsty demons immediately rushed towards Long Haochen's direction. Wang Yuan was originally defending and charging at the front. Seeing this bloodthirsty maniac rushing towards Long Haochen, he immediately understood what Long Haochen was doing. Get out of my way. Wang Yuan ducked in front of Long Haochen, and the huge shield immediately blocked her and Long Haochen. Long Haochen is responsible for attracting the bloodthirsty maniac. She must block the bloodthirsty maniac's offensive here and cannot let Long Haochen become the bloodthirsty maniac's main target. Sima Xian, take action. Li Xin shouted softly, and the two heavy swords in his hands immediately erupted with a terrifying aura under the blessing of spiritual power, and the 5th-level disciplinary knight skills were immediately used from his hands. Sima Xian also did his part. As a very unruly priest in the team, he hit the bloodthirsty maniac with the big iron ball in his hand. Boom, puff. The big iron ball landed on the bloodthirsty maniac's head. The bloodthirsty maniac's charging body was originally blocked by Wang Yuan, but was affected by the holy spiritual furnace. Without any time to retreat, he immediately came into close contact with Sima Xian's big iron ball. At the same time, Li Xin's skills followed suit, and two sharp heavy swords immediately split his body apart. Everything was completed in a blink of an eye. The bloodthirsty maniac didn't react at all and fell in front of Wang Yuan's shield. Roar! The few remaining bloodthirsty demons were furious. At first, one of their companions had died at the hands of Long Haoyu. Now the second companion had no time to set an example and was killed so neatly. Erupting with terrifying anger, several bloodthirsty demons immediately rushed forward. While rushing forward, they were also careful about Long Haochen's holy spiritual furnace. They still knew a little about the functions of the holy spiritual furnace, and they were all worried that they would become the unlucky ones like the second companion before. They didn't have time to do anything, and in the end they were pulled by the holy spiritual furnace and fell into a pool of blood. Chance. At this time, Kair's voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Kair, who had been supporting from the rear, saw that several bloodthirsty demons had some gaps because of Long Haochen. Originally an assassin, his main attack was to kill with one strike. After seizing such an opportunity, his body appeared like a ghost behind several bloodthirsty demons. The cold light passed in front of several bloodthirsty demons. Before these bloodthirsty demons could make any reaction, they were even worse than the first two bloodthirsty demons. One after another, they all fell into a pool of blood. They were already much inferior to Kair in terms of strength. After Kair found the opportunity, it was impossible for him to have any ability to continue to compete. This cooperation is indeed very good. Long Haoyu saw all this in his eyes. Although he had a huge killing instinct in his heart, he did not seize any limelight at this time. Although he can kill these bloodthirsty demons by himself, his speed is definitely about the same as that of his little brother and his group. At the same time, there will not be too many variables. Such growth will definitely be a huge help to my little brother. Looking at these, Long Haoyu's eyes flashed with a hint of relief. Since the beginning of the exorcism pass, he has been trying to cultivate his little brother's ability to be the leader, and even let his little brother control all the power. Now, Long Haochen's deployment just now and his arrangements for everyone all spoke to his heart. Such an improvement is indeed huge. If this situation continues, I am afraid that after this trip to Zheningguan, I will be fully qualified to be the leader of the demon hunting group. Although it is much slower than the original trajectory, it can quickly get on the right track and there will not be too much deviation. Long Haoyu thought in his mind, watching Long Haochen finish off several bloodthirsty demons, and also a golden double sword demon. He quickly rushed towards the position of the human garrison, and his body moved accordingly, appeared near the garrison. Reinforcements are coming, brothers, let's kill. When the soldiers at Zheningguan saw Long Haochen coming with the demon hunting group for support, everyone's spirits were high and they all roared excitedly. The demon army's offensive was very fast and violent. Under normal circumstances, it should be blocked outside the city wall, but at this time, the demon army invaded the city. One can imagine how brutal the battles they experienced were and how great the pressure they endured. Although everyone is determined to die, in the case of certain death, everyone still thinks about killing more demons and driving them out of Xianxia. In order to be able to fulfill their long-cherished wish, they have been struggling to support themselves. Now that people from the demon hunting group have come to support them, the pressure has been reduced, and the will to die shrouded in them has become more obvious. You can die, but you must not let the demon army continue to penetrate into Xianxia just because you are dead. Now that the people from the demon hunting group are here, they can let go of all their efforts. At least the elites of the demon hunting group can definitely delay these demonic armies. Brother Haoyu, Brother Haochen. Long Haochen brought his team here, and Long Haoyu also looked at the many demons who were eyeing them in the defense line of the human garrison. Before he could make any attack, the voices of Yang Wenjiao and Duanyi suddenly sounded from the side. People from the two demon hunting groups appeared one after another, and they all looked at the demon army outside the defense line with vigilance. The unspeakable number of demons brought them tremendous pressure, but no one had any intention of retreating at this moment. From receiving the mandatory war mission to arriving at Zheningguan, I saw the brutal fighting here. Having experienced the exorcism pass, they knew exactly what it meant when the demon army rushed into the pass. So, at this time, each of them actually had a death wish, thinking that even if they died, they would have to recruit a few more demons to support them. Brother Yang, are you here too? Long Haochen responded. Yang Wenjiao snorted. We rushed over from other directions. The number of demons in the direction we rushed into was not too many, so it was relatively easy to get here. How are you all? Long Haochen replied. I encountered several bloodthirsty demons from the Nerbo tribe, as well as dual sword demons from the Zeta tribe, but there were no dangers, and they were all solved. The demons you encountered were more powerful than the ones we encountered. Unexpectedly, you were the first to come to support us. We are still lagging behind. Yang Wenjiao sighed with emotion. After feeling a little emotional, he decisively ended the discussion and immediately began to direct the attack towards the demons outside the defense line. The soldiers of Zheningguan are mainly responsible for letting go. After their numerous demon hunting groups have arrived here, although their main responsibility is defense, in addition to defense, they need to expel these demons as much as possible. And in order to expel them, they must kill these demons until they are terrified. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura came. A demon lord who was familiar to Long Haoyu, Long Haochen and others rushed out from the demon army. As soon as the 7th level strength appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yang Wenjiao's thoughts of taking action stopped at this moment. Many soldiers on the human defense line also felt a lot colder. The 7th level demon lord is a big challenge to their current strength. Haochen, stand down, all come. When Long Haoyu saw the demon lord appear and felt the 7th level strength in him, he immediately shouted loudly at Long Haochen. Long Haochen did not retreat. He was still at the forefront of the defense line. Watching the demon lord approaching here, his fighting spirit increased instead of decreasing. Brother, let me try. Now that I am acting as the leader, our team can deal with this demon lord. I want to see if I have the ability to command the team to cause fatal damage to this demon lord. Long Haochen didn't retreat and answered in an equally loud voice. Although his back was to Long Haoyu, the firmness in his voice made Long Haoyu's steps stop. Feeling the determination of his little brother, he pondered for a moment and then replied decisively, "Okay, you will be responsible for the command, and I will support the other soldiers in the defense line. Remember, if you can't hold on, withdraw immediately. Don't make a fool of yourself. The most important thing is to ensure the safety of everyone on the team." Long Haochen replied, "Brother, I understand, I will not let you down." The words fall. Long Haochen commanded the team to rush out of the defense line and took the initiative to attack the Demon Lord. All of them in the team are at level 5, and their strength is almost reaching the threshold of level 6. Kair has already broken through the 6th level for a long time, and the past 3 months of seclusion has raised her strength to a more terrifying level. No matter from any aspect, their team has the strength to deal with this Demon Lord. It would definitely be impossible not to take the initiative to take action against this Demon Lord. Once this Demon Lord breaks into the human defense line, I don't know how many soldiers will die. Brother Haoyu, you. When Yang Wenjiao saw that Long Haoyu agreed to Long Haochen's request, he shouted anxiously, "You are the leader of the group. You let Brother Haochen command like this. You are irresponsible to the team. Haochen's commanding ability is better than mine. He can handle such a command very well." Long Haoyu replied, "Brother Yang, I know what you mean is that if I join in, it might be easier to deal with this 7th level Demon Lord. But since they all have the ability to deal with them, it is most appropriate for me to use my physical strength to deal with other demons." Long Haoyu answered while killing in the other direction. He originally had the idea of training Long Haochen. Now that he could see that Long Haochen had such a firm determination, he naturally wanted it. If it was 3 months ago, he would definitely not have agreed to such a thing, but now he is no longer worried about his little brother being able to complete these tasks. He was not even worried that Kair would use the power of the Reincarnation spiritual furnace when dealing with this 7th level Demon Lord. Under the current circumstances, it can be done without using the power of the Reincarnation spiritual furnace. Kair followed Long Haochen's command and attacked decisively, exerting her strength as the strongest member of the team at present, and brought extreme oppression to the Demon Lord under Long Haochen's command. Even at this time, she was able to bring more oppression to the Demon Lord than under normal circumstances. Long Haoyu's answer to Yang Wenjiao was very normal. But after discovering that Long Haoyu was unusual many times, when I heard Long Haoyu's words, I began to feel uneasy for no reason. While attacking forcefully, he was worried about Long Haoyu's situation in his heart. He didn't dare to relax at this time and just wanted to get rid of the Demon Lord as soon as possible. Long Haoyu's mind was not on Kair at this time. After completely handing over his power, he rushed to the position of other defense lines and aimed Wu Feng at the charging demons one after another like chopping melons and vegetables. His physical strength is stronger than that of Kair. At this time, he can really fight alone without worrying too much. No matter whether it is a 5th level demon or a demon that has reached the 6th level, there is no way to stop him at this time. A sword. With each skill, every demon clan died on the spot. Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi felt puzzled when they saw Long Haoyu's behavior, but they didn't have much time to think about it. After joining the battle one after another, they completely fell into silence in their own bloody battle. Long Haoyu felt that Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi had taken their minds away from him and continued to chop down the weak demons. While slashing, he turned his attention towards the battlefield above the dome. Chapter 361. Things on the battlefield change rapidly. Long Haoyu handed over all the command of the demon hunting group he led to his younger brother. On the surface, everything was handed over, but there was no interference with the demon hunting group. He even turned into a lone ranger to provide flexible support here. In fact, he has always focused on the demon hunting group. Even if his attention is not there now, it is still the same deep in his heart. In this bloody battle at Zheningguan, Long Haoyu didn't remember many details clearly. But there was one thing that he had not forgotten. The battlefield above the dome he was observing at this time was precisely for this reason. With the opening of Dream Paradise and the strict order of my grandfather, the Demon God Emperor, a total of 12 demon gods joined forces to attack Zhenang Pass. Among them, the top 36 demon gods account for half of the 12 demon gods, and the overall high-end combat power is stronger than that of Zheningguan. Now Han Qian, as the commander-in-chief, led more than 40 demon hunting groups from the Holy City to help, which greatly eased the difficulty of the bloody battle at Zheningguan. But the bloody battle has already reached this level, and the decline in Zheningguan's local high-end combat power is not as easy to reverse as imagined. It is destined to take a long time to completely reverse the situation, and during this period of time, it will not be ruled out that the top powerhouses of the demon god will attack them from the aerial battlefield on the battlefield below. Long Haoyu had always been on guard because he knew that an 8th level moon demon would turn from the aerial battlefield to attack the battlefield below. Although the 8th level moon demons that were originally expected to fall from the aerial battlefield would not pay too much attention to their demon hunting group. After the real fight with the demon hunting group, it was all because of the temporary decision of my little brother. But things on the battlefield are never certain, and very subtle influences can lead to changes in the final battle situation. Long Haoyu was on guard at this time, guarding against whether the moon demon in the sky might turn against them and suddenly attack Long Haochen and the others. If it were a head-on attack, the overall strength of the demon hunting group would probably be able to sustain it for a short while from the 8th level moon demon. But if it is a sneak attack, the strength of the 8th level moon demon may not directly wipe out everyone in the demon hunting group. However, the strength of the members of the demon hunting group varies, and accidents may occur under such circumstances. Long Haoyu did not allow this to happen, even though the power had been handed over to Long Haochen. But before Long Haochen completely took the position of leader, he was still the leader of the general-level demon hunting group No. 21. Taking responsibility for the demon hunting group he leads is what he needs to do, and it is also what he has to do on the battlefield. Completely ignoring the existence of his teammates is no longer a mistake he would make now. Brother Haoyu, are you worried about the battle above? Long Haoyu wiped out a 5th level demon with another sword, and mottled demon blood dripped from Wufeng to the ground. With his joining, the pressure on the soldiers in the defense line as well as the demon hunting group led by Yang Wenjiao, Duan Yi and others would be much less stressful. Yang Wenjiao noticed that Long Haoyu's thoughts were not all on the battlefield on the ground, and followed Long Haoyu's focus and looked towards the sky. Above the sky, colorful lights still cover the top of the head, and the sound of collisions is constantly transmitted among them. It can't be seen with the naked eye, but just from the sound, you can tell what kind of fierce battle is breaking out in the colorful light. Yang Wenjiao knew that the battle in the sky was fierce, but he was a little confused when he saw that Long Haoyu was distracted by the battlefield in the sky. Duan Yi followed and led the demon hunting group to Long Haoyu. Everyone was stained with the blood of the demons. Everyone's spiritual power fluctuates very impetuously, but they are still in a sound system. Thanks to Long Haoyu's help in relieving a lot of pressure, he is also very concerned about Long Haoyu's situation. Brother Haoyu, the battlefield in the sky is surrounded by the Holy Knights. And there are also Emperor-level demon hunting groups participating this time, and there are even several handsome-level demon hunting groups. It is the best choice for us to put our thoughts below. Your joining has indeed helped us reduce a lot of pressure, and we are very grateful for your help, but if you end up in danger because of such distraction, we will feel sorry for you. Duan Yi's voice was low, showing no signs of wanting to compete for first place in the individual competition of the demon hunting group selection competition. After actually entering the battlefield, all demon hunting groups and all human races belong to one family. Long Haoyu's voice was low, and the burst of spiritual power on Wufeng did not stop. He looked at the dual sword demon that rushed over and pressed his hand on the opponent's face. The dark Wufeng turned around and stabbed into the opponent's neck. On top of the surging spiritual power explosion, the head of the double sword demon was directly blasted. There are no absolutes in things on the battlefield. Any carelessness will be the cause of our death. The Holy Knights and the others have indeed provided support to the sky battlefield, including the seniors of the Imperial Demon Hunting Group, who have indeed joined the battlefield. Even Zheningguan and many seniors from the Priest Temple are indeed fighting bloody battles. But the decline on the battlefield cannot be changed in an instant. It will take some time to wait for the Holy Knights to help turn the situation around. If among these things, high-level demons suddenly support the demons below from the air battlefield, it will be a devastating blow to us. Even if this doesn't happen in the end, we must guard against it. Long Haoyu finished speaking very quickly and expressed what he knew through his own opinions. After that, he continued to maintain his proper attitude, not changing his decision at all because of Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi's words. Knowing is something that will happen. If it changes at this time because of Yang Wenjiao and Duani's words, then Long Haoyu will no longer be Long Haoyu. Furthermore, there is really no way to explain this kind of thing to Yang Wenjiao and Duani. Unable to explain the situation clearly, he could only try his best to do everything he could. Yang Wenjiao remained silent. Long Haoyu's words roared in his ears like Sanskrit notes. With his slightly squinted eyes, a superb light burst out from the depths of his pupils. Brother Haoyu, you have learned a lesson. After exhaling a heavy breath, Yang Wenjiao felt that his purpose had become much clearer. After arriving at Zheningguan, and after the bloody battle really started, he always felt that there was still something lacking in his team. Now that Long Haoyu said this, he felt as if his whole person had become much more sublime. Unexpectedly, we were taught a lesson by Brother Haoyu. At this time, Duani was talking next to Yang Wenjiao. After finishing speaking, he immediately rushed to his team without any hesitation. In an instant, the number 3 sergeant-level demon hunting group began to take the initiative under the command of Duani. While attacking, they were also prepared for all possible emergencies. The situation on the battlefield does not allow for too much communication, and any slightest negligence on the battlefield where the race is against time can be fatal. Both Yang Wenjiao and Duani, after being shocked by Long Haoyu's words, started their own bloody battles. The cooperation between each other's teams all fell into Long Haoyu's eyes. Long Haoyu took all this into consideration and once again focused part of his mind on his team. The 7th level demon clan failed to take advantage under Long Haochen's command and was completely on the suppressed side. After once again confirming that his little brother was fine, Long Haoyu was planning to deal with more low-level demons. Suddenly, a 7th level 2-headed magic vulture flew from a distance. Under the luster of the 7th level demon lord's bloody heavy sword, the face of this 2-headed demon vulture looked very ferocious. Shiruo realized that the general-level demon hunting group number 21 under the command of Long Haochen was very dangerous, so he simply adopted a sneak attack. Roll! Long Haoyu shouted loudly. The moment he saw the 2-headed magic vulture flying towards Kair, he flashed to Kair's side like a ghost. The person who was attacked by the double-headed magic vulture was Kair, just because Kair was the only 6th-level assassin in the team, and he was also a 6th-level assassin. With the cooperation of each other, Kair does not need to use the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation at all, but if there is any flaw in this sneak attack, Long Haoyu didn't dare to imagine what Kair would do. For the safety of the entire team, he would probably quickly deal with the 2-headed demon eagle. By the time, Long Haoyu did not continue thinking, and the cold light in his eyes suddenly became turbulent. Zanju Qingtian, Long Haoyu's voice was like thunder. Wu Feng was tightly held in his hand, and the dark sword body faced the weapon of the 2-headed demon eagle to parry. Chang, Long Haoyu's jaws shook, and Wu Feng's sword hilt had a huge impact on his palm. Under the huge impact, the spiritual power wings behind him spread out, and the spiritual power on his body surged violently. Long Haoyu was in midair, powerfully blocking the flying attack of the 2-headed demon eagle. Although he was not afraid of a 2-headed demon vulture in a real fight, after all, the opponent's strength was not as strong as the demon lord his little brother and the others dealt with. But to deal with the demon lord, the whole team is doing it, but here he is fighting alone. And he has always been guarding against the aerial battlefield, but he never thought of unleashing all his strength at this time. Furthermore, a 7th level low-level 2-headed demon eagle has not yet reached the point where he can truly explode with all his strength. If he goes all out to deal with the 2-headed demon eagle at this time, there will be other battles later, and his spiritual power recovery speed will definitely not be able to keep up. Even with the little white beast and the recovery of the Asura path, there are definitely still some shortcomings in the face of the huge consumption. The 2-headed demon eagle looked ferocious. Seeing that Long Haoyu blocked him from attacking Kair, all his thoughts were focused on Long Haoyu. On the battlefield, he hesitated twice as much in an instant. Long Haoyu faced off against the 2-headed demon vulture. Looking at the ferocious face of the 2-headed demon vulture so close at hand, everything he experienced in the fearful and howling cave emerged in his mind. The rhythm of the mournful howl seemed to bring the rhythm of the crashing waves at this moment. After his whole heart fell silent in the rhythm of the crashing waves, exquisite light burst out from his pupils in an instant. At the same time, the spiritual energy gushing from his body began to converge towards Wu Feng at this moment. Cut 10 overlapping waves. Long Haoyu's mind was clear, and through what he experienced in the fearful and howling cave, the insights from the bottom of his heart suddenly burst out. The 9 demon-slaying moves originally only had 9 moves in total. During the battle with Abao, he completely completed all the insights into the 9 demon-slaying styles. However, after experiencing many reverse modifications to Zanju, Long Haochen has no intention of completely stopping the 9 demon-slaying styles at just 9 moves. The realization in the cave of fear and sorrow was like opening a Pandora's box in his heart. New insights are completely brewing at this moment. The eyes of the 2-headed demon eagle were wide open. It was originally fighting against Long Haochen, and even surpassed Long Haochen in terms of spiritual power. But now, a sudden throbbing feeling swept through his body instantly. Before he could make any reaction, the demonic blood in his body boiled completely at this moment, flooding his heart like waves one after another. The ferocious expression became very stiff at this moment, looking at Long Haochen who was very close at hand, as if looking at a monster. "Break!" Long Haochen shouted again. There are no fancy movements, and there are no so-called sword moves under the 10 cuts, so the confrontation remains. However, the spiritual power swept towards the demonic body of the 2-headed demonic vulture with an invisible rhythm. On the surface, the 2-headed demon eagle did no harm, but the internal organs within the demon body were hit by waves of spiritual power at this moment. Every impact made the 2-headed demon eagle's expression become stiffer, and demon blood even overflowed from the corners of its mouth. With the final sound of breaking, the 2-headed demonic vulture flew back like a kite with its string broken. As fast as it was when it came in, it is flying out as fast as it is now. Long Haochen stood with his sword in hand and faced each other in the void. He watched as the 2-headed demon eagle was knocked away and all his thoughts were taken back from the 2-headed demon eagle. Under the surging waves, the 2-headed magic vulture will definitely not survive. It is just struggling to its death like this. Maintaining a vigilant posture at all times, Long Haochen exhaled heavily, but did not make too many improvements on Xianxia, nor did he continue to comprehend. Just like in the beginning, more thoughts and energy are focused on the aerial battlefield. Perhaps because of this small change, or perhaps because the 2-headed magic vulture was knocked away with great force, a wave of magic suddenly occurred much earlier than it might have otherwise. The power of black magic instantly exploded on the path of the double-headed magic vulture flying backwards. Purple-black bubbles exploded in it. The 2-headed magic vulture, which was already dying, was instantly killed in this rich dark magic. At the same time, a figure slowly walked out of the black magic that exploded. The aura on his body was instantly exposed to everyone's eyes. Long Haoyu's eyes suddenly condensed, looking at the figure that suddenly fell from the sky. A heart is lifted to the extreme in an instant. The 8th level moon demon is here. Chapter 362. Behind the purple-black bubbles, the figure of the 8th level moon demon appeared in front of everyone. It was the image of a man. The man was a very pure member of the demon clan. He was terrifyingly handsome, and his appearance was the same as that of a real human being. The only difference is that the man has purple eyes and the black outfit makes his tall figure look very luxurious. The dark purple lines on the powerful outfit show how extraordinary it is. The raised collar covered the neck, leaving only a small part of the very white neck exposed. His slender fingers flicked in the air, and balls of purple-black light began to pop out of his slender fingers. Balls of purple-black light suddenly exploded towards the crowd of the 6 major temples on the human defense line. From the beginning to the end, the man from the Moon Demon clan maintained a very contemptuous attitude and did not take the many human soldiers on the ground battlefield too seriously. The confidence in his absolute strength allowed him to show his superiority at this time. Long Haochen raised his Wufeng, and a purple-black light exploded in front of him, and a bright brilliance erupted from Wufeng. The majestic sword intent instantly blocked all the black lights, so that he was not killed on the spot by these purple-black lights. At the same time, in the other 2 places, Yang Wenjiao and Duanyi led their respective teams to defend against the purple-black light that exploded in front of them. With the strength of the entire team, both demon hunting groups performed very stably and did not die under the random attack of the 8th level moon demon. However, despite this, they still seem to be struggling. The huge gap in hard power exceeds the maximum combat power that their teamwork can provide. Yang Wenjiao and Duanyi looked at each other. They were breathing very heavily. Seeing that their team was in a very bad situation at this time, their eyebrows were very heavy. Looking at the 8th level moon demon in disbelief, feeling the soul power fluctuation surging in the 8th level moon demon, his heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Looking back at what Long Haoyu said to them at the beginning, they were all truly horrified at this moment. Unexpectedly, Long Haoyu's words came true, and there were actually high-level demons taking action on the battlefield in the sky. Not only that, the person who took action was actually an 8th level being from the Moon Demon clan. Among the 72 demon gods, the Moon Demon God is the second-ranked demon god, and his status among the demon clan is only inferior to that of the demon god emperor. Being able to belong to the same race as the Moon Demon God, it is self-evident that his bloodline is noble. Even compared with other 8th level demons, his strength can definitely be exerted to a greater extent. Brother Haoyu, everything you said has come true. There are actually high-level demons supporting us in the sky battlefield. If it hadn't been for your reminder just now, maybe this high-level Moon Demon's casual attack would have been enough. Let our demon hunting group suffer huge losses. Yang Wenjiao said sincerely, "Thank you, Brother Haoyu, for your reminder. After this battle, I will definitely hold a banquet to thank you, Brother Haoyu, for your reminder." Following Yang Wenjiao, Duanyi also said the same thing. As they spoke, the two of them returned to their most important positions in their respective teams. As soon as the two returned to the team led by the two made changes one after another, and the formations changed into defensive formations. Their first reaction to the gap in hard power is that they need to be prepared to defend. It is simply impossible to defeat them from the front. Even with the situation of the high-level moon demons in front of them, it will be very difficult for them to defend themselves. Long Haoyu was speechless, his eyes were fixed on this 8th level moon demon from beginning to end. The breathing that gradually slowed down began to become very rhythmic. "Brother, we are here." At this time, Long Haochen led the team to kill the demon lord. Under his leadership, everyone created an excellent opportunity for Kair to kill with one blow. She had already improved a lot in the Tower of Eternity, but after mastering the timing of a one-hit kill, Kair didn't show any sloppiness. Especially when he took action, he felt something was wrong with Long Haoyu, so he unleashed all his other strengths except for the Reincarnation spiritual furnace. After completing the killing of the demon lord, a group of 7 people gathered around Long Haoyu, each with a determined look on their body. "Back off." Long Haoyu didn't even look back. Hearing Long Haochen's words, he immediately shouted loudly, "The following battle is not something you can interfere with. Get out of the way." In the original trajectory, Long Haoyu took Han Yu to fight against this 8th level moon demon, but the final result was that he was in a coma for many days, even under the treatment of the saint. Now that he is here, it is naturally impossible for his little brother to fall into this situation again. As an older brother, there is no reason not to stand in front of your little brother. "Brother, I am a knight. The 10 principles of our knights say that we must go up at this time. I know what you are worried about, brother. You are afraid that I will encounter an accident at this time, but sacrifice is also one of the 10 principles of our knights." Long Haochen argued, stiffening his neck and saying with a red face. Even though he knew that the 8th level moon demon was invincible, he still had to follow the 10 principles of knights and still wanted to be at the forefront. Now that you know the 10 principles, you should know what dedication is. I'm still standing here. If I haven't fallen down yet, it won't be your turn to play. So, back off. Long Haoyu shouted again. The cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. Among these words, everyone who heard them couldn't help but cast a shocked look at Long Haoyu. The eyes of Yang Wenjiao and Duanyi became very shocked, and the other soldiers in the defense line of the 6 temples also looked at Long Haoyu in the same way. No one expected that such words would come out of Long Haoyu's mouth. If he doesn't fall down, then there's no reason to let others come up. The 10 principles of knighthood carry out the life of a true knight. Unless you are finally exhausted and can no longer fight, you must fight until the last moment. Even though he knew that the enemy was impossible to fight against, he still upheld the spirit of dedication and sacrifice. Long Haochen still wanted to argue, but before he could speak, he felt a cold gaze directed towards him. Long Haoyu's eyes were very cold. After glaring majestically at Long Haochen, he immediately turned his gaze towards the 8th level moon demon. He also remembered the 10 principles, even though he knew that he was not the most qualified knight. But after all, he, Long Haoyu, is also a member of the Knights Temple. What the knight should do, he should do it now. Chapter 363. The 8th level Moon Demon looked at Long Haoyu with interest. After a casual blow, he looked at Long Haoyu with a playful look. The white fingers that flicked gently in the void also paused silently at this time. Feeling the fighting spirit that began to burst out of Long Haoyu, the smile at the corner of his mouth became more obvious. Long Haoyu didn't care about the reaction of the 8th level Moon Demon at this time. He was careful about the attitude he should have at this time, and his eyes were very coldly focused on the 8th level Moon Demon. Call. He let out a heavy breath. Long Haoyu slowly squatted down. It's not a squat in the true sense, but holding both hands on Wufeng at the same time, and the legs appear similar to Zama step. All the spiritual energy around him was concentrated on Wufeng at this moment. Seeing Long Haoyu like this, the 8th level Moon Demon flicked his white fingers in the void again. This time, there were no purple-black bubbles as dense as at the beginning. There were only 5 purple-black bubbles, which did not emerge very quickly. It seemed to be very slow, but the 5 purple-black bubbles appeared next to Long Haoyu as soon as they were derived. It was like teleporting, breaking the time and space barrier. Cut! Long Haoyu shouted softly in his heart, and his half-crouched body instantly exerted force, and the weapon in his hand immediately turned into a dark waning moon. The light of the waning moon swept 180 degrees in front of him, and the majestic sword intent met all the gathering purple-black bubbles. Rumble! 5 purple-black bubbles exploded instantly. Purple-black light instantly enveloped his body. After a moment, a slightly embarrassed figure flew out from the purple-black light. Long Haoyu didn't encounter any trouble. He just kept his serious look and ignored the broken corners of his clothes. It was a very simple collision, but at this moment he felt the spiritual energy in his body boiling in a very restless way. It's not that he was boiling with excitement like when he fought against other weak demons in the past, but at this moment, he was restless in his body in a very passive way. An 8th level Moon Demon has a spiritual power that reaches tens of thousands. As for himself, Long Haoyu is very aware that his spiritual power has been increased by Wufeng. In a true sense, it may not be as good as a fraction of the 8th level Moon Demon. With such a huge gap, it is already very good that he can maintain his current appearance. However, despite this, the fighting spirit on his face did not dissipate. If you can't fight, just run away. Long Haoyu never thought about this idea. Under normal circumstances, this choice should be the most appropriate when you are losing. But Long Haoyu didn't have such thoughts at all. He kept in mind his identity as a member of the Knights' Temple, and also kept in mind the concept of punishing knights that he wanted to embark on. If you don't care about life and death, do it if you don't accept it. You can stay out of the matter of life and death, if you choose to retreat easily at this time. His way will be greatly affected. The 8th level Moon Demon looked at Long Haoyu in great surprise. He originally thought that Long Haoyu would choose this time to cooperate with others. With the huge gap in strength, Long Haoyu should not continue to do very stupid things. But Long Haoyu's reaction gave him a slap in the face at the speed of light. Not even the slightest hint of cowardice could be seen in Long Haoyu, but his fighting spirit only became more lingering. Such a scene caused many changes in his thoughts. Long Haoyu was always observing the changes of the 8th level Moon Demon, and saw subtle changes in the expression on the 8th level Moon Demon's face. The movement was very decisive, and without any hesitation, he inserted his palm into the skirt of his clothes. The little white beast that was dozing off didn't have time to react, and was simply caught behind him and set free. Little guy, stand up. Next it's time for us to cooperate. If we don't cooperate well, we will all die here. If you don't want to be my companion on the road to hell, then fight together. Long Haoyu shouted softly. The cold voice instantly woke up the little white beast from its drowsiness. The little white beast looked around, saw the 8th level Moon Demon, and felt the strength erupting from the 8th level Moon Demon. His eyes, which were bleary-eyed 1 second ago, were suddenly sober at the moment. Not daring to show any signs of dozing off, not even chirping and cursing, his 4 little paws firmly grasped Long Haoyu's collar. At the same time, a purple runic array appeared silently between the eyebrows. As the purple runic array appeared on its eyebrows, the same runic array appeared on Long Haoyu's eyebrows. Purple light with a very noble light burst out from the eyebrows of the two. Different from the dark purple lines on the 8th level Moon Demon, the purple light erupting from Long Haoyu and the little white beast at this time was a true cross-dimensional crushing. Purple lines appeared on Long Haoyu's body. A series of noble lines spread from the center of the eyebrows towards the cheeks. After all the lines spread to the cheeks, they then disappeared quietly under the skin. At first glance, Long Haoyu has not changed much. But if you look closely, you can see that he has a more mature look. Blood contract fusion. Long Haoyu had tried such a fusion before in the exorcism pass. At that time, it was the first attempt at blood contract fusion. But this time, it is the second attempt at blood contract fusion. In comparison, this attempt was much more rigorous than the last one. His body shape hasn't changed much, and it doesn't look like he's truly grown up. But the temperament on his body was more noble than what he had when he grew up. Underneath the nobility, there is also a bit of coldness. This touch of coldness is like the creator of the world looking down at everything in the world. At the same time, pure black light spread from Long Haoyu's chest under his clothes. The black light did not explode as completely as the purple light, but it formed a small rune array on the chest. It's a pity that this small rune circle is completely blocked by the clothes, so no one can see it at this moment. If not, anyone who sees this small rune array will definitely be shocked on the spot. If an 8th level moon demon sees this rune formation, he may not even have the intention to fight. Feeling the changes in his body, Long Haoyu no longer held Wu Feng with both hands and returned to his original calm appearance. Holding Wu Feng in one hand, he stood up completely. Looking at the 8th level moon demon from a distance, facing the eyes of the 8th level moon demon that are gradually changing color. A wonderful rhythm burst out from Wu Feng. The rolling golden spiritual power was mixed with purple luster. Chapter 364. The 8th level moon demon remained motionless, watching Long Haoyu complete such a transformation, with a look of great surprise in his deep purple eyes. Realizing that he was distracted in a place like the battlefield, he suddenly let out a soft drink and turned into an afterimage to attack Long Haoyu. On the side of the afterimage, purple-black light lingered continuously, and the unnamed black magic was formed under the thoughts of the 8th level moon demon. No chanting of magic spells was heard at all. Long Haoyu did not underestimate the reaction of the 8th level moon demon at this time. The moment he saw the 8th level moon demon flying towards him, all the aura on his body was instantly restrained. Even though there is still a huge difference between the total spiritual power and the 8th level moon demon, the sense of oppression brought by the 8th level moon demon at this moment is much smaller than at the beginning. In terms of bloodline, Long Haoyu's bloodline is nobler than that of the 8th level moon demon. Even a quarter of the blood of the heaven-defying demonic dragon clan is much nobler than that of an 8th level moon demon. If the bloodline of the white beast is also included after the complete fusion with the white beast, then their bloodlines are no longer in the same dimension. There is indeed a huge gap in terms of hard power, but the increase in bloodline has given him a lot more confidence. Boom! The 8th level moon demon sprinted in front of Long Haoyu, and a ball of black light condensed in his palm bloomed in front of Long Haoyu like a bomb. Long Haoyu raised his sword and protected his body behind him just like he did at the beginning. No matter how powerful the explosive spiritual storm was, it could not erode his body at this moment. While the wave of spiritual power flew back naturally, a flash of red light suddenly appeared on the 8th level moon demon. Punishment Knight skills, locked. At the same time, Long Haoyu, who had flown far away, suddenly slid close to the ground, and Wu Feng pulled out a series of sparks on the ground. Court death. The 8th level moon demon saw through what Long Haoyu wanted to do and couldn't help but let out a loud shout. He jumped into the air and slapped Long Haoyu, who was gliding towards him, with his palm. Buzz. The rich black magic power fell on the end of Long Haoyu's sliding, and instantly enveloped Long Haoyu in it. Normal people facing such an attack from the 8th level moon demon would have long been buried under this rich black magic, just like when Yu Yi used the 9th level forbidden spell before. The demons in a wide area were not spared. Although the 8th level moon demon cannot cast 9th level forbidden spells, it is a genuine 8th level in strength. The 8th level magic that can be used with tens of thousands of spiritual powers is enough to destroy 6th level opponents in an instant. However, before the 8th level moon demon could check whether Long Haoyu died under his magic, a figure suddenly rose into the sky from the dark light. Long Haoyu's figure soared into the sky, one hand tightly grasping Wufeng's sword hilt, and the other hand gently placed the palm of his hand on the Wufeng side of the sword's blade. Wu Feng, who seemed to be very sharp, did not cause any damage to his body under a burst of gentle power. The dark sword light burst out from Wu Feng in an instant, and flew towards the 8th level moon demon at an extremely fast speed. The sword light reached the side of the 8th level moon demon in an instant. The 8th level moon demon frowned and moved slightly to the side in midair. Only a part of his collar was cut open under the sword light, and there was no real impact. In a sense, he met him head-on. If there was a head-on collision, the worst move would make him shed the noble demonic blood in his own eyes. The 8th level moon demon's pupils turned cold. He looked at the damage on his collar from the corner of his eye, and cold anger burst out from his pupils. Snort. The 8th level moon demon shouted lowly. Seeing Long Haochen approaching him, he took the initiative to approach Long Haochen like a purple thunder, and punched Long Haochen with his right fist. Long Haochen took a deep breath, and the purple gold spiritual wings behind him glowed brightly, and the golden sun's fire instantly enveloped Wu Feng. Among the gold, the mottled black is very conspicuous. As if stepping on the void, seeing the void as flat ground, Long Haochen stood in midair, and Wu Feng suddenly blocked him. The 8th level moon demon's fist became completely larger, and hit the edgeless sword with a bang sound. His body stood still in place. However, Long Haochen slid far behind under this punch, and the trembling sound above Wu Feng buzzed. Long Haoyu's breathing was much disordered. A gash was opened in the tiger's mouth, and Chun Chun's blood dripped from it, sliding down the bladeless hilt towards the sword. After complete integration, we are still no match. The gap in hard power cannot be smoothed out so easily. I am still too whimsical. But given the current situation, it's definitely not possible to continue without fighting. Long Haochen secretly thought to himself, looking at the 8th level moon demon's motionless body in midair, his already heavy heart suddenly became more solemn. The 8th level is the 8th level. Even though he is very confident in his own strength and has completed the complete integration with the little white beast, he does not have any pride or complacency. A truly proud and complacent person will definitely die a tragic death in the end. Long Haochen knew this truth very well. After fighting like this with the 8th level moon demon for a moment, he was even more sure of this point. Brother, let's help you. Suddenly, 7 rays of light suddenly lit up beside Long Haochen. The moment the light flickered, Long Haochen, Kair and others suddenly came to support from behind. Kair rushed to the front, and the spiritual power fluctuations on her body became very powerful, even stronger than Long Haoyu's spiritual power fluctuations at this time. I didn't expect that I would forget such an important thing. Long Haochen took a deep breath, sensing Kair's over 10,000 spiritual power at this time, and immediately understood what had happened. Back when they were in the exorcism pass, Chen Zidian, a veteran of the fall of the demon god, gave their team a treasure. With the existence of this treasure, the total spiritual power of 7 people can be gathered into one person. Kair was originally at the 6th level of cultivation, and Long Haochen and others were all at the 5th level. Everyone's spiritual power was gathered into one person, which was enough for Kair's total spiritual power at this moment to exceed 20,000. Such strength is already at the 8th level. Having reached this level, one can imagine how powerful Kair's attack power can be based on his abilities. Haoyu, you focus on attacking, I'll look for opportunities. Kair's cold voice sounded. She said she was just assisting, but in the next second, her whole body expected to be at the side of the 8th level moon demon. The sword of Samsara erupted with grey light in his hand, and its sharp aura instantly enveloped the 8th level moon demon. When Long Haochen saw Kair doing this, a complicated look flashed in his eyes, but the complicated look was completely covered up in the next second. With all the complicated expressions covered, Long Haochen took a deep breath, and his body was instantly covered by 3 colors of light. Little guy, you are very interested in the 6-path spiritual furnace, so with all these powers blessing you, you should be fine. Long Haochen asked softly in his heart. The 3 colors of light corresponded to the human path, the Asura path and the hell path of the 6-path spiritual furnace respectively. Before, one person was trying to unify the 3 paths. Now, under the fusion of the blood contract, he was forcibly unifying the 3 paths. He was not sure whether the little white beast would be affected. Soon, a strange feeling sounded in Long Haoyu's heart. Sensing such throbbing, a superb light suddenly flashed in Long Haoyu's eyes. The power of the 3 colors turned into 3 pillars of light, covering his whole body, and all the light reflected his skin in a strange way. Long Haoyu shouted softly, Kair, buy me some time and don't use your final move. Kair was speechless. With the help of the soul chain, she could gather the spiritual power of 7 people, but the same injuries on her body would also be fed back to Long Haochen and the other 6 people. With absolute concentration, skills burst out one after another, and they greeted the 8th level moon demon in an airtight manner. Seeing Kair like this, the 8th level moon demon put some of his thoughts on Long Haoyu while parrying Kair's attack. Even at this moment, he didn't notice that Kair's sword of reincarnation was the artifact that severely damaged one of the demon god emperors. Compared with the sense of danger, he felt that Long Haoyu was the real dangerous person at this time. It's done, Long Haoyu shouted softly, and the 3 unified powers enveloped him, and the brilliant grade armor on his body was colored by these 3 colors at this moment. The purple-gold spiritual wings were also dyed with the 3 colors of human world, Asura Road and Hell Road at this moment. The scrolls of the human realm are floating behind you, the ghosts of the Asura realm are lingering under your feet, and the blood-red madness of the Hell realm is also clearly visible at this moment. Long Haoyu didn't waste too much time. After completing the 3-way unification, he turned into a multi-colored thunder and sprinted to the middle of the battle between Kair and the 8th level moon demon. The dark Wufeng was drawn in 3 colors, rising horizontally from the bottom to the top. The gorgeous fireworks turned into a sky-cutting blade like a meteor streaking through the sky. The 8th level moon demon's pupils shrank, and he looked at the sword light that spread at least dozens of meters towards him. He didn't dare to be careless at all. His hands transformed into circles of mysterious purple-black light patterns in front of him, and finally condensed into a purple-black light pattern. The barrier blocked Long Haoyu's sword. The next second, a purple-black crescent moon appeared behind him, and the magic pattern in front of him also shone brightly at this moment. At the same time, the entire body also turned into a transparent purple-black color. It was a dark demon body that could have the same effect as the radiant body. Rumble. The sword light struck the purple-black barrier in front of the 8th level moon demon. A terrifying spiritual storm instantly erupted from the area where the barrier and sword light met. Break. Long Haoyu did not pause, and among the 3 colors of light on his body, the dark yellow suddenly became the brightest. Wufeng, who was originally dark, suddenly turned bright yellow after the bright light of the human world, which was even brighter than the original dark yellow light of the human world. The breath of all kinds of human beings burst out densely on Wufeng, and complicated lines appeared on Wufeng's sword. Looking closely, these complicated lines appear on Wufeng like mountains and rivers, while other densely packed small dots are like all living things growing on this piece of land. Holding such a sword, Long Haoyu had already jumped high above the 8th level moon demon. He held Wufeng with both hands at the same time and slashed down towards the 8th level moon demon. The worm shakes the tree. The 8th level moon demon yelled angrily, and the purple-black light on the transparent dark demon's body also exploded on the spot. The demonic patterns in front of him were lingering layer by layer towards the fists of his hands, adding a bit of eccentricity to the original purple-black color. A purple-black vortex appeared in front of him, just like when it first fell from the sky. Purple-black light shot out from the vortex in an instant. The direction of the black light was facing the human sword that Long Haoyu had chopped down. Kair stepped aside and felt the aura erupting from Long Haoyu's body, even though he had gathered everyone's spiritual power into himself. At this moment, I still felt absolute fear from Long Haoyu's sword. He was afraid, but he didn't move far away. His cold eyes shrank in his eyes. Chance. Kair did not blindly follow Long Haoyu's arrangements. When she saw the 8th level moon demon, she focused her attention on Long Haoyu again. After observing for a moment, he caught the emptiness behind the 8th level moon demon, and the gray aura burst out instantly. The next second, she appeared behind the 8th level moon demon. The sword of reincarnation was wrapped in gray mist, leaving only the cold killing intent. Even if the 8th level moon demon is stronger than Kair after completing the spiritual fusion, Kair's back is the biggest void. If Kair succeeds in killing him with one hit, he will definitely be filled with hatred on the spot. Knowing such a thing, the 8th level moon demon did not hesitate at all. The same purple vortex formed behind him, and the purple-black light that faced Long Haoyu's sword also shot out from the vortex. However, as this purple-black light shot out, the purple-black light facing Long Haoyu in the front showed some shortcomings in its aura. Long Haoyu saw all of this in his eyes. Wu Feng's body, which was holding Wu Feng's whereabouts, had reached the end of the black light. Wu Feng, dyed with a bright yellow luster, hit the black light. Not enough. The moment the moves collided, Long Haoyu immediately analyzed in his mind that the 8th level Moon Demon's move at this time was still not something he could break head-on. But the next second, when he saw Kair approaching behind the 8th level Moon Demon, a divine radiance suddenly surged in his eyes. He was supposed to be very strong at this moment and continued to contend with the 8th level Moon Demon, but suddenly 50% of the strength in his hand was lost. At the same time, his body slid past the side of the purple-black light, almost leaning against the purple-black light as he moved closer to the 8th level Moon Demon. The 8th level Moon Demon watched Long Haoyu suddenly act like this, and also sensed Kair's one-hit kill from behind. He absolutely couldn't believe that two people with only 6th level cultivation had completed a flanking attack at this time, bringing him a strong death threat. Chapter 365. The 8th level Moon Demon was very unbalanced in his heart, and his original mentality of contempt for the weak could no longer be maintained, and the transparent dark demon's body was filled with black light. The purple-black vortex in front of and behind him shrank back in front of him as quickly as possible, and the purple-black halo formed a curtain of water ripples in front of him. The moment the light curtain was formed, Long Haoyu's Wufeng and Kair's Samsara sword were already approaching him. Chang! The buzzing sound was transmitted from Wufeng, and turned into a bright yellow Wufeng, filled with the abundant breath of human fireworks, slashing across the body of the 8th level Moon Demon in a cross-cutting manner. Behind the 8th level Moon Demon, Kair also pointed the sword of reincarnation at his vest, seeing that the 8th level Moon Demon was focusing on defending himself and Long Haoyu's attacks. The gray mist became much stronger. In less than a breath, the gray mist turned into a crystalline film and wrapped around the sword of Samsara. The moment it was about to come into contact with the 8th level Moon Demon's body, the breath of the artifact suddenly burst out from it, and the light and shadow flickered in the last moment between each other. Artifact. The 8th level Moon Demon's pupils shrank, and he sensed the changes in the sword of Samsara, which caused a surge of fear from the depths of his soul. The original black light curtain-like water ripples completely went wild, and black light burst out in all directions with him as the center. All the spiritual energy in his body also completed its final contraction in an instant, and exploded with lightning speed at the last moment when Long Haoyu and Kair's attacks fell on him. Long Haoyu frowned, and immediately flew in the direction of Kair after slashing out his sword. Kair realized that the 8th level Moon Demon's defense at this time was not trivial. Without persistence, he had to succeed with one strike. At the last moment, the aura of the sword of reincarnation was gathered away, and the aftermath was only allowed to continue towards the 8th level Moon Demon. However, when Long Haoyu arrived at his side, his body followed Long Haoyu and exploded out in the opposite direction of the 8th level Moon Demon. Rumble. The bright yellow sword light and gray piercing sword energy became very bright at this moment, even though the spiritual power of the 8th level Moon Demon reached its maximum explosion. People from all directions could still clearly see how terrifying these two attacks by Long Haoyu and Kair were. In the 8th level spiritual storm, he was still unharmed, and his offensive even continued unabated. Are you sure this is our brother Haoyu of the same rank? Yang Wenjiao was dumbfounded, looking at everything that happened in front of him. He couldn't believe what he saw. Back then in the individual competition of the Demon Hunting Group Selection Competition, he could still compete with Long Haoyu. But how much time has passed now? Long Haoyu has been able to reach the maximum explosion. Can he bring enough oppression to the 8th level Moon Demon from the front? As for Sheng Kair, Yang Wenjiao's eyes were also very shocked. Although he couldn't really compete with Kair in the individual competition, he knew very well how powerful Kair was, but he didn't expect that Kair was as powerful as he is now. Accept reality. At this time, Duanyi suddenly came to Yang Wenjiao's side and said in a low and complicated voice, "It's possible that the Haoyu brothers didn't show their full strength at all during the individual competition." Yang Wenjiao, looking back on everything that happened in the individual competition, my whole mood became inexplicably depressed. Don't be stunned. Please help Brother Haochen and the others. They must have used some secret techniques. You see, Brother Haochen and the others are very weak at this time. They are all careful not to let the devils take advantage of the loophole. Seeing that Yang Wenjiao couldn't accept it, Duanyi quickly reminded, Brother Haoyu can go face to face with this 8th level Moon Demon, which can be said to have saved all of us here. If in this situation, we don't encounter a strong enemy in the rear and can't even help, then we are not worthy of becoming real demon hunters. The words fall. Duanyi rushed towards Long Haochen and his group in an instant. Some demons noticed that something was wrong with Long Haochen and his group, and they all thought of getting rid of them first. They had seen what was happening in the air. Both Long Haoyu and Xianxia were from the same demon hunting group that Long Haochen currently belonged to. The sense of crisis makes them dare not take it lightly at this time, and some of them are even thinking of making meritorious deeds. If Long Haochen and his team are eliminated, they will be able to achieve the ultimate goal of asking for credit. Long Haoyu saw Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi rushing towards his little brother and his group, hugged Kair and tapped on the ground, once again opening a distance from the 8th level moon demon. The aftermath of the explosion is still continuing, and the colorful lights that initially only appeared in the sky are now also happening on the ground. The figure of the 8th level moon demon disappeared into the exploding fireworks, and his whole body was completely covered by the spiritual storm. He probably won't die like this. These attacks won't do much harm to him. Kair leaned next to Long Haoyu, staring at the explosion circle of the spiritual storm, and gently pressed her palm on her heart. Currently, I use soul chains to gather everyone's spiritual power on me. Next, I should be able to use those abilities to get rid of him. Haoyu, you sweep the formation for me. After he rushes out of the spiritual storm, create a chance for me to take action. Kair's voice was very firm, and the light of the samsara spiritual furnace slowly escaped from the position of her heart. Seeing this, Long Haoyu firmly grasped Kair's wrist with one hand. I haven't fallen down yet, so it's not time for you to use this move. The attack just now cannot make him fall here like this, but I haven't revealed all my cards here. Next, let me come in after he breaks out of the spiritual storm. Long Haoyu breathed heavily. After stopping Kair, he activated the six-path spiritual furnace. Unlike Kair's attempt to activate the spiritual furnace of reincarnation, the six-path spiritual furnace has not yet achieved complete control, and no matter how much it is activated, the effects it can achieve are not enough for him to smooth out the huge gap in strength. The spiritual power around him began to be restrained, and he did not talk nonsense with Kair about this kind of thing. Long Haoyu remembered many things, but he knew that there was something precious in him that could make the 8th level moon demon escape directly. The eternal melody floated in front of him, and the milky light breath burst out from the eternal melody. Long Haoyu did not wait for the eternal melody to be passively triggered after he fell into crisis. After actively stimulating the eternal melody, his eyes became very solemn and cold. At the same time, the dead souls around him began to move closer to the eternal melody. Chapter 366. 99.5%. Under the strong aura of light, the aura of death erupted, and the surrounding souls who died on this battlefield became active one after another. Long Haoyu frowned, sensing the changes around him through the eternal melody, as if he was in the Tower of Eternity again. The exact same aura gives people a very depressing aura, as if they had just entered the Tower of Eternity. If it was in the past, he would be a little nervous about such an explosion, but at this time he didn't care about it at all. Long Haoyu kept urging the eternal melody, and the breath of light, which was stronger than the breath of death, quickly suppressed the breath of death. Everything changed very quickly, but all this still attracted the attention of the people from the human and demon clans who were fighting bloody battles around them. A pair of very strange eyes followed the induction and looked in the direction of Long Haoyu, but they saw that Long Haoyu's whole body was enveloped in a rich aura of light. The confused hearts relaxed at this moment and re-entered the battlefield where they each needed to fight bloody battles. Long Haoyu saw that everyone had put down their initial heart palpitations and returned their minds to the spiritual storm. The battlefield at this moment did not allow him to think too much. There is no doubt about the strength of the 8th level moon demon, just as Kair said just now. Long Haoyu also didn't think that the 8th level moon demon would be killed by the attack just now. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang came from the spiritual storm. The moment the voice fell, the figure of the 8th level moon demon rushed out from the spiritual storm. No longer as calm as at the beginning, the 8th level moon demon now looked much more terrifying, just like the ferocious face after Yu Yi released the 9th level forbidden curse. Blood flowed from the 7 orifices, and the aura of his body was extremely weak at this time, completely losing the grace that an 8th level strong man should have. Damn humans! The 8th level moon demon roared lowly, its ferocious face no longer as handsome as before, and its angry eyes locked on the chi machines of Long Haoyu and Kair. Crazy murderous intent permeated his body, and now he just wanted to kill Long Haoyu and Kair, the two people who had traumatized him. In his heart, He is an extremely noble moon demon and a follower of the great moon demon god. What two mere humans did to him was definitely an unforgivable felony. But, the moment his eyes locked on Long Haoyu and Kair, he was immediately attracted by the bright aura in front of Long Haoyu and Kair. To be precise, I am attracted by the eternal melody. This rich aura of light shouldn't be something a human knight of this level can possess. After all, the 8th level moon demon secretly thought to himself, realizing that Long Haoyu was extraordinary, and a murderous intent that was colder than ever before burst out in his eyes. The spiritual power all over his body gathered between his palms, and a purple-black light condensed between his hands, slowly growing from the size of a fist to the size of a basketball. However, before the purple-black light ball could be thrown towards Long Haoyu, the rich light aura on the eternal melody suddenly burst out. Then, a thunderous voice sounded in Moon Demon's ears. Who dares to harm the disciples who sleep in the natural disaster? The 8th level Moon Demon's body stiffened instantly, and the purple-black light condensed between his palms suddenly became stagnant. A look of horror instantly covered his face. He looked at Long Haoyu in disbelief, looking at the eternal melody that still exuded a rich and bright atmosphere. Damn it, why is it another artifact? The 8th level Moon Demon's hair stood on end. A pair of black wings suddenly flew out from behind, and the purple-black light group between his palms instantly disappeared into nothingness. Without any thought, he ran away into the distance without hesitation. The thought of taking action against Long Haoyu and Kair that was still in his mind disappeared at this moment, and he did not dare to continue to have any crooked thoughts. Long Haoyu remained calm enough and continued to stimulate the eternal melody. A milky white beam of light shot out from the eternal melody. Whichever direction the 8th level Moon Demon fled, this beam of light chased it in that direction. The 8th level Moon Demon clearly felt this move, and his escape speed suddenly became faster, and the vibration frequency of the black wings behind him also reached the peak. The surrounding demons, seeing all the 8th order Moon Demons fleeing, had no fighting spirit at all. They did not even dare to continue targeting Long Haochen and his party, nor did they dare to surround Long Haoyu and Kair. The retreat was very fast. Yang Wenjiao and Duan Yi seized this suitable opportunity and immediately led their respective demon hunting groups to protect Long Haochen and his party and rushed to Long Haoyu and Kair. At the same time, the battle situation in the sky also changed dramatically. Large swaths of golden light fell from the sky. These golden light rains seemed to have spirituality and penetrated into the bodies of all living people. The light rain does not differentiate between humans and demons, but there is a huge difference between humans and demons. Humans are nourished by the golden light rain, but the demons are a real disaster under these golden light rains. The light rain fell, and every demon that was touched by the light rain let out a pitiful wail, with thick black smoke rising from their bodies. This light rain covered almost half of Zheningguan. Long Haoyu looked at the falling light rain and immediately recognized that it was the 9th level forbidden spell, the nostalgia of the goddess of light. Finally the moment has arrived. Long Haoyu breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this time the battlefield in the sky would definitely be reversed. However, the specific time cannot be accurately controlled. Now that I have actually waited for the use of the 9th level forbidden spell, I feel much more relaxed. Such a group healing forbidden spell can only be used by 9th level priests. Even knights with the same light attribute cannot do this. After his body and mind relaxed, Long Haoyu staggered a little. He had been holding on just now, but now that he truly relaxed, a feeling of weakness suddenly swept through his body. Haoyu, are you okay? Kair had quick eyesight and quick hands. She was originally supported by Long Haoyu, but she used her backhand to support Long Haoyu again to prevent Long Haoyu from falling to the ground. Long Haoyu shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Feeling the depleted spiritual power in his body, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Eternal Melody, this time's activation, almost sucked everyone else dry on the spot. The spiritual power was simply not enough to activate an artifact to the level just now. My spiritual power is still not enough. Such a huge waste of spiritual power is still a huge load for me. But if you try this once in a while, it shouldn't be a big problem. I hope. Long Haoyu was thinking silently in his heart. Before he could finish talking to himself, a serious look suddenly appeared on his face. My heart skipped a beat. Oops, this feeling. It feels like your potential has been overstretched. Chapter 367. 99.7%. Potential is a very mysterious thing. Among the 6 major temples, the so-called talent and innate inner spiritual power are actually a type of potential. Whoever has higher innate spiritual power means greater potential. But potential, a very mysterious thing, also has an upper limit, and it is not something that will always be constant. When something is done to the extreme, it will naturally put a huge load on itself. For example, if you force yourself to overdraw something that you cannot currently do, this will inevitably be accompanied by an overdraft of potential. When potential is overdrawn, the foundation will naturally be affected. Long Haoyu's expression was very solemn, although something like potential cannot be seen or touched. But as a person who is squeezing his own potential all the time, he practices day and night in the shadow space. He still has a very intuitive feeling about this aspect of things. Like now, it seemed like there was nothing, just that his body was a little tired, but there was a voice deep in his heart telling him that his potential had been affected. No, we must find out all these things. If I can't find out all these things clearly, I'm afraid it will have a great impact on my future path. Long Haoyu took a deep breath. After realizing that things were not simple, I had no intention of continuing to waste time at this time. Since arriving in the Holy Demon Continent, Long Haoyu has shouldered a heavy burden on his shoulders. He kept many things hidden deep in his heart, although I have never talked about this aspect with outsiders. But there is no doubt that he himself knows very well what it takes to complete such a burden. Strength is the foundation for accomplishing these things. Things like the demon god emperor and his mother Bai Yu. Long Haoyu knew very well that if he did not have the power to defeat the demon god emperor, he would eventually force Bai Yu to a dead end. This aspect requires strength. To improve your strength, you must ensure that your potential is sufficient. People without potential are not qualified to reach the level of millions of spiritual powers. Another example is the matter of Haoyu. If you can't have the strength to kill Haoyu when Haoyu finally awakens, at that time, it will definitely not be possible to reconcile the final matter. Everything points towards strength, and strong enough strength naturally needs to be linked to his potential. Kair, I need to meditate for a while, please protect me. Long Haoyu took a deep breath and did not waste any more time on this matter. The battlefield above the sky has been deflected, and the demons can no longer pose a threat to Zhenan Pass. The forbidden curse of the 9th level saint is a devastating blow to the demons. Under such circumstances, he does not need to continue to do more, nor does he need to worry about the safety of those around him. Seeing Long Haoyu's serious look, Kair nodded solemnly and said, "Okay, I will protect you." He didn't ask any more questions about why Long Haoyu wanted to meditate suddenly. Seeing that Long Haoyu's face was beginning to turn pale, her heart was already hanging high and she was holding her breath. Although she didn't know what happened to Long Haoyu, she knew very well that she probably didn't have the ability to help Long Haoyu at this time. Unable to help Long Haoyu, Kair knew that the only thing she could do at this time was not to create more trouble for Long Haoyu. Long Haoyu didn't say much. Wu Feng stepped straight in front of him. He sat down directly in front of Kair, and at the same time his consciousness entered the shadow space. Long Haoyu cannot give himself too many answers to questions related to potential. But the shadow instructor can definitely give him a lot of guidance in this aspect. In shadow space, the same scene as always. After Long Haoyu entered it, he saw the shadow instructor waiting there. Seeing Long Haoyu's arrival, the shadow instructor's eyebrows became very solemn. When Long Haoyu saw the shadow instructor like this, his eyebrows also became solemn at this moment. He had never seen such an expression on the shadow instructor before. Your potential has been affected. You forced yourself to overdraw to fight against the 8th level existence, which has greatly damaged your origin. The shadow instructor's deep voice sounded in the shadow space. Looking at Long Haoyu's appearance at this time, there were many complicated expressions on his solemn face. He is Long Haoyu, Long Haoyu is him. Long Haoyu's potential was affected, which naturally had a huge relationship with him. At this moment, he showed great importance on this matter. Long Haoyu took a deep breath and said, "Yes, I feel that the potential has been overstretched. It should be a problem of forcing the fight. However, I can't make an accurate judgment on the specific extent of the impact, so I came to the shadow space to ask you, instructor." The shadow instructor didn't say much. A solemn expression locked on Long Haoyu. I still need to investigate specifically to know the extent of the overdraft. I have said before that I am you and you are me. I just depend on you and exist in this special space. In other words, your potential has been affected, and I will naturally be affected by it. I will now examine this matter. The shadow instructor pondered for a long time and replied in a deep voice. Long Haochen hummed and did not disturb the shadow instructor at this time. He watched the shadow instructor suddenly close his eyes and watched very patiently. The shadow instructor's reaction at this time made him feel a little less heavy than at first. I'm a little glad that I wasn't forced to hold it up by the outside world. Shadow instructors need to examine it carefully before they can know to what extent their potential has been affected. Long Haochen was extremely sure that if he kept insisting like that in the outside world, he would definitely not be able to figure out the reason in the end. Entering the shadow space immediately is definitely the wisest thing to do. Not long after, the shadow instructor opened his eyes again. The complicated look in his eyes was more solemn than at the beginning. The origin has been affected a lot. If you continue to develop like this, you will completely lose control. If you overdraw all your potential, it will keep your own situation in a balanced state. But because in the battle just now, your main ability was in your human bloodline, so what you hurt was also your human bloodline. You have two bloods coexisting. When your human origin is consumed too much, the blood of the heaven-defying demonic dragon clan in your body will become stronger. When the coexistence of your two bloods cannot maintain a relative balance, you will eventually become completely possessed. Chapter 368. The shadow instructor's voice hit Long Haochu's heart like a heavy hammer. Long Haochu's eyebrows were deep as he listened to what the shadow instructor said, and the words, enchanted, sounded like thunder in his ears. Are you possessed by a demon? Has the coexistence of two bloods reached an imbalance due to my overdraft of potential just now? In that case, my next state is already very dangerous. The shadow instructor remained silent. Silence is better than sound. Long Haochen looked solemn. I have been with the shadow instructor for many years. Although the two are one and the same, the more the shadow instructor is like this, the more serious the matter is. Is there any way to break the situation? Long Haochen took a deep breath. The shadow instructor said. Killing, endless killing, is your way to break the situation now. Two bloods coexist. The root of the imbalance is that your human blood cannot balance with the demon blood. And your human bloodline will continue to improve as your strength increases. Although your demonic bloodline will also improve, during the process of killing and practicing, you can focus on using the power of your human bloodline to reduce the imbalance. At the same time, in the endless killings, even if you use the power of your demon blood, you can improve your control over the demon power, and you can also get through your imbalance stage well. Long Haochen was silent. No further explanation is needed from the shadow instructor. After hearing this position, I already had a corresponding solution in my mind. Fighting, still fighting. Only endless fighting can alleviate his current situation. Otherwise, let this situation get worse. Long Haochen did not continue thinking. He already had the final answer in his heart. It seems that I have to advance my plan. It's still some time before I want to leave, but now I can't continue. Long Haochen looked slightly disappointed. I have been preparing for so long and have been laying out the plans. Everything is done to turn the tide in the end. Now things have developed to an extremely imbalanced point. It's somewhat embarrassing. You have no choice. In fact, your strength can be improved faster. A life and death fight is the fastest way for you to improve. But you haven't had many real life and death fights over the years. The shadow instructor responded calmly. Long Haochen hummed. What the shadow instructor said was indeed a problem that he needed to face now. Understood. I will start preparations. Since we've decided to do this from the beginning, it might as well be done earlier. After I take care of everything, let's go to the place where I should grow up. Too stable is not suitable for the real me. Long Haochen replied in a low voice. The consciousness was evacuated and no longer stayed in the shadow space. Long Haochu's consciousness returned to his true body. Haochen, how are you? As soon as Long Haochen woke up, Kair immediately came over. Long Haochen looked at Kair's concerned face, and then looked at Long Haochen and many of his fellow demon hunting group members who were surrounding her. Many worries are hidden in my heart. How is the situation on the battlefield? Long Haochen signaled that he was fine and asked, changing the subject. Hearing this, Long Haochen said, Brother, the battlefield at Zheningguan has stabilized, the demon army has withdrawn, and Zheningguan has been defended. Because brother, you intercepted the 8th level moon demon. The seniors at Zheningguan told you to go back to the arranged residence to rest after you wake up. Long Haoyu heard something similar to what he knew. Without showing much strange expression, he nodded and called everyone to move towards the residence arranged by the Zheningguan garrison. The smell of blood still lingers in the air. After a series of fierce battles, Zheningguan was almost lost. Although the entire battlefield has not been visited, the scenes of broken walls and corpses are everywhere. Everything he saw stimulated Long Haoyu's 5 senses all the time. Soon, the group returned to the camp. Kair followed Long Haoyu back to the tent. Haoyu, are you sure you're okay? Kair asked again. Long Haoyu smiled and said, if something happens, I will tell you directly, so relax. It's better to be careful in the days to come. After all, the war just happened at Zheningguan, and we can't be sure whether the demon army will come back. The previous battles have consumed a lot of energy. You should seize the time to rest for a while to avoid emergencies that may cause you to lose your strength. In terms of disguise, Long Haoyu did a good job. Wearing a mask of disguise all these years, Long Haoyu didn't show the slightest problem. Kair always felt that Long Haoyu was acting a little strange at this time. After carefully observing Long Haoyu, I didn't feel anything was wrong. With suspicion in mind, he walked out of the tent and headed towards the tent not far away. Follow Kair to the edge of the tent. He watched Kair return to his tent, and then watched Long Haochen and others follow them into their respective tents. Long Haoyu's eyes suddenly became profound. Kair's intuition is very sharp. Although my stealth skills are good, I may not be able to hide it from Kair. It seems that you will need to play some role next. Your stealth ability and anti-insight ability are still top-notch. Long Haoyu took off the wufang and looked at the small briquettes emerging from the wufang. Back then, with Long Xingyu's cultivation as a divine seal knight, Xiao Maicho finally discovered Long Xingyu's figure. Although Kair is a born assassin, she has not reached the level that Long Xingyu can achieve. Xiao Maicho looked at Long Haoyu saying this, with excitement in his eyes. Master, leave this matter to me. Stealth, anti-stealth, I know all of these. The little briquettes are exciting. As a sword spirit without a blade, Long Haoyu did not start killing, but it was still very lonely inside. Now Long Haoyu has made such a choice. The little briquettes can be said to be the most exciting, and can be truly enjoyed and bathed in the killing. Long Haoyu nodded sternly when he saw that Xiao Kecho was very confident. He turned back to the tent, took out a piece of white paper from the ring, picked up a pen and started writing on the paper. The sudden departure will definitely make the partners of the demon hunting group worried, and it will also worry many seniors. Long Haoyu didn't want to do such an irresponsible thing. Although there is a lot of irresponsibility in leaving, this irresponsibility must be done. There is great conflict between them. Long Haoyu tried his best to balance these. When the paper was filled with words, he just mentioned that he would go to the demon territory to grow up alone. Long Haoyu didn't mention anything else. Throughout the paper, there are only many explanations about the demon hunting group, and also many explanations about Kair. Carefully placing the paper on the pillow, Long Haoyu stood up and came to the edge of the tent again. Observing the surrounding situation, watching the sky gradually darken, the little briquettes became active and observed their surroundings carefully. While listening to Xiao Kecho's prompts, Long Haoyu walked out of the tent. He was obviously a disciplinary knight, but at this time he became more of an assassin than a real assassin. Sneaking in the darkness, under the intertwining shadows, Long Haoyu's figure gradually moved away, and in about half an hour, he had completely left the Zheningguan Pass. It has even reached the territory of the demon clan. Standing on a hill, Long Haoyu looked at the scene of Zheningguan. His deep gaze seemed to see through the city wall of Zheningguan, as if he saw several camps belonging to the No. 1 demon hunting group at the rank of sergeant. After pondering for a moment, Long Haoyu exhaled heavily. Holding Wu Feng in his hand, the aura on his body began to rise. One after another, magic lines appeared on the body without concealment, and a strange look appeared in his eyes at this moment. The demon battlefield, the demon career, it's time to officially start. Because the book collapsed early and few readers read it, the author finished it ahead of schedule, which can also be said to have entered the palace. The subsequent plot can actually be guessed. The protagonist kills randomly among the demons, then improves his status among the demons, and finally helps the demon hunting group. When it is strong enough, it will create a throne of its own, different from the 6 sacred thrones, and then rely on this throne to suppress Haoyu, and will also solve the problem of sending the demons back to the world of the dead. The Demon God Emperor will definitely not let the Demon God Emperor die, including the fact that the protagonist, the god of creation, will be the partner of Warcraft. He will control the power of life and death and resurrect his grandmother Bai Lingshuan. So, let's just say everyone is happy.